N.B. Please mark that this triad is disconnected with the lower quaternary, as it disconnects itself always after death. The upper triad the immortal B. L6 calls nefesh what we name manas, and vice vend asterisk the lower quaternary, the transitory and the mortal. T nefesh. The breath of animal life in man, the breath of life instinctual in the animal, and manas is the third soul, the human in its light side, animal, in its connection with sama eller kama. Asterisk nefesh is the breath of animal life breathed into Adam, the man of dust. It is consequently the vital spark, the informing element. Without manas, or what is miscalled in Levi's diagram nefesh instead of manas, the reasoning soul, or mind, atma buddhi are irrational on this plane and cannot act. It is buddhi which is the plastic mediator, not manas, the intelligent medium between the upper triad and the lower quaternary. But there are many such strange and curious transformations to be found in the Kabbalistic works, a convincing proof that its literature has become a sad jumble. We do not accept the classification except in this one particular, in order to show the points of agreement. 243 Doctrines. Occult and Kabbalistic. We will now give in tabular form what the very cautious Eliphaz Levi says in explanation of his diagram, and what the esoteric doctrine teaches, and compare the two. Levi, 2, makes a distinction between Kabbalistic and occult pneumatics. See Histoire de la Magique, pages 388, 389. Says Eliphaz Levi, the Kabbalist, say the Theosophists, Kabbalistic pneumatics. Esoteric pneumatics. 1. The soul, or ego, is a clothed light, buddhi manas. And this light is triple. 2. Neskama pure spirit. 3. Ruach the soul or spirit. 4. Nefesh plastic mediator, T, and its man, mind, in man. 5. The garment of the soul is the rind, body, of the image, astral soul. 6. The image is double, because it apocalyptic. Why not say reflects the good as the bad? Good as well who is ever tending triangle, disappears. 7. Imago, body. 1. Ditto, for it is atma 2. Ditto. Asterisk 3. Spiritual soul. 4. Mediator between spirit the seat of reason, the 5. Correct. 6. 2. Uselessly that the astral reflects the as the bad man, or else to the upper with the quaternary. 7. Ditto, the earthly image. Occult pneumatics. Occult pneumatics. As given by Eliphaz Levi. As given by the occultists. 1. Manas is immortal. 1. Nefesh is immortal because it renews, because after every its life by the destruction of forms. New incarnation it adds to Atma Buddhi, but Nefesh, the breath of something of itself, and asterisk Eliphaz Levi has, whether purposely or otherwise, confused the numbers, with us his no. 2 is number 1. Spirit, and by making of Nefesh both the plastic mediator and life, he thus makes in reality only 6 principles, because he repeats the first 2. Plus esotericism teaches the same. But manas is not Nefesh, nor is the latter the astral, but the 4th principle, if also the 2nd prana, for Nefesh is the breath of life in man, as in beast or insect, of physical, material life, which has no spirituality in it. 244 The secret doctrine. Life, is a misnomer and a useless puzzle, thus, assimilating itself to the monad, shares its to the student immortality. 2. Ruach progresses by the evolution of ideas. Conscious by the accretions every new incarnation. 3. Neskama is progressive without oblivion, forgets, nor and destruction, belong to this plane, it eternal which shines darkness of matter when 4. The soul has 3 dwellings, the upper triad, lives on 4th, the terrestrial 2. Buddhi becomes it gets from manas after and the death of man. 3. Atma neither progresses, remembers. It does not is but the ray of light upon and through the latter is willing. 4. The soul, collectively, as 3 planes, besides its eternally on the highest of the sphere, and it exists 3. 5. These dwellings are, the plane of the mortals. 5. These dwellings are, earth for the physical man, the superior Eden, and the inferior Eden. Or the animal soul, Kamaloka, Hades, the limbo, for the disembodied man, or his shell, Devachan for the higher triad. 6. The image, man, is a sphinx that offers 6. Correct, the riddle of birth. 7. The fatal image, the astral, endows Nefesh 7. The astral through desire, is ever drawing with its aptitudes, but Ruach is able to substitute manas down into the sphere of material passions for this, vitiated, Nefesh the image and desires. But if the better man 245 occultists and Kabbalists differ, conquered in accordance with fatal attraction the inspirations of Neskama. Atma spirit conquers, and carries eternal spirit. It is very evident that the French Kabbalist either did not know sufficiently the real tenet, or distorted it to suit himself and his object. Thus he says again, treating upon the same subject, and we, occultists, answer the late Kabbalist and his admirers, 1. The body is the mold of Nefesh, Nefesh 1. The body follows the whims, good or bad, of manas, the mold of Ruach, Ruach the mold of the light of Buddhi, but often fails. Or manas tries to escape thee and turns its aspirations to then Buddhi, Ruach, manas with it to the realm of manas tries to follow the garments of Neskama. Buddhi is the mold of the garments of Atma, Buddhi is the mold of the garments of Atma, because Atma is no body or shape or anything, and because Buddhi is its vehicle only figuratively. 2. Light, the soul, personifies in clothing itself, with 2. The monad becomes a personal ego when it incarnates, a body, and personality endures only when the and something remains of that personality through garment is perfect. Monads, when the latter is perfect enough to assimilate Buddhi. 3. The angels aspire to become men, a perfect man. 3. Correct, a man-god is above all the angels. 4. Every 14,000 years the soul rejuvenates, and 4. Within a period, a great age or a day of Brahma, rests in the Jubilean sleep of oblivion. 14. Manus reign, after which comes Pralaya when all the souls rest in nirvana. Souls equals egos. 246. The secret doctrine. Such are the distorted copies of the esoteric doctrine in the Kabbalah. But see also the primeval manus of humanity in Book 2. To return to stanza 7. IB, the well-known Kabbalistic aphorism runs, a stone becomes a plant, a beast, the beast, a man a spirit, and the spirit a god. The spark animates all the kingdoms in turn before it enters into and informs divine man, between whom and his predecessor, animal man, there is all the difference in the world. Genesis begins its anthropology at the wrong end, evidently for a blind, and lands nowhere. Had it begun as it ought, one would have found in it, first, the celestial logos, the heavenly man, which evolves as a compound unit of logoi, out of whom after their pralaic sleep a sleep that gathers the ciphers scattered on the Mayavi plane into one, as the separate globules of quicksilver on a plate blend into one mass. The logoi appear in their totality as the first male and female or Adam Kadmon, the fiat lux of the Bible, as we have already seen. But this transformation did not take place on our earth, nor on any material plane, but in the spatial depths of the first differentiation of the eternal root matter. On our nascent globe things proceed differently. The monad or jiva, as said in Isis Unveiled, Vol. I, p. 302, is, first of all, shot down by the law of evolution into the lowest form of matter, the mineral. After a sevenfold gyration encased in the stone, or that which will become mineral and stone in the fourth round, it creeps out of it, say, as a lichen. Passing thence, through all the forms of vegetable matter, into what is termed animal matter, it has now reached the point in which it has become the germ, so to speak, of the asterisk. The introductory chapters of Genesis were never meant to represent even a remote allegory of the creation of our earth. They embrace a metaphysical conception of some indefinite period in the eternity, when successive attempts were being made by the law of evolution at the formation of universes. The idea is plainly stated in the Zohar: there were old worlds, which perished as soon as they came into existence, were formless, and were called sparks. Thus, the smith, when hammering the iron, lets the sparks fly in all directions. The sparks are the primordial worlds, which could not continue because the sacred aged, Sephira, had not as yet assumed its form, of androgyne, or opposite sexes, of king and queen, Sephira and Cadmon, and the master was not yet at his work. See Zohar, Idris Sutta, Book 3. p. 292, b. The Supreme consulting with the architect of the world his logos about creation. Isis Unveiled, Vol 2, p. 421. 247 Spirit alone is helpless on earth. Animal, that will become the physical man. All this, up to the third round, is formless, as matter, and senseless, as consciousness. For the monad or jiva per se cannot be even called spirit, it is a ray, a breath of the absolute, or the absoluteness rather, and the absolute homogeneity, having no relations with the conditioned and relative. Finiteness, is unconscious on our plane. Therefore, besides the material which will be needed for its future human form, the monad requires, a spiritual model, or prototype, for that material to shape itself into, and, b, an intelligent consciousness to guide its evolution and progress, neither of which is possessed by the homogeneous monad, or by senseless though living matter. The atom of dust requires the soul of life to be breathed into him, the two middle principles, which are the sentient life of the irrational animal and the human soul, for the former is irrational without the latter. It is only when, from a potential androgyne, man has become separated into male and female, that he will be endowed with this conscious, rational, individual soul, manas. The principle, or the intelligence, of the Elohim, to receive which, he has to eat of the fruit of knowledge from the tree of good and evil. How is he to obtain all this? The occult doctrine teaches that while the monad is cycling on downward into matter, these very Elohim or Pitris, the lowered Hyankohans, are evolving pari passu with it on a higher and more spiritual plane, descending also relatively into matter on their own plane of consciousness, when, after having reached a certain point, they will meet the incarnating senseless monad, encased in the lowest matter, and blending the two potencies, spirit and matter, the union will produce that terrestrial symbol of the heavenly man in space, perfect man. In the Sankhya philosophy, Purusha, spirit, is spoken of as something impotent unless he mounts on the shoulders of Prakriti, matter, which, left alone, is senseless. But in the secret philosophy they are viewed as graduated, though one and the same thing in their origin. Spirit and matter, when once they are on the plane of differentiation, begin each of them their evolutionary progress in contrary directions, spirit falling gradually into matter, and the latter ascending to its original condition, that of a pure spiritual substance. Both are inseparable, yet ever separated. In polarity, on the physical plane, two like poles will always repel each other, while the negative and the positive are mutually attracted, so do spirit and matter stand to each other, the two poles of the same homogeneous substance, the root principle of the universe. 248 The Secret Doctrine. Therefore, when the hour strikes for Purusha to mount on Prakriti's shoulders for the formation of the perfect man, rudimentary man of the first 6 races being only the first, gradually evolving into the most perfect of mammals, the celestial ancestors, entities from preceding worlds, called in India the Sishta, step in on this our plane, as the Pitris had stepped in before them for the formation of the physical or animal man, and incarnate in the latter. Thus the two processes for the two creations, the animal and the divine man, differ greatly. The Pitris shoot out from their ethereal bodies, still more ethereal and shadowy similitudes of themselves, or what we should now call doubles, or astral forms, in their own likeness. This furnishes the monad with its first dwelling, and blind matter with a model around and upon which to build henceforth. But man is still incomplete. From Swayam Huva Manu, in Manu, Book I, from whom descended the 7 primitive Manus or Prajapati, each of whom gave birth to a primitive race of men, down to the Codex Nazarius, in which Karaptanos or Fetahil, blind concupiscent matter, begets on his mother, Spiritus, 7 figures, each of which stands as the progenitor of one of the primeval 7 races. This doctrine has left its impress on every archaic scripture. Who forms Manu, the man, and who forms his body? The life and the lives. Sinti and the moon. Here Manu stands for the spiritual, heavenly man, the real and non-dying ego in us, which is the direct emanation of the one life or the absolute deity. As to our outward physical bodies, the house of the tabernacle of the soul, the doctrine teaches a strange lesson, so strange that unless thoroughly explained and as rightly comprehended, it is only the exact science of the future that is destined to vindicate the theory fully. It has been stated before now that occultism does not accept anything inorganic in the cosmos. The expression employed by science, inorganic substance, means simply that the latent life slumbering in the molecules of so-called inert matter is incognizable. All is life, and every atom of even mineral dust is alive, though beyond our comprehension and perception, because it is outside the range of the asterisk read in Isis, Vol. 2, pages 297 to 303, the doctrine of the Codex Nazarius. Every tenet of our teaching is found there under a different form and allegory. Plus the word sin is curious, but has a particular occult relation to the moon, besides being its Chaldean equivalent. 249 Matter, life, and substance. Laws known to those who reject occultism. The very atoms, says Tyndall, seem instinct with a desire for life. Whence, then, we would ask, comes the tendency to run into organic form? Is it in any way explicable except according to the teachings of occult science? The worlds, to the profane, says a commentary, are built up of the known elements. To the conception of an arhat, these elements are themselves collectively a divine life, distributively, on the plane of manifestations, the numberless and countless crores of lives. Fire alone is one, on the plane of the one. Is Pasteur unconsciously taking the first step toward occult science in declaring that, if he dared express his full idea upon this subject, he would say that the organic cells are endowed with a vital potency that does not cease its activity with the cessation of a current of oxygen towards them, and does not, on that account, break off its relations with life itself, which is supported by the influence of that gas. I would add, goes on Pasteur, that the evolution of the germ is accomplished by means of complicated phenomena, among which we must class processes of fermentation, and life, according to Claude Bernard and Pasteur, is nothing else than a process of fermentation. That there exist in nature beings or lives that can live and thrive without air, even on our globe, was demonstrated by the same men of science. Pasteur found that many of the lower lives, such as vibrions, and some microbes and bacteria, could exist without air, which, on the contrary, killed them. They derived the oxygen necessary for their multiplication from the various substances that surround them. He calls them aerobes, living on the tissues of our matter when the latter has ceased to form a part of an integral and living whole, then called, very unscientifically by science, dead matter, and anaerobes. The one kind binds oxygen, and contributes vastly to the destruction of animal life and vegetable tissues, furnishing to the atmosphere materials which enter later on into the constitution of other organisms. The other destroys, or rather annihilates finally, the so-called organic substance, ultimate decay being impossible without their participation. Certain germ cells, such as those of yeast, develop and multiply in air, but when deprived of it, they will adapt themselves to life without air and become ferments, absorbing oxygen from substances coming in contact with them, and thereby ruining the latter. The cells in fruit, when lacking free oxygen, act as ferments and stimulate fermentation. Therefore the vegetable cell manifests in this case its life as an anaerobic being. Why, then, should an organic cell form in this case an exception? Asks Professor Bogolubov. Pasteur shows that in the substance of our tissues and organs, the cell, not finding sufficient oxygen for itself, stimulates fermentation in the same way as the fruit cell, and Claude Bernard thought that Pasteur's idea of the formation of ferments found its application and corroboration in the fact that urea increases in the blood during strangulation. Life therefore is everywhere in the universe, and occultism teaches us, it is also in the atom. Also see infra, at the close of this section. 250 The secret doctrine. Reality, on that of manifested, hence elusive, being, its particles are fiery lives which live and have their being at the expense of every other life that they consume. Therefore they are named the devourers. Every visible thing in this universe was built by such lives, from conscious and divine primordial man down to the unconscious agents that construct matter. From the one life formless and uncreate, proceeds the universe of lives. First was manifested from the deep, chaos, cold luminous fire, gaseous light, which formed the curds in space. Irresolvable nebulae, perhaps. These fought, and a great heat was developed by the encountering and collision, which produced rotation. Then came the first manifested material, fire, the hot flames, the wanderers in heaven, comets. Heat generates moist vapor, that forms solid water, then dry mist, then liquid mist, watery, that puts out the luminous brightness of the pilgrims, comets, and forms solid watery wheels, matter globes. Bhumi, the earth, appears with 6 sisters *. These produce by their continuous motion the inferior fire, heat, and an aqueous mist, which yields the third world element water, and from the breath of all, atmospheric, air is born. These 4 are the 4 lives of the first 4 periods, rounds, of Manvantara. The 3 last will follow. This means that every new round develops one of the compound elements, as now known to science, which rejects the primitive nomenclature, preferring to subdivide them into constituents. If nature is the ever becoming on the manifested plane, then those elements are to be regarded in the same light, they have to evolve, progress, and increase to the manvantaric end. Thus the first round, we are taught, developed but one element, and a nature and humanity in what may be called one aspect of nature. Called by some, very unscientifically, though it may be so de facto, one-dimensional space. It is a Vedic teaching that there are 3 earths corresponding to 3 heavens, and our earth, the 4th, is called Bhumi. This is the explanation given by our exoteric Western Orientalists. But the esoteric meaning and allusion to it in the Vedas is that it refers to our planetary chain, 3 earths on the descending arc, and 3 heavens which are the 3 earths or globes also, only far more ethereal, on the ascending or spiritual arc. By the first 3 we descend into matter, by the other 3 we ascend into spirit, the lower one, Bhumi, our earth, forming the turning point, so to say, and containing potentially as much of spirit as it does of matter. We shall treat of this hereafter. 251 The 4 dimensions of space. The second round brought forth and developed 2 elements, fire and earth, and its humanity, adapted to this condition of nature, if we can give the name humanity to beings living under conditions unknown to men, was to use again a familiar phrase in a strictly figurative sense, the only way in which it can be used correctly, a 2-dimensional species. The processes of natural development which we are now considering will at once elucidate and discredit the fashion of speculating on the attributes of the 2, 3, and 4 or more dimensional space, but in passing, it is worthwhile to point out the real significance of the sound but incomplete intuition that has prompted among spiritualists and theosophists, and several great men of science, for the matter of that * the use of the modern expression, the 4th dimension of space. To begin with, of course, the superficial absurdity of assuming that space itself is measurable in any direction is of little consequence. The familiar phrase can only be an abbreviation of the fuller form, the fourth dimension of matter in space t, but it is an unhappy phrase even thus expanded, because while it is perfectly true that the progress of evolution may be destined to introduce us to new characteristics of matter, those with which we are already familiar are really more numerous than the three dimensions. The faculties, or what is perhaps the best available term, the characteristics of matter, must clearly bear a direct relation always to the senses of man. Matter has extension, color, motion, molecular motion, taste, and smell, corresponding to the existing senses of man, and by the time that it fully develops the next characteristic, let us call it for the moment permeability, this will correspond to the next sense of man, let us call it normal clairvoyance. Thus, when some bold thinkers have been thirsting for a fourth dimension to explain the passage of matter through matter, and the production of knots upon an endless cord, what they were really in want of, was a sixth characteristic of matter. The three dimensions belong really but to one attribute or characteristic of matter, extension, and Professor Zollner's theory has been more than welcomed by several scientists who are spiritualists, Professors Buddelrove and Wagner, of St. Petersburg, for instance. Plus, the giving reality to abstractions is the error of realism. Space and time are frequently viewed as separated from all the concrete experiences of the mind, instead of being generalizations of these in certain aspects. Bain, Logic, Part 2, p. 389, 252. The Secret Doctrine. Popular common sense justly rebels against the idea that under any condition of things there can be more than three of such dimensions as length, breadth, and thickness. These terms, and the term dimension itself, all belong to one plane of thought, to one stage of evolution, to one characteristic of matter. So long as there are foot rules within the resources of cosmos, to apply to matter, so long will they be able to measure it three ways and no more, and from the time the idea of measurement first occupied a place in the human understanding, it has been possible to apply measurement in three directions and no more. But these considerations do not militate in any way against the certainty that in the progress of time, as the faculties of humanity are multiplied, so will the characteristics of matter be multiplied also. Meanwhile, the expression is far more incorrect than even the familiar one of the sun rising or setting. We now return to the consideration of material evolution through the rounds. Matter in the second round, it has been stated, may be figuratively referred to as two-dimensional. But here another caveat must be entered. That loose and figurative expression may be regarded in one plane of thought, as we have just seen, as equivalent to the second characteristic of matter corresponding to the second perceptive faculty or sense of man. But these two link scales of evolution are concerned with the processes going on within the limits of a single round. The succession of primary aspects of nature with which the succession of rounds is concerned, has to do, as already indicated, with the development of the elements, in the occult sense, fire, air, water/earth. We are only in the fourth round, and our catalogue so far stops short. The centers of consciousness, destined to develop into humanity as we know it, of the third round arrived at a perception of the third element, water. Those of the fourth round have added *. The order in which these elements are placed above is the correct one for esoteric purposes and in the secret teachings. Milton was right when he spoke of the powers of fire, air, water, earth. The earth, such as we know it now, had no existence before the fourth round, hundreds of million years ago, the commencement of our geological earth. The globe was fiery, cool, and radiant as its ethereal men and animals during the first round, says the commentary, uttering a contradiction or paradox in the opinion of our present science, luminous and more dense and heavy during the second round, watery during the third. Thus are the elements reversed. Plus, if we had to frame our conclusions according to the data furnished to us by the geologists, then we would say that there was no real water even during the Carboniferous period. We are told that gigantic masses of carbon, which existed formerly spread in the atmosphere as carbonic acid, were absorbed by plants, while a large proportion of that gas was mixed in the water. Now, if this be so, and we have to believe that all the carbonic acid which went to compose those plants that formed bituminous coal, lignite, etc., and went towards the formation of limestone, and so on, that all this was at that period in the atmosphere in gaseous form, then, there must have been seas and oceans of liquid carbonic acid. But how? Then could the Carboniferous period be preceded by the Devonian and Silurian ages, those of fishes and mollusks, on that assumption? Barometric pressure, moreover, must have exceeded several hundred times the pressure of our present atmosphere. How could organisms, even so simple as those of certain fishes and mollusks, stand that? There is a curious work by Blanchard, on the origin of life, wherein he shows some strange contradictions and confusions in the theories of his colleagues, and which we recommend to the reader's attention. 253. The Great Arch US. Earth as a state of matter to their stock, as well as the three other elements in their present transformation. In short, none of the so-called elements were, in the three preceding rounds, as they are now. For all we know, fire may have been pure acacia, the first matter of the magnum opus of the creators and builders, that astral light which the paradoxical Eliphas Levi calls in one breath the body of the Holy Ghost, and in the next Baphomet, the androgyne goat of Mendes *, air, simply. Eliphas Levi shows it very truly a force in nature, by means of which a single man who can master it might throw the world into confusion and transform its face, for it is the great arcanum of transcendent magic. Quoting the words of the great Western Kabbalist in their translated form, see the Mysteries of Magic, by A. E. Waite. We may explain them perhaps the better by the occasional addition of a word or two to show the difference between Western and Eastern explanations of the same subject. The author says of the great magic agent, this ambient and all-penetrating fluid, this ray detached from the central or spiritual sun's splendor, fixed by the weight of the atmosphere, and the power of central attraction. The astral light, this electromagnetic ether, this vital and luminous caloric, is represented on ancient monuments by the girdle of Isis which twines round two poles, and in ancient theogonies by the serpent devouring its own tail, emblem of prudence, and of Saturn, emblem of infinity, immortality, and Cronus, time, not the god Saturn or the planet. It is the winged dragon of Medea, the double serpent of the Caduceus, and the tempter of Genesis, but it is also the brazen snake of Moses encircling the Tao. Lastly, it is the devil of exoteric dogmatism, and is really the blind force. It is not blind, and Levi knew it, which souls must conquer in order to detach themselves from the chains of earth, for if they should not, they will be absorbed by the same power which first produced them, and will return to the central and eternal fire. This great Arcus is now discovered by, and only for one man, Mr. J. W. Keeley, of Philadelphia. For others, however, it is discovered, yet must remain almost useless. So far shalt thou go. All the above is as practical as it is correct, save one error, which we will explain in the text further on. Eliphas Levi commits a great blunder in always identifying the astral light with what we call acacia. What it really is will be given in Part 2 of Volume 2. 254. The Secret Doctrine. Nitrogen, the breath of the supporters of the heavenly dome, as the Mohammedan mystics call it, water, that primordial fluid which was required, according to Moses, to make a living soul with. And this may account for the flagrant discrepancies and unscientific statements found in Genesis. Separate the first from the second chapter, read the former as a scripture of the Allahists, and the latter as that of the far younger Jehovists, still one finds, if one reads between the lines, the same order in which things created appear, namely, fire, light, air, water, and man, or the earth. For the sentence, in the beginning God created heaven and earth, is a mistranslation. It is not heaven and earth, but the duplex or dual heaven, the upper and the lower heavens, or the separation of primordial substance that was light in its upper and dark in its lower portions, or the manifested universe in its duality of the invisible, to the senses, and the visible to our perceptions. God divided the light from the darkness, v. 4, and then made the firmament, air, 5, a firmament in the midst of the waters, and let it divide the waters from the waters, 6, i.e., the waters which were under the firmament, our manifested visible universe, from the waters above the firmament, or the, to us, invisible planes of being. In the second chapter, the Jehovistic plants and herbs are created before water, just as in the first, light is produced before the Sunday. God made the earth and the heavens and every plant of the field before it was in the earth and every herb of the field before it grew, for the Elohim, gods, had not caused it to rain upon the earth, etc. v5, an absurdity unless the esoteric explanation is accepted. The plants so were created before they were in the earth, for there was no earth then such as it is now, and the herb of the field was in existence before it grew as it does now in the fourth round. Discussing and explaining the nature of the invisible elements and the primordial fire mentioned above, Eliphas Levi calls it invariably the astral light. It is the grand agent magic with him, undeniably it is so, but only so far as black magic is concerned, and 255. But why slander the Indian hierophants? On the lowest planes of what we call ether, the noumenon of which is akasa, and even this would be held incorrect by orthodox occultists. The astral light is simply the older sidereal light of Paracelsus, and to say that everything which exists has been evolved from it, and it preserves and reproduces all forms, as he writes, is to enunciate truth only in the second proposition. The first is erroneous, for if all that exists was evolved through, or via, it is not the astral light. The latter is not the container of all things but only the reflector, at best, of this all. Eliphas Levi writes, the great magic agent is the fourth emanation of the life principle, we say it is the first in the inner, and the second in the outer, universe, of which the sun is the third form. For the day star, the sun, is only the reflection and material shadow of the central sun of truth, which illuminates the intellectual, invisible, world of spirit, and which itself is but a gleam borrowed from the absolute. So far he is right enough. But when the great authority of the Western Kabbalists adds that nevertheless, it is not the immortal spirit as the Indian hierophants have imagined, we answer that he slanders the said hierophants, as they have said nothing of the kind, while even the Puranic exoteric writings flatly contradict the assertion. No Hindu has ever mistaken Prakriti, the astral light being only above the lowest plane of Prakriti, the material cosmos, for the immortal spirit. Prakriti is ever called Maya, illusion, and is doomed to disappear with the rest, the gods included, at the hour of the pralaya, for it is shown that akasa is not even the ether, least of all then, we imagine. Can it be the astral light? Those unable to penetrate beyond the dead letter of the Puranas, have occasionally confused akasa with prakriti, with ether, and even with the visible sky. It is true also that those who have invariably translated the term akasa by ether, Wilson, for instance, finding it called the material cause of sound possessing. Moreover, this one single property, Vishnu Purana, have ignorantly imagined it to be material, in the physical sense. True, again, that if the characteristics are accepted literally, then, since nothing material or physical, and therefore conditioned and temporary, can be immortal according to metaphysics and philosophy, it would follow that akasa is neither infinite nor immortal. But all this is erroneous, since both the words Pradhana 256, the secret doctrine, primeval matter, and sound, as a property, have been misunderstood, the former term, Pradhana, being certainly synonymous with Malaprakriti and akasa, and the latter, sound, with the verbum, the word, or the logos. This is easy to demonstrate, for it is shown in the following sentences in Vishnu Purana: in the beginning there was neither day nor night, nor sky, nor earth, nor darkness, nor light. Save only one. unapprehensible by intellect, or that which is Brahma and Pums, spirit, and Pradhana, primordial matter. Book I, ch. 2. Now, what is Pradhana, if it is not Malaprakriti, the root of all, in another aspect? For Pradhana, though said further on to merge into the deity as everything else does, in order to leave the one absolute during the pralaya, yet is held as infinite and immortal. The commentator describes the deity as one Pradnika Brahma spirit, that was, and interprets the compound term as a substantive, not as a derivative word used attributively, i.e., like something conjoined with Pradhana *, hence Pradhana even in the Puranas is an aspect of Parabrahmam, not an evolution, and must be the same as the Vedantic Malaprakriti. Prakriti in its primary state is Akasa, says a Vedantin scholar, see 5 Years of Theosophy, p. 169, it is almost abstract nature. Akasa, then, is Pradhana in another form, and as such cannot be ether, the ever-invisible agent, courted even by physical science. Nor is it astral light. It is, as said, the noumenon of the sevenfold differentiated Prakriti plus the ever-immaculate mother of the fatherless son, who becomes father on the lower manifested plane. For Maha is the first product of Pradhana or Akasa, and Maha universal intelligence whose characteristic property is Buddhi is no other than the Logos, for he is called Eswara Brahma, Bhava, etc. See Linga Purana, section LXX 12 ETSEC. And Vayu Purana, but especially the former Purana prior, section 8, 67-74. He is, in short, the creator or the divine mind in creative operation, the cause of all things. He is *. The student has to note, moreover, that the Purana is a dualistic system, not evolutionary, and that, in this respect, far more will be found, from an esoteric standpoint, in Sankhya and even in the Manavid Dharmasastra, however much the latter differs from the former. Plus in the Sankhya philosophy, the 7 Prakritis or productive productions are Maha, Ahamkara, and the 5 Tanmatras. See Sankhyakarika, 3, and the commentary thereon 257. Akasa is not ether. The firstborn of whom the Puranas tell us that Maha and Matter are the inner and outer boundaries of the universe, or, in our language, the negative and the positive poles of dual nature, abstract and concrete, for the Purana adds, in this manner as were the 7 forms, principles, of Prakriti reckoned from Maha to earth, so at the time of Pralaya, Pratyahara, these 7 successively re-enter into each other. The egg of Brahma, Sarvamandala, is dissolved with its 7 zones, Dwipa, 7 oceans, 7 regions, etc. Vishnu Purana, Book 6, ch. 4, *. These are the reasons why the occultists refuse to give the name of astral light to Akasa, or to call it ether. In my father's house are many mansions, may be contrasted with the occult saying, in our mother's house there are 7 mansions, or planes, the lowest of which is above and around us the astral light. The elements, whether simple or compound, could not have remained the same since the commencement of the evolution of our chain. Everything in the universe progresses steadily in the great cycle, while incessantly going up and down in the smaller cycles. Nature is never stationary during Manvantara, as it is ever becoming, plus not simply being, and mineral, vegetable, and human life are always adapting their organisms to the then reigning elements, and therefore those elements were then fitted for them, as they are now for the life of present humanity. It will only be in the next, or 5th round that the 5th element, ether, the gross body of Akasa, if it can be called even that *, no use to say so to the Hindus, who know their Puranas by heart, but very useful to remind our Orientalists and those Westerns who regard Wilson's translations as authoritative, that in his English translation of the Vishnu Purana he is guilty of the most ludicrous contradictions and errors. So on this identical subject of the 7 Prakritis or the 7 zones of Brahma's egg, the 2 accounts differ totally. In Volume 1, page 40, the egg is said to be externally invested by 7 envelopes. Wilson comments, by water, air, fire, ether, and ahamkara, which last word does not exist in the Sanskrit texts, and in Vol. v. p. 198, of the same Vishnu Purana it is written, in this manner were the 7 forms of nature, Prakriti, reckoned from Maha to earth. Between Maha or Mahabhutai and water, etc., the difference is very considerable. Plus, according to the great metaphysician Hegel also, for him nature was a perpetual becoming. A purely esoteric conception. Creation or origin, in the Christian sense of the term, is absolutely unthinkable. As the above quoted thinker said, God, the universal spirit, objectivizes himself as nature, and again rises out of it. 258 The secret doctrine will, by becoming a familiar fact of nature to all men, as air is familiar to us now, cease to be as at present hypothetical, and also an agent for so many things. And only during that round will those higher senses, the growth and development of which Akasis observes, be susceptible of a complete expansion. As already indicated, a partial familiarity with the characteristic of matter permeability which should be developed concurrently with the sixth sense, may be expected to develop at the proper period in this round. But with the next element added to our resources in the next round, permeability will become so manifest a characteristic of matter, that the densest forms of this will seem to man's perceptions as obstructive to him as a thick fog, and no more. Let us return to the life cycle now. Without entering at length upon the description given of the higher lives, we must direct our attention at present simply to the earthly beings and the earth itself. The latter, we are told, is built up for the first round by the devourers which disintegrate and differentiate the germs of other lives in the elements, pretty much, it must be supposed, as in the present stage of the world, the Cerobes do, when, undermining and loosening the chemical structure in an organism, they transform animal matter and generate substances that vary in their constitutions. Thus occultism disposes of the so-called Azoic age of science, for it shows that there never was a time when the earth was without life upon it. Wherever there is an atom of matter, a particle, or a molecule, even in its most gaseous condition, there is life in it, however latent and unconscious. Only it so ever quits the lie state, becomes active life, it is drawn into the vortex of motion, the alchemical solvent of life. Spirit and matter are the two states of the one, which is neither spirit nor matter, both being the absolute life, latent. Book of Qian, COMM. 3, PAR 18. Spirit is the first differentiation of, and in, space, and matter the first differentiation of spirit. That, which is neither spirit nor matter, that is the causeless cause of spirit and matter, which are the cause of cosmos. And that we call the one life or the intracosmic breath. Once more we will say like must produce like. Absolute life cannot produce an inorganic atom whether single or complex, and there is life. 259 atoms are invisible lives. Even in lie, just as a man in a profound cataleptic state to all appearance a corpse is still a living being. When the devourers, in whom the men of science are invited to see, with some show of reason, atoms of the fire mist, if they will, as the occultist will offer no objection to this, when the devourers, we say, have differentiated the fire atoms by a peculiar process of segmentation, the latter become life germs, which aggregate according to the laws of cohesion and affinity. Then the life germs produce lives of another kind, which work on the structure of our globes. Thus, in the first round, the globe, having been built by the primitive fire lives, i.e., formed into a sphere, had no solidity, nor qualifications, save a cold brightness, nor form, nor color. It is only towards the end of the first round that it developed one element which from its inorganic, so to say, or simple essence became now in our round the fire we know throughout the system. The earth was in her first rupa, the essence of which is the Akasic principle named ****, that which is now known as, and very erroneously termed astral light, which Eliphas Levi calls the imagination of nature, probably to avoid giving it its correct name, as others do. It is through and from the radiations of the 7 bodies of the 7 orders of Dhyanis, that the 7 discrete quantities, elements, whose motion and harmonious union produce the manifested universe of matter, are born. Commentary. Plus, speaking of it in his preface to the History of Magic, Eliphas Levi says, it is through this force that all the nervous centers secretly communicate with each other, from it that sympathy and antipathy are born, from it that we have our dreams, and that the phenomena of second sight and extranatural visions take place. Astral light, acting under the impulsion of powerful wills, destroys, coagulates, separates, breaks, gathers in all things. God created it on that day when he said, Fiat lax, and it is directed by the egregores, i.e., the chiefs of the souls who are the spirits of energy and action. Eliphas Levi ought to have added that the astral light, or primordial substance, if matter at all, is that which, called light, lux, esoterically explained, is the body of those spirits themselves, and their very essence. Our physical light is the manifestation on our plane and the reflected radiance of the divine light emanating from the collective body of those who are called the lights and the flames. But no other Kabbalist has ever had the talent of heaping up one contradiction on the other, of making one paradox chase another in the same sentence and in such flowing language, as Eliphas Levi. He leads his reader through the most lovely, gorgeously blooming valleys, to strand him after all on a desert and barren rocky island. 260 The Secret Doctrine. The second round brings into manifestation the second element, air, that element, the purity of which would ensure continuous life to him who would use it. There have been 2 occultists only in Europe who have discovered and even partially applied it in practice, though its composition has always been known among the highest Eastern initiates. The ozone of the modem chemists is poison compared with the real universal solvent which could never be thought of unless it existed in nature. From the second round, Earth, hitherto a fetus in the matrix of space, began its real existence. It had developed individual sentient life, its second principle. The second corresponds to the sixth principle, the second is life continuous, the other, temporary. The third round developed the third principle, water, while the fourth transformed the gaseous fluids and plastic form of our globe into the hard, crusted, grossly material sphere we are living on. Bhumi has reached her fourth principle. To this it may be objected that the law of analogy, so much insisted upon, is broken. Not at all. Earth will reach her true ultimate form, inversely in this to man, her body shall only toward the end of the Manvantara after the 7th round. Eugenius Philolaethes was right when he assured his readers on his word of honor that no one had yet seen the earth, i.e., matter in its essential form. Our globe is, so far, in its Kamarupic state the astral body of desires of Ahamkara, dark egotism, the progeny of Maha, on the lower plane. It is not molecularly constituted matter, least of all the human body, Aischulasarara, that is the grossest of all our principles, but verily the middle principle, the real animal center, whereas our body is but its shell, the irresponsible factor and medium through which the beast in us acts all its life. Every intellectual theosophist will understand my real meaning. Thus the idea that the human tabernacle is built by countless lives, just in the same way as the rocky crust of our earth was, has nothing repulsive in it for the true mystic. Nor can science oppose the occult teaching, for it is not because the microscope will ever fail to detect the ultimate living atom or life, that it can reject the doctrine. See, science teaches us that the living as well as the dead organism of both man and animal are swarming with bacteria of 100 various 261 the occult chemistry kinds, that from without we are threatened with the invasion of microbes with every breath we draw, and from within by leucomanes, aerobes, anaerobes, and what not. But science never yet went so far as to assert with the occult doctrine that our bodies, as well as those of animals, plants, and stones, are themselves altogether built up of such beings, which, except larger species, no microscope can detect. So far, as regards the purely animal and material portion of man, science is on its way to discoveries that will go far towards corroborating this theory. Chemistry and physiology are the two great magicians of the future, who are destined to open the eyes of mankind to the great physical truths. With every day, the identity between the animal and physical man, between the plant and man, and even between the reptile and its nest, the rock, and man is more and more clearly shown. The physical and chemical constituents of all being found to be identical, chemical science may well say that there is no difference between the matter which composes the ox and that which forms man. But the occult doctrine is far more explicit. It says, not only the chemical compounds are the same, but the same infinitesimal invisible lives compose the atoms of the bodies of the mountain and the daisy, of man and the ant, of the elephant, and of the tree which shelters him from the sun. Each particle, whether you call it organic or inorganic, is a life. Every atom and molecule in the universe is both life-giving and death-giving to that form, inasmuch as it builds by aggregation universes and the ephemeral vehicles ready to receive the transmigrating soul, and as eternally destroys and changes the forms and expels those souls from their temporary abodes. It creates and kills, it is self-generating and self-destroying, it brings into being, and annihilates, that mystery of mysteries, the living body of man, animal, or plant, every second in time and space, and it generates equally life and death, beauty and ugliness, good and bad, and even the agreeable and disagreeable, the beneficent and maleficent sensations. It is that mysterious life, represented collectively by countless myriads of lives, that follows in its own sporadic way, the hitherto incomprehensible law of atavism, that copies family resemblances as well as those it finds impressed in the aura of the generators of every future human being, a mystery, in short, that will receive fuller attention elsewhere. For the present, one instance may be cited in illustration. Modern science begins to find out that ptomaine, the alkaloid poison generated by decaying matter and corpses alive also, extracted 262. The secret doctrine, with the help of volatile ether, yields a smell as strong and equal to that of the freshest orange blossoms, but that free from oxygen, these alkaloids yield either a most sickening, disgusting smell, or the most agreeable aroma which recalls that of the most delicately scented flowers. And it is suspected that such blossoms owe their agreeable smell to the poisonous ptomaine, the venomous essence of certain mushrooms, fungi, being nearly identical with the venom of the cobra of India, the most deadly of serpents. Thus, having discovered the effects, science has to find their primary causes, and this it can never do without the help of the old sciences, of alchemy, occult botany, and physics. We are taught that every physiological change, in addition to pathological phenomena, diseases, nay, life itself, or rather the objective phenomena of life, produced by certain conditions and changes in the tissues of the body which allow and force life to act in that body, that all this is due to those unseen creators and destroyers that are called in such a loose and general way, microbes. Such * the French savants Arnaud, Gautier, and Villers, have found in the saliva of living men the same venomous alkaloid as in that of the toad, the salamander, the cobra, and the trigonocephalus of Portugal. It is proven that venom of the deadliest kind, whether called ptomaine, or leucomaine, or alkaloid, is generated by living men, animals, and plants. The same savant, Gautier, discovered an alkaloid in the fresh meat of an ox and in its brains, and a venom which he calls xanthocreatinine similar to the substance extracted from the poisonous saliva of reptiles. It is the muscular tissues, as being the most active organ in the animal economy, that are suspected of being the generators or factors of venoms, having the same importance as carbonic acid and urea in the functions of life, which venoms are the ultimate products of inner combustion. And though it is not yet fully determined whether poisons can be generated by the animal system of living beings without the participation and interference of microbes, it is ascertained that the animal does produce venomous substances in its physiological or living state. Plus it might be supposed that these fiery lives and the microbes of science are identical. This is not true. The fiery lives are the seventh and highest subdivision of the plane of matter, and correspond in the individual with the one life of the universe, though only on that plane. The microbes of science are the first and lowest subdivision on the second plane, that of material prana, or life. The physical body of man undergoes a complete change of structure every 7 years, and its destruction and preservation are due to the alternate function of the fiery lives as destroyers and builders. They are builders by sacrificing themselves in the form of vitality to restrain the destructive influence of the microbes, and, by supplying the microbes with what is necessary, they compel them under that restraint to build up the material body and its cells. They are destroyers also when that restraint is removed and the microbes, unsupplied with vital constructive energy, are left to run riot as destructive agents. Thus, during the first half of a man's life, the first 5 periods of 7 years each, the fiery lives are indirectly engaged in the process of building up man's material body. Life is on the ascending scale, and the force is used in construction and increase. After this period is past, the age of retrogression commences, and, the work of the fiery lives exhausting their strength, the work of destruction and decrease also commences. An analogy between cosmic events in the descent of spirit into matter for the first half of a manvantara, planetary as human, and its ascent at the expense of matter in the second half, may here be traced. These considerations have to do solely with the plane of matter, but the restraining influence of the fiery lives on the lowest subdivision of the second plane, the microbes, is confirmed by the fact mentioned in the footnote on Pasteur, Vitae Supra, that the cells of the organs, when they do not find sufficient oxygen for themselves, adapt themselves to that condition and form ferments, which, by absorbing oxygen from substances coming in contact with them, ruin the latter. Thus the process is commenced by one cell robbing its neighbor of the source of its vitality when the supply is insufficient, and the ruin so commenced steadily progresses. 263 Paracelsus died too early. Experimenters as Pasteur are the best friends and helpers of the destroyers and the worst enemies of the creators if the latter were not at the same time destroyers too. However it may be, one thing is sure in this: the knowledge of these primary causes and of the ultimate essence of every element, of its lives, their functions, properties, and conditions of change constitutes the basis of magic. Paracelsus was, perhaps, the only occultist in Europe, during the last centuries since the Christian era, who was versed in this mystery. Had not a criminal hand put an end to his life, years before the time allotted him by nature, physiological magic would have fewer secrets for the civilized world than it now has. But what has the moon to do in all this? We may be asked. What have fish, sin, and moon in the apocalyptic saying of the stanza to do in company with the life microbes? With the latter nothing, except availing themselves of the tabernacle of clay prepared by them, with divine perfect man everything, since fish, sin, and moon make conjointly the 3 symbols of the immortal being. This is all that can be given. Nor does the writer pretend to know more of this strange symbol than may be inferred about it from exoteric religions, from the mystery perhaps, which underlies the Matsya, fish. The secret doctrine. Avatar of Vishnu, the Chaldean owns the man-fish, recorded in the imperishable sign of the zodiac, Pisces, and running throughout the 2 testaments in the personages of Joshua son of the fish, Nun, and Jesus, the allegorical sin or fall of spirit into matter, and the moon in so far as it relates to the lunar ancestors, the Pitris. For the present it may be as well to remind the reader that while the moon goddesses were connected in every mythology, especially the Grecian, with childbirth, because of the lunar influence on women and conception, the occult and actual connection of our satellite with fecundation is to this day unknown to physiology, which regards every popular practice in this reference as gross superstition. As it is useless to discuss them in detail, we may only stop at present to discuss the lunar symbology casually, to show that the said superstition belongs to the most ancient beliefs, and even to Judaism the basis of Christianity. With the Israelites, the chief function of Jehovah was child-giving, and the esotericism of the Bible, interpreted Kabbalistically, shows undeniably the Holy of Holies in the temple to be only the symbol of the womb. This is now proven beyond doubt and cavil, by the numerical reading of the Bible in general, and of Genesis especially. This idea must certainly have been borrowed by the Jews from the Egyptians and Indians, whose Holy of Holies was, and with the latter is to this day, symbolized by the king's chamber in the Great Pyramid, see Source of Measures, and the yoni symbols of exoteric Hinduism. To make the whole clearer and to show at the same time the enormous difference in the spirit of interpretation and the original meaning of the same symbols between the ancient Eastern occultists and the Jewish Kabbalists, we refer the reader to Book 2, The Holy of Holies. Asterisk stanza 7. Continued. 6. From the firstborn, primitive, or the first man, the thread between the silent watcher and his shadow becomes more. Phallic worship has developed only with the loss of the keys to the true meaning of the symbols. It was the last and most fatal turning point from the highway of truth and divine knowledge into the side path of fiction, raised into dogma through human falsification and hierarchic ambition. 265. Prototype. Man, the shadow of his. Strong and radiant with every change, reincarnation, a. The morning sunlight has changed into noonday glory. a. This sentence, the thread between the silent watcher and his shadow, man, becomes stronger with every reincarnation, is another psychological mystery, that will find its explanation in Book 2. For the present it will suffice to say that the watcher and his shadows, the latter numbering as many as there are reincarnations for the monad, are one. The watcher, or the divine prototype, is at the upper rung of the ladder of being, the shadow, at the lower. Withal, the monad of every living being, unless his moral turpitude breaks the connection and runs loose and astray into the lunar path, to use the occult expression, is an individual dhyan. Kohan, distinct from others, a kind of spiritual individuality of its own, during one special manvantara. Its primary, the spirit, Atman, is one, of course, with Paramatma, the one universal spirit, but the vehicle, Vahan, it is enshrined in, the Buddhi, is part and parcel of that dhyan kohanic essence, and it is in this that lies the mystery of that ubiquity, which was discussed a few pages back. My Father, that is in heaven, and I are one, says the Christian scripture. In this, at any rate, it is the faithful echo of the esoteric tenet. Stanza 7 continued. 7. This is thy present will, said the flame to the spark. Thou art myself, my image and my shadow. I have clothed myself in thee, and thou art my vahan, vehicle, to the day, be with us, when thou shalt re-become myself and others, Tfi self, and me, a. Then the builders, having donned their first clothing, descend on radiant earth, and reign over men who are themselves, b. a. The day when the spark will re-become the flame, man will merge into his dhyan kohan, myself and others, thyself and me, as the stanza has it, means this, in parinirvana, when pralaya will have reduced not only material and psychical bodies, but even the spiritual ego, to their original principle, the past, present, and even future. 266. The secret doctrine. Humanities, like all things, will be one and the same. Everything will have re-entered the great breath. In other words, everything will be merged in Brahma, or the divine unity. Is this annihilation, as some think? Or atheism, as other critics, the worshippers of a personal deity and believers in an unphilosophical paradise, are inclined to suppose? Neither. It is worse than useless to return to the question of implied atheism in that which is spirituality of a most refined character. To see in nirvana annihilation amounts to saying of a man plunged in a sound dreamless sleep, one that leaves no impression on the physical memory and brain, because the sleeper's higher self is in its original state of absolute consciousness during those hours, that he, too, is annihilated. The latter simile answers only to one side of the question, the most material. Sine reabsorption is by no means such a dreamless sleep, but, on the contrary, absolute existence, an unconditioned unity, or a state, to describe which human language is absolutely and hopelessly inadequate. The only approach to anything like a comprehensive conception of it can be attempted solely in the panoramic visions of the soul, through spiritual ideations of the divine monad. Nor is the individuality nor even the essence of the personality, if any be left behind, lost, because reabsorbed. For, however limitless from a human standpoint the paranirvanic state, it has yet a limit in eternity. Once reached, the same monad will re-emerge therefrom, as a still higher being, on a far higher plane, to recommence its cycle of perfected activity. The human mind cannot in its present stage of development transcend, scarcely reach this plane of thought. It totters here, on the brink of incomprehensible absoluteness and eternity. b. The Watchers reign over man during the whole period of Satya Yuga and the smaller subsequent yugas, down to the beginning of the third root race, after which it is the patriarchs, heroes, and the manes, see Egyptian dynasties enumerated by the priests. To Solon, the incarnated Dhyanis of a lower order, up to King Menes and the human kings of other nations, all were recorded carefully. In the views of symbologists this mythopoeic age is of course only regarded as a fairy tale. But since traditions and even chronicles of such dynasties of divine kings of gods reigning over men followed by dynasties of heroes or giants exist in the annals of every nation, it is difficult to understand how all the peoples under the sun, some of whom are separated by vast 267 earth, peopled from heaven, oceans and belong to different hemispheres, such as the ancient Peruvians and Mexicans, as well as the Chaldeans, could have worked out the same fairy tales in the same order of events. However, as the secret doctrine teaches history which, for being esoteric and traditional, is none the less more reliable than profane history, we are as entitled to our beliefs as anyone else, whether religionist or skeptic. And that doctrine says that the Dhyani Buddhas of the two higher groups, namely, the Watchers or the Architects, furnished the many and various races with divine kings and leaders. It is the latter who taught humanity their arts and sciences, and the former who revealed to the incarnated monads that had just shaken off their vehicles of the lower kingdoms and who had, therefore, lost every recollection of their divine origin the great spiritual truths of the transcendental worlds. See Book 2, Divine Dynasties. Thus, as expressed in the stanza, the Watchers descended on earth and reigned over men who are themselves. The reigning kings had finished their cycle on earth and other worlds, in the preceding rounds. In the future Manvantaras they will have risen to higher systems than our planetary world, and it is the elect of our humanity, the pioneers on the hard and difficult path of progress, who will take the places of their predecessors. The next great Manvantara will witness the men of our own life cycle becoming the instructors and guides of a mankind whose monads may now yet be imprisoned semi-conscious in the most intellectual of the animal kingdom, while their lower principles will be animating, perhaps, the highest specimens of the vegetable world. Thus proceed the cycles of the septenary evolution, in septennial nature, the spiritual or divine, the psychic or semi-divine, the intellectual, the passional, the instinctual or cognitional, the semi-corporeal and the purely material or physical natures. All these evolve and progress cyclically, passing from one into another, in a double, centrifugal and centripetal way, one in their ultimate essence, seven in their aspects. The lowest, of course, is the one depending upon and subservient to see the sacred mysteries among the Mayas and the Quiches, 11,500 years ago, by Augusta L. Plongian, who shows the identity between the Egyptian rites and beliefs and those of the people he describes. The ancient hieratic alphabets of the Maya and the Egyptians are almost identical. 268 The secret doctrine. Our five physical senses thus far, for individual, human, sentient, animal and vegetable life, each the microcosm of its higher macrocosm. The same for the universe, which manifests periodically, for purposes of the collective progress of the countless lives, the outbreathings of the one life, in order that through the ever-becoming, every cosmic atom in this infinite universe, passing from the formless and the intangible, through the mixed natures of the semi-terrestrial, down to matter in full generation, and then back again, reascending at each new period higher and nearer the final goal, that each atom, we say, may reach through individual merits and efforts that plane where it re-becomes the one unconditioned all. But between the Alpha and the Omega there is the weary road hedged in by thorns, that goes down first, then winds uphill all the way, yes, to the very end. Starting upon the long journey immaculate, descending more and more into sinful matter, and having connected himself with every atom in manifested space, the pilgrim, having struggled through and suffered in every form of life and being, is only at the bottom of the valley of matter, and half through his cycle, when he has identified himself with collective humanity. This, he has made in his own image. In order to progress upwards and homewards, the God has now to ascend the weary uphill path of the Golgotha of life. It is the martyrdom of self-conscious existence. Like Visvakarman, he has to sacrifice himself to himself in order to redeem all creatures, to resurrect from the many into the one life. Then he ascends into heaven indeed, where, plunged into the incomprehensible absolute being and bliss of parinirvana, he reigns unconditionally, and whence he will redescend again at the next coming, which one portion of humanity expects in its dead-letter sense as the second advent, and the other as the last Kaki avatar. Asterisk, which are in truth 7 as shown later, on the authority of the oldest Upanishads. 269, the first chapter of creation. Summing up. The history of creation and of this world from its beginning up to the present time is composed of 7 chapters. The 7th chapter is not yet written. T. Subborough, Theosophist, 1881. The first of these 7 chapters has been attempted and is now finished. However incomplete and feeble as an exposition, it is, at any rate, an approximation using the word in a mathematical sense to that which is the oldest basis for all the subsequent cosmogonies. The attempt to render in a European tongue the grand panorama of the ever-periodically recurring law impressed upon the plastic minds of the first races endowed with consciousness by those who reflected the same from the universal mind is daring, for no human language, save the Sanskrit which is that of the gods, can do so with any degree of adequacy. But the failures in this work must be forgiven for the sake of the motive. As a whole, neither the foregoing nor what follows can be found in full anywhere. It is not taught in any of the 6 Indian schools of philosophy, for it pertains to their synthesis the 7th, which is the occult doctrine. It is not traced on any crumbling papyrus of Egypt, nor is it any longer graven on a Syrian tile or granite wall. The books of the Vedanta, the last word of human knowledge, give out but the metaphysical aspect of this world cosmogony, and their priceless thesaurus, the Upanishads Upanishad being a compound word meaning the conquest of ignorance by the revelation of secret spiritual knowledge, require now the additional possession of a master key to enable the student to get at their full meaning. The reason for this I venture to state here as I learned it from a master. The name, Upanishads, is usually translated esoteric doctrine. These treatises form part of the Sruti or revealed knowledge, revelation, in short, and are generally attached to the Brahmana 270, the secret doctrine portion of the Vedas * as their third division. There are over 150 Upanishads enumerated by, and known to, Orientalists, who credit the oldest with being written probably about 600 years BC, but of genuine texts there does not exist a fifth of the number. The Upanishads are to the Vedas what the Kabbalah is to the Jewish Bible. They treat of and expound the secret and mystic meaning of the Vedic texts. They speak of the origin of the universe, the nature of deity, and of spirit and soul, as also of the metaphysical connection of mind and matter. In a few words, they contain the beginning and the end of all human knowledge, but they have now ceased to reveal it, since the day of Buddha. If it were otherwise, the Upanishads could not be called esoteric, since they are now openly attached to the sacred Brahmanical books, which have, in our present age, become accessible even to the mlechchas, outcasts, and the European Orientalists. One thing in them, and this in all the Upanishads, invariably and constantly points to their ancient origin, and proves, a. that they were written, in some of their portions, before the caste system became the tyrannical institution which it still is, and, b. that half of their contents have been eliminated, while some of them were rewritten and abridged. The great teachers of the higher knowledge and the Brahmins are continually represented as going to Kshatriya, military caste, kings, to become their pupils. As Cowell pertinently remarks, the Upanishads breathe an entirely different spirit, from other Brahmanical writings, a freedom of thought unknown in any earlier work except in the Rig Veda hymns themselves. The second fact is explained by a tradition recorded in one of the manuscripts on Buddha's life. It says that the Upanishads were originally attached to their Brahmanas after the beginning of a reform, which led to the exclusiveness of the present caste system among the Brahmins, a few centuries after the invasion of India by the twice-born. They were complete in those days, and were used for the instruction of the Chelas who were preparing for their initiation. The Vedas have a distinct dual meaning, one expressed by the literal sense of the words, the other indicated by the meter and the swam intonation, which are as the life of the Vedas. Learned pundits and philologists of course deny that Swarn has anything to do with philosophy or ancient esoteric doctrines, but the mysterious connection between Swara and light is one of its most profound secrets. T. Subbaro, 5 Years of Theosophy, p. 154. 271 Occultism in the Upanishads. This lasted so long as the Vedas and the Brahmanas remained in the sole and exclusive keeping of the temple Brahmins, while no one else had the right to study or even read them outside of the sacred caste. Then came Gautama, the prince of Kapilavastu. After learning the whole of the Brahmanical wisdom in the Rahasya or the Upanishads, and finding that the teachings differed little, if at all, from those of the teachers of life inhabiting the snowy ranges of the Himalayas, the disciple of the Brahmins, feeling indignant because the sacred wisdom was thus withheld from all but the Brahmins, determined to save the whole world by popularizing it. Then it was that the Brahmins, seeing that their sacred knowledge and occult wisdom was falling into the hands of the mlechchas, abridged the texts of the Upanishads, originally containing thrice the matter of the Vedas and the Brahmanas together, without altering, however, one word of the texts. They simply detached from the manuscripts the most important portions containing the last word of the mystery of being. The key to the Brahmanical secret code remained henceforth with the initiates alone, and the Brahmins were thus in a position to publicly deny the correctness of Buddha's teaching by appealing to their Upanishads, silenced forever on the chief questions. Such is the esoteric tradition beyond the Himalayas. Sri Sankaracharya, the greatest initiate living in the historical ages, wrote many a bhashya on the Upanishads. But his original treatises, as there are reasons to suppose, have not yet fallen into the hands of the Philistines, for they are too jealously preserved in his maths, monasteries, mathams. And there are still weightier reasons to believe that the priceless bhashyas, commentaries, on the esoteric doctrine of the Brahmins, by their greatest expounder, will remain for ages yet a dead letter to most of the Hindus, except the Samdritava Brahmins. This sect, founded by Sankaracharya, which is still very powerful in southern India, is now almost the only one to produce students who have preserved sufficient knowledge to comprehend it. Also called the Sons of Wisdom, and of the Fire Mist and the Brothers of the Sun in the Chinese records. Sijang, Tibet, is mentioned in the MSS. of the Sacred Library of the province of Fokien, as the great seat of occult learning from time immemorial, ages before Buddha. The Emperor Yu, the Great, 2207 years BC, a pious mystic and great adept, is said to have obtained his knowledge from the great teachers of the Snowy Range in Sijang. 272 The Secret Doctrine. Dead letter of the Bhashyas. The reason of this is that they alone, I am informed, have occasionally real initiates at their head in their mathams, as for instance, in the Sringagiri, in the western Ghats of Mysore. On the other hand, there is no sect in that desperately exclusive caste of the Brahmins, mere exclusive than is the Smartava, and the reticence of its followers to say what they may know of the occult sciences and the esoteric doctrine, is only equalled by their pride and learning. Therefore the writer of the present statement must be prepared beforehand to meet with great opposition and even the denial of such statements as are brought forward in this work. Not that any claim to infallibility, or to perfect correctness in every detail of all that which is herein said, was ever put forward. Facts are there, and they can hardly be denied. But, owing to the intrinsic difficulties of the subjects treated, and the almost insurmountable limitations of the English tongue, as of all other European languages, to express certain ideas, it is more than probable that the writer has failed to present the explanations in the best and in the clearest form, yet all that could be done was done. Under every adverse circumstance, and this is the utmost that can be expected of any writer. Let us recapitulate and show, by the vastness of the subjects expounded, how difficult, if not impossible, it is to do them full justice. 1. The secret doctrine is the accumulated wisdom of the ages, and its cosmogony alone is the most stupendous and elaborate system, e.g., even in the exotericism of the Puranas. But such is the mysterious power of occult symbolism, that the facts which have actually occupied countless generations of initiated seers and prophets to marshal, to set down and explain, in the bewildering series of evolutionary progress, are all recorded on a few pages of geometrical signs and glyphs. The flashing gaze of those seers has penetrated into the very kernel of matter, and recorded the soul of things there, where an ordinary profane, however learned, would have perceived but the external work of form. But modern science believes not in the soul of things, and hence will reject the whole system of ancient cosmogony. It is useless to say that the system in question is no fancy of one or several isolated individuals. That it is the uninterrupted record covering thousands of generations of seers whose respective experiences were made to test and to verify the 273 the pith and marrow of occultism. Traditions passed orally by one early race to another, of the teachings of higher and exalted beings, who watched over the childhood of humanity. That for long ages, the wise men of the fifth race, of the stock saved and rescued from the last cataclysm and shifting of continents, had passed their lives in learning, not teaching. How did they do so? It is answered, by checking, testing, and verifying in every department of nature the traditions of old by the independent visions of great adepts, i.e., men who have developed and perfected their physical, mental, psychic, and spiritual organizations to the utmost possible degree. No vision of one adept was accepted till it was checked and confirmed by the visions so obtained as to stand as independent evidence of other adepts, and by centuries of experiences. 2. The fundamental law in that system, the central point from which all emerged, around and toward which all gravitates, and upon which is hung the philosophy of the rest, is the one homogeneous divine substance principle, the one radical cause. Some few, whose lamps shone brighter, have been led from cause to nature's secret head, and found that one first principle must be. It is called substance principle, for it becomes substance on the plane of the manifested universe, an illusion, while it remains a principle in the beginningless and endless abstract, visible and invisible space. It is the omnipresent reality, impersonal, because it contains all and everything. Its impersonality is the fundamental conception of the system. It is latent in every atom in the universe, and is the universe itself. See in chapters on symbolism, primordial substance, and divine thought. 3. The universe is the periodical manifestation of this unknown absolute essence. To call it essence, however, is to sin against the very spirit of the philosophy. For though the noun may be derived in this case from the verb esse, to be, yet it cannot be identified with a being of any kind, that can be conceived by human intellect. It is best described as neither spirit nor matter, but both. Parabrahmam and Malaprakriti are one, in reality, yet too in the universal conception of the manifested, even in the conception of the one Logos, its first manifestation, to which, as the able lecturer in the Notes on the Bhagavad Gita shows, it appears from the objective standpoint of 274 the secret doctrine. The one Logos as Malaprakriti and not as Parabrahmam, as its veil and not the one reality hidden behind, which is unconditioned and absolute. 4. The universe is called, with everything in it, Maya, because all is temporary therein, from the ephemeral life of a firefly to that of the Sunday. Compared to the eternal immutability of the One, and the changelessness of that principle, the universe, with its evanescent ever-changing forms, must be necessarily, in the mind of a philosopher, no better than a will-o'-the-wisp. Yet, the universe is real enough to the conscious beings in it, which are as unreal as it is itself. 5. Everything in the universe, throughout all its kingdoms, is conscious, i.e., endowed with a consciousness of its own kind and on its own plane of perception. We men must remember that because we do not perceive any signs which we can recognize of consciousness, say, in stones, we have no right to say that no consciousness exists there. There is no such thing as either dead or blind matter, as there is no blind or unconscious law. These find no place among the conceptions of occult philosophy. The latter never stops at surface appearances, and for it the noumenal essences have more reality than their objective counterparts. It resembles therein the medieval nominalists, for whom it was the universals that were the realities and the particulars which existed only in name and human fancy. 6. The universe is worked and guided from within outwards. As above so it is below, as in heaven so on earth, and man the microcosm and miniature copy of the macrocosm is the living witness to this universal law, and to the mode of its action. We see that every external motion, act, gesture, whether voluntary or mechanical, organic or mental, is produced and preceded by internal feeling or emotion, will or volition, and thought or mind. As no outward motion or change, when normal, in man's external body can take place unless provoked by an inward impulse, given through one of the three functions named, so with the external or manifested universe. The whole cosmos is guided, controlled, and animated by almost endless series of hierarchies of sentient beings, each having a mission to perform, and who, whether we give to them one name or another, and call them Dhyankohans or angels, are messengers in the sense only that they are the agents of karmic and cosmic laws. They vary infinitely in their the nature of the celestial respective degrees of consciousness and intelligence, and to call them all pure spirits without any of the earthly alloy which time is wont to prey upon is only to indulge in poetical fancy. For each of these beings either earns, or prepares to become, a man, if not in the present, then in a past or a coming cycle, manvantara. They are perfected, when not incipient, men, and differ morally from the terrestrial human beings on their higher, less material, spheres, only in that they are devoid of the feeling of personality and of the human emotional nature, two purely earthly characteristics. The former, or the perfected, have become free from those feelings, because, a. They have no longer fleshly bodies, an ever-numbing weight on the soul, and, b. The pure spiritual element being left untrammeled and more free, they are less influenced by Maya than man can ever be, unless he is an adept who keeps his two personalities, the spiritual and the physical, entirely separated. The incipient monads, having never had terrestrial bodies yet, can have no sense of personality or egoism. That which is meant by personality, being a limitation and a relation, or, as defined by Coleridge, individuality existing in itself but with a nature as a ground, the term cannot of course be applied to non-human entities, but, as a fact insisted upon by generations of seers, none of these beings, high or low, have either individuality or personality as separate entities, i.e., they have no individuality in the sense in which a man says, I am myself and no one else. In other words, they are conscious of no such distinct separateness as men and things have on earth. Individuality is the characteristic of their respective hierarchies, not of their units, and these characteristics vary only with the degree of the plane to which those hierarchies belong, the nearer to the region of itohomogeneity and the one divine, the purer and the less accentuated that individuality in the hierarchy. They are finite, in all respects, with the exception of their higher principles, the immortal sparks reflecting the universal divine flame, individualized and separated only on the spheres of illusion by a differentiation as elusive as the rest. They are living ones, because they are the streams projected on the cosmic screen of illusion from the absolute life, beings in whom life cannot become extinct, before the fire of ignorance is extinct in those who sense these lives. It having sprung into being under the quickening influence of the uncreated beam, the reflection of the great central sun that 276 The secret doctrine radiates on the shores of the river of life. It is the inner principle in them which belongs to the waters of immortality, while its differentiated clothing is as perishable as man's body. Therefore Jung was right in saying that angels are men of a superior kind and no more. They are neither ministering nor protecting angels, nor are they harbingers of the Most High, still less the messengers of wrath of any god such as man's fancy has created. To appeal to their protection is as foolish as to believe that their sympathy may be secured by any kind of propitiation, for they are, as much as man himself is, the slaves and creatures of immutable karmic and cosmic law. The reason for it is evident. Having no elements of personality in their essence, they can have no personal qualities, such as attributed by men, in their exoteric religions, to their anthropomorphic God, a jealous and exclusive God who rejoices and feels wrathful, is pleased with sacrifice, and is more despotic in his vanity than any finite foolish man. Man, as shown in Book 2, being a compound of the essences of all those celestial hierarchies, may succeed in making himself, as such, superior, in one sense, to any hierarchy or class, or even combination of them. Man can neither propitiate nor command the devas, it is said. But, by paralyzing his lower personality, and arriving thereby at the full knowledge of the non-separateness of his higher self from the one absolute self, man can, even during his terrestrial life, become as one of us. Thus it is, by eating of the fruit of knowledge which dispels ignorance, that man becomes like one of the Elohim or the Dhyanis, and once on their plane the spirit of solidarity and perfect harmony, which reigns in every hierarchy, must extend over him and protect him in every particular. The chief difficulty which prevents men of science from believing in divine as well as in nature spirits is their materialism. The main impediment before the spiritualist which hinders him from believing in the same, while preserving a blind belief in the spirits of the departed, is the general ignorance of all, except some occultists and Kabbalists, about the true essence and nature of matter. It is on the acceptance or rejection of the theory of the unity of all in nature, in its ultimate essence, that mainly rests the belief or unbelief in the existence around us of other conscious beings besides the spirits of the dead. 277 Many bodies but one soul. It is on the right comprehension of the primeval evolution of spirit matter and its real essence that the student has to depend for the further elucidation in his mind of the occult cosmogony, and for the only sure clue which can guide his subsequent studies. In sober truth, as just shown, every spirit so-called is either a disembodied or a future man. As from the highest archangel, Dhyan Kohan, down to the last conscious builder, the inferior class of spiritual entities, all such are men, having lived eons ago, in other manvantaras, on this or other spheres, so the inferior, semi-intelligent and non-intelligent elementals are all future men. That fact alone, that a spirit is endowed with intelligence, is a proof to the occultist that that being must have been a man, and acquired his knowledge and intelligence throughout the human cycle. There is but one indivisible and absolute omniscience and intelligence in the universe, and this thrills throughout every atom and infinitesimal point of the whole finite cosmos, which hath no bounds, and which people call space, considered independently of anything contained in it. But the first differentiation of its reflection in the manifested world is purely spiritual, and the beings generated in it are not endowed with a consciousness that has any relation to the one we conceive of. They can have no human consciousness or intelligence before they have acquired such, personally and individually. This may be a mystery, yet it is a fact, in esoteric philosophy, and a very apparent one too. The whole order of nature evinces a progressive march towards a higher life. There is design in the action of the seemingly blindest forces. The whole process of evolution with its endless adaptations is a proof of this. The immutable laws that weed out the weak and feeble species, to make room for the strong, and which ensure the survival of the fittest, though so cruel in their immediate action, all are working toward the grand end. The very fact that adaptations do occur, that the fittest do survive in the struggle for existence, shows that what is called unconscious nature is in reality an aggregate of forces. Nature taken in its abstract sense, cannot be unconscious, as it is the emanation from, and thus an aspect, on the manifested plane, of the absolute consciousness. Where is that daring man who would presume to deny to vegetation and even to minerals a consciousness of their own? All he can say is, that this consciousness is beyond his comprehension. 278 The Secret Doctrine. Pullated by semi-intelligent beings, elementals, guided by high planetary spirits, Hyan-Kohans, whose collective aggregate forms the manifested verbum of the unmanifest logos, and constitutes at one and the same time the mind of the universe and its immutable law. Three distinct representations of the universe in its three distinct aspects are impressed upon our thought by the esoteric philosophy: the pre-existing, evolved from, the ever-existing, and the phenomenal, the world of illusion, the reflection and shadow thereof. During the great mystery and drama of life known as the Manvantara, real cosmos is like the object placed behind the white screen upon which are thrown the Chinese shadows, called forth by the magic lantern. The actual figures and things remain invisible, while the wires of evolution are pulled by the unseen hands, and men and things are thus but the reflections, on the white field, of the realities behind the snares of Mahamaya, or the great illusion. This was taught in every philosophy, in every religion, ante as well as post-Diluvian, in India and Chaldea, by the Chinese as by the Grecian sages. In the former countries these three universes were allegorized, in exoteric teachings, by the three trinities emanating from the central eternal germ and forming with it a supreme unity, the initial, the manifested, and the creative triad, or the three in one. The last is but the symbol, in its concrete expression, of the first ideal too. Hence esoteric philosophy passes over the necessarian of this purely metaphysical conception, and calls the first one, only, the ever-existing. This is the view of every one of the six great schools of Indian philosophy, the six principles of that unit body O/WLSDOM, of which the gnosis, the hidden knowledge, is the seventh. The writer hopes that, superficially handled as may be the comments on the 7 stanzas, enough has been given in this cosmogonic portion of the work to show archaic teachings to be more scientific, in the modern sense of the word, on their very face, than any other ancient scriptures left to be regarded and judged on their exoteric aspect. Since, however, as confessed before, this work withholds far more than it gives out, the student is invited to use his own intuitions. Our chief care is to elucidate that which has already been given out, and, to our regret, very incorrectly at times, to supplement the knowledge hinted at whenever and wherever possible by adding 279 Hermes, or Aristotle. Tional matter, and to bulwark our doctrines against the too strong attacks of modem sectarianism, and more especially against those of our latter-day materialism, very often miscalled science, whereas, in reality, the word scientists and zeolists ought alone to bear the responsibility for the many illogical theories offered to the world. In its great ignorance, the public, while blindly accepting everything that emanates from authorities, and feeling it to be its duty to regard every dictum coming from a man of science as a proven fact, the public, we say, is taught to scoff at anything brought forward from heathen sources. Therefore, as materialistic scientists can be fought solely with their own weapons, those of controversy and argument. An addendum is added to every book contrasting our respective views and showing how even great authorities may often err. We believe that this can be done effectually by showing the weak points of our opponents, and by proving their too frequent sophisms made to pass for scientific dicta to be incorrect. We hold to Hermes and his wisdom in its universal character, they to Aristotle as against intuition and the experience of the ages, fancying that truth is the exclusive property of the Western world. Hence the disagreement. As Hermes says, knowledge differs much from sense, for sense is of things that surmount it, but knowledge, GYI, is the end of sense, i.e., of the illusion of our physical brain and its intellect, thus emphasizing the contrast between the laboriously acquired knowledge of the senses and mind, manas, and the intuitive omniscience of the spiritual divine soul, buddhi. Whatever may be the destiny of these actual writings in a remote future, we hope to have proven so far the following facts. 1. The secret doctrine teaches no atheism, except in the Hindu sense of the word. Nastika, or the rejection of idols, including every anthropomorphic god. In this sense every occultist is a Nastika. 2. It admits a logos or a collective creator of the universe, a demiurgos in the sense implied when one speaks of an architect as the creator of an edifice, whereas that architect has never touched one stone of it, but, while furnishing the plan, left all the manual labor to the masons. In our case the plan was furnished by the ideation of the universe, and the constructive labor was left to the hosts of intelligent powers and forces. But that demiurgos is number 280. The secret doctrine. Personal deity, i.e., an imperfect extra-cosmic god, but only the aggregate of the Dhyankohans and the other forces. As to the latter, 3, they are dual in their character, being composed of, a, the irrational brute energy, inherent in matter, and, b, the intelligent soul or cosmic consciousness which directs and guides that energy, and which is the Dhyankohanic thought reflecting the ideation of the universal mind. This results in a perpetual series of physical manifestations and moral effects on earth, during manvantaric periods, the whole being subservient to karma. As that process is not always perfect, and since, however many proofs it may exhibit of a guiding intelligence behind the veil, it still shows gaps and flaws, and even results vary. Often in evident failures therefore, neither the collective host, demiurgos, nor any of the working powers individually, are proper subjects for divine honors or worship. All are entitled to the grateful reverence of humanity, however, and man ought to be ever striving to help the divine evolution of ideas, by becoming to the best of his ability a co-worker with nature in the cyclic task. The ever unknowable and incognizable Karana alone, the causeless cause of all causes, should have its shrine and altar on the holy and ever untrodden ground of our heart, invisible, intangible, unmentioned, save through the still small voice of our spiritual consciousness. Those who worship before it, ought to do so in the silence and the sanctified solitude of their souls, making their spirit the sole mediator between them and the universal spirit, their good actions the only priests, and their sinful intentions the only visible and objective sacrificial victims to the presence. See Part 2, on the hidden deity. 4. Matter is eternal. It is the upati, the physical basis, for the one infinite universal mind to build thereon its ideations. Therefore, the esotericists maintain that there is no inorganic or dead matter in nature, the distinction between the two made by science being as unfounded as it is arbitrary and devoid of reason. When thou prayest, thou shalt not be as the hypocrites are. But enter into thine inner chamber, and having shut thy door, pray to thy Father which is in secret. Matt. 6. Our Father is within us in secret, our seventh principle, in the inner chamber of our soul perception. The kingdom of heaven and of God is within us, says Jesus, not outside. Why are Christians so absolutely blind to the self-evident meaning of the words of wisdom they delight in mechanically repeating? 281. Matter is the shadow of spirit. Whatever science may think, however, and exact science is a fickle dame, as we all know by experience. Occultism knows and teaches differently, from time immemorial, from Manu and Hermes down to Paracelsus and his successors. Thus Hermes, the thrice great Trismegistus, says, "O, my son, matter becomes, formerly it was, for matter is the vehicle of becoming." Becoming is the mode of activity of the uncreate deity. Having been endowed with the germs of becoming, matter, objective, is brought into birth, for the creative force fashions it according to the ideal forms. Matter not yet engendered had no form, it becomes when it is put into operation. The definitions of Asclepios, p. 134, Virgin of the World. Everything is the product of one universal creative effort. There is nothing dead, in nature. Everything is organic and living, and therefore the whole world appears to be a living organism. Paracelsus, Philosophia ad Athenians, f. Hartmann's translations, p. 44. 5. The universe was evolved out of its ideal plan, upheld through eternity in the unconsciousness of that which the Vedantins call Parabrahm. This is practically identical with the conclusions of the highest Western philosophy, the innate, eternal, and self-existing ideas of Plato, now reflected by von Hartmann. The unknowable of Herbert Spencer bears only a faint resemblance to that transcendental reality believed in by occultists, often appearing merely a personification of a force behind phenomena, an infinite and eternal energy. To this the late Mrs. Drive, Kingsford, the able translator and compiler of the Hermetic fragments, see the Virgin of the World, remarks in a footnote. Dr. Menard observes that in Greek the same word signifies to be born and to become. The idea here is that the material of the world is in its essence eternal, but that before creation or becoming it is in a passive and motionless condition. Thus it was before being put into operation, now it becomes, that is, it is mobile and progressive. And she adds the purely Vedantic doctrine of the Hermetic philosophy that creation is thus the period of activity, manvantara, of God, who, according to Hermetic thought, or which, according to the Vedantin, has two modes. Activity or existence, God evolved, dens explicitus, and passivity of being, pralaya, God involved, dies implicitus. Both modes are perfect and complete, as are the waking and sleeping states of man. Fichte, the German philosopher, distinguished being, seen, as one, which we know only through existence, Dasein, as the manifold. This view is thoroughly Hermetic. The ideal forms are the archetypal or formative ideas of the Neoplatonists, the eternal and subjective concepts of things subsisting in the divine mind prior to becoming, p. 134, 282. The secret doctrine, from which all things proceed, while the author of the philosophy of the unconscious has come, in this respect only, as near to a solution of the great mystery as mortal man can. Few were those, whether in ancient or medieval philosophy, who have dared to approach the subject or even hint at it. Paracelsus mentions it inferentially. His ideas are admirably synthesized by Drive. F. Hartmann, FTS, in his Life of Paracelsus. All the Christian Kabbalists understood well the Eastern root idea, the active power, the perpetual motion of the great breath only awakens cosmos at the dawn of every new period, setting it into motion by means of the two contrary forces / and thus causing it to become objective on the plane of illusion. In other words, that dual motion transfers cosmos from the plane of the eternal ideal into that of finite manifestation, or from the noumenal to the phenomenal plane. Everything that is, was, and will be, eternally is, even the countless forms, which are finite and perishable only in their objective, not in their ideal form. They existed as ideas, in the eternity, and, when they pass away, will exist as reflections. Neither the form of man, nor that of any animal, plant, or stone has ever been created, and it is only on this plane of ours that it commenced becoming, i.e., objectivizing into its present materiality, or expanding from within outwards, from the most sublimated and supersensuous essence into its grossest appearance. Therefore our human forms have existed in the eternity as astral or ethereal prototypes, according to which models, the spiritual beings, or gods, whose duty it was to bring them into objective being and terrestrial life, evolved the protoplasmic forms of the future egos from their own essence. After which, when this human upati, or basic mold was ready, the natural terrestrial forces began to work on those supersensuous molds which contained, besides their own, the elements of all the past vegetable and future animal forms of this globe in them. Therefore, man's outward shell passed through every vegetable and animal body before it assumed the human shape. As this will be fully * the centripetal and the centrifugal forces, which are male and female, positive and negative, physical and spiritual, the two being the one primordial force. Occultism teaches that no form can be given to anything, either by nature or by man, whose ideal type does not already exist on the subjective plane. More than this, that no such form or shape can possibly enter man's consciousness, or evolve in his imagination, which does not exist in prototype, at least as an approximation. 283 Paracelsus anticipated Tyndall. Described in Book 2, with the commentaries thereupon, there is no need to say more of it here. According to the Flermatico-Kabbalistic philosophy of Paracelsus, it is Eleaster the ancestor of the just-born protyle, introduced by M.R. Crookes in chemistry or primordial proto-materia that evolved out of itself the cosmos. When evolution took place, the Eleaster divided itself, melted and dissolved, developing from within itself the idios or chaos, called respectively Mysterium Magnum, Iliadus, Limbus Major, or primordial matter. This primordial essence is of a monistic nature, and manifests itself not only as vital activity, a spiritual force, an invisible, incomprehensible, and indescribable power, but also as vital matter of which the substance of living beings consists. In this idios of primordial matter, or the proto-ilos, which is the matrix of all created things, is contained the substance from which everything is formed. It is the chaos out of which the macrocosm, and, later on, by evolution and division in mysterious specialia *each separate being, came into existence. All things and all elementary substances were contained in it in potentia but not in actu, which makes the translator Dr. F. Hartmann justly observed that it seems that Paracelsus anticipated the modem discovery of the potency of matter 300 years ago, p. 42. This Magnus Limbus, then, or Eleaster of Paracelsus, is simply our old friend Father-Mother, within, before it appeared in space, of the second and other stanzas. It is the universal matrix of cosmos, personified in the dual character of macro and microcosm, or the universe and our globe, t by oddity prakriti, the spiritual and the physical nature. For we find it explained in Paracelsus that the Magnus Limbus is the nursery out of which all creatures have grown, in the same sense as a tree grows out of a small seed, with the difference, however, that the great limbus takes its origin from the word, while the limbus minor, the terrestrial seed or sperm, takes it from the earth. This word is explained by Dr. Hartmann from the original texts of Paracelsus before him, as follows. According to this great Rosicrucian, mysterium is everything out of which something may be developed, which is only germinally contained in it. A seed is the mysterium of a plant, an egg that of a living bird, etc. Plus it is only the medieval Kabbalists who, following the Jewish and one or two Neoplatonists, applied the term microcosm to man. Ancient philosophy called the earth the microcosm of the macrocosm, and man the outcome of the two. 284 The secret doctrine. The great limbus is the seed out of which all beings have come, and the little limbus is each ultimate being that reproduces its form, and that has itself been produced by the great. The latter possesses all the qualifications of the great one, in the same sense as a son has an organization similar to that of his father. See comment. Book 2. Para, 3. As Eleaster dissolved. Aries, the dividing, differentiating, and individualizing power, Fahad, another old friend, began to act. All production took place in consequence of separation. There were produced out of the idios, the elements of fire, water, air, and earth, whose birth, however, did not take place in a material mode, or by simple separation, but by spiritual and dynamical, not even complex, combinations, e.g., mechanical mixture as opposed to chemical combination, just as fire may come out of a pebble, or a tree out of a seed, although there is originally no fire in the pebble, nor a tree in the seed. Spirit is living, and life is spirit, and life, and spirit, Prakriti Purusha, produce all things, but they are essentially one and not two. The elements too, have each one its own eleaster, because all the activity of matter in every form is only an effluvium of the same fount. But as from the seed grow the roots with their fibers, and after that the stalk with its branches and leaves, and lastly the flowers and seeds, likewise all beings were born from the elements, and consist of elementary substances out of which other forms may come into existence, bearing the characteristics of their parents. This doctrine, preached 300 years ago, remarks the translator, is identical with the one that has revolutionized modern thought, after having been put into new shape and elaborated by Darwin. It was still more elaborated by Kapila in the Sankhya philosophy. The elements as the mothers of all creatures are of an invisible, spiritual nature, and have souls. Asterisk they all spring from the Mysterium Magnum, Philosophia ad Athenenses. Compare this with Vishnu Purana. From Pradhana, primordial substance, presided over by Kshetrajana, embodied spirit. Proceeds the evolution of those qualities. From the great principle Maha, universal intellect, or mind, proceeds asterisk the Eastern occultist says are guided and informed by the spiritual beings, the workmen in the invisible worlds and behind the veil of occult nature, or nature in abscondido. 285 Hermes Christianized, the origin of the subtle elements and from these the organs of sense, Book I, // Thus it may be shown that all the fundamental truths of nature were universal in antiquity, and that the basic ideas upon spirit, matter, and the universe, or upon God, substance, and man, were identical. Taking the two most ancient religious philosophies on the globe, Hinduism and Hermetism, from the scriptures of India and Egypt, the identity of the two is easily recognizable. This becomes apparent to one who reads the latest translation and rendering of the Hermetic fragments just mentioned, by our late lamented friend, Dr. Anna Kingsford. Disfigured and tortured as these have been in their passage through sectarian Greek and Christian hands, the translator has most ably and intuitionally seized the weak points and tried to remedy them by means of explanations and footnotes. And she says, the creation of the visible world by the working gods or titans, as agents of the supreme God, is a thoroughly Hermetic idea, recognizable in all religious systems, and in accordance with modern scientific research, which shows us everywhere the divine power operating through natural forces. That universal being, that contains all, and which is all, put into motion the soul and the world, all that nature comprises, says Hermes. In the manifold unity of universal life, the innumerable individualities distinguished by their variations, are, nevertheless, united in such a manner that the whole is one, and that everything proceeds from unity. Asclepios, Part I. God is not a mind, but the cause that the mind is, not a spirit, but the cause that the spirit is, not light, but the cause that the light is. Divine Pymander, Book 9, v. 64. The above shows plainly that Divine Pymander, however much distorted in some passages by Christian smoothing, was nevertheless written by a philosopher, while most of the so-called Hermetic fragments are the production of sectarian pagans with a tendency towards an anthropomorphic supreme being. Yet both are the echo of the esoteric philosophy and the Hindu Puranas. Compare two invocations, one to the Hermetic Supreme All, the asterisk of frequent expression in the said fragments, to which we take exception. The universal mind is not a being or God. 286 The secret doctrine. Other to the supreme all of the later Arians. Says a Hermetic fragment cited by Suidas, CMRS. Kingsford's the Virgin of the world I adjure thee, I Tevan, holy work of the great God, I adjure thee. Voice of the Father, uttered in the beginning when the universal world was framed, I adjure thee by the word, only Son of the Father who upholds all things, be favorable, be favorable. This just preceded by the following, thus the ideal fight was before the ideal fight, and the luminous intelligence of intelligence was always, and its unity was nothing else than the Spirit enveloping the universe. Out of whom is neither God nor angels, nor any other essentials, for it, is the ford of all things and the power and the fight, and all depends on him, it, and is in phlegm, it, etc. Fragments of the writings of Hermes to Ammon. This is contradicted by the very same Trismegistos, who is made to say, to speak of God is impossible. For corporeal cannot express the incorporeal. That which has not any body nor appearance, nor form, nor matter, cannot be apprehended by sense. I understand, Tashios, I understand, that which it is impossible to define, that is God. Physical Eclogues, Florilegium of Stobsers. The contradiction between the two passages is evident, and this shows, a. that Flermes was a generic nom de plume used by a series of generations of mystics of every shade, and, b. that a great discernment has to be used before accepting a fragment as esoteric teaching only because it is undeniably ancient. Let us now compare the above with a like invocation in the Flindu scriptures, undoubtedly as old, if not far older. Fleer it is Partsera, the Aryan Flermes, who instructs Maitreya, the Indian Asclepios, and calls upon Vishnu in his triple hypostasis. Glory to the unchangeable, holy, eternal supreme Vishnu, of one universal nature, the mighty over all, to him who is Hiranyagarbha, Hari, and Sankara, Brahma, Vishnu, and Siva, the creator, the preserver, and the destroyer of the world, to Vasudeva, the liberator, of his worshippers, to him whose essence is both single and manifold, who is both subtle and corporeal, indiscrete and discrete, to Vishnu the cause of final emancipation, the cause of the creation, existence, the 287 alone the eternal is rest. End of the world, who is the root of the world, and who consists of the world. Visit Purana, Book L. This is a grand invocation, full of philosophical meaning underlying it, but, for the profane masses, as suggestive as is the first of an anthropomorphic being. We must respect the feeling that dictated both, but we cannot help finding it in full disharmony with its inner meaning, even with that which is found in the same Hermetic treatise where it is said, reality is not upon the earth, my son, and it cannot be thereon. Nothing on earth is real, there are only appearances. He, man, is not real, my son, as man. The real consists solely in itself and remains what it is. Man is transient, therefore he is not real, he is but appearance, and appearance is the supreme illusion. Tashios, then the celestial bodies themselves are not real, my father, since they also vary. Trismegistos, that which is subject to birth and to change is not real. There is in them a certain falsity, seeing that they too are variable. Tashios, and what then is the primordial reality? Trismeg, that which is one and alone, O Tashios, that which is not made of matter, nor in any body. Which has neither color nor form, which changes not nor is transmitted but which always is. This is quite consistent with the Vedantic teaching. The leading thought is occult, and many are the passages in the Hermetic fragments that belong bodily to the secret doctrine. The latter teaches that the whole universe is ruled by intelligent and semi-intelligent forces and powers, as stated from the very beginning. Christian theology admits and even enforces belief in such, but makes an arbitrary division and refers to them as angels and devils. Science denies the existence of such, and ridicules the very idea. Spiritualists believe in the spirits of the dead, and, outside these, deny entirely any other kind or class of invisible beings. The occultists and Kabbalists are thus the only rational expounders of the ancient traditions, which have now culminated in dogmatic faith on the one hand, and dogmatic denials on the other. For, both belief and unbelief embrace but one small corner each of the infinite horizons of spiritual and physical manifestations, and thus both are right from 288 the secret doctrine. Their respective standpoints, and both are wrong in believing that they can circumscribe the whole within their own special and narrow barriers, for they can never do so. In this respect science, theology, and even spiritualism show little more wisdom than the ostrich does, when it hides its head in the sand at its feet, feeling sure that there can be thus nothing beyond its own point of observation and the limited area occupied by its foolish head. As the only works now extant upon the subject under consideration within reach of the profane of the Western civilized races are the above-mentioned Hermetic books, or rather Hermetic fragments, we may contrast them in the present case with the teachings of esoteric philosophy. To quote for this purpose from any other would be useless, since the public knows nothing of the Chaldean works which are translated into Arabic and preserved by some Sufi initiates. Therefore the definitions of Asclepios, as lately compiled and glossed by Mrs. A. Kingsford, F.T.S., some of which sayings are in remarkable agreement with the esoteric Eastern doctrine, have to be resorted to for comparison. Though not a few passages show a strong impression of some later Christian hand, yet on the whole the characteristics of the genii and gods are those of Eastern teachings, while concerning other things there are passages which differ widely in our doctrines. The following are a few. The Hermetic philosophers called theoi, gods. Genii and daimons, in the original texts, those entities whom we call devas, gods, Dhyan Kohans, Chitkala, Kuan Yin, the Buddhists call them, and by other names. The daimons are in the Socratic sense, and even in the Oriental and Latin theological sense the guardian spirits of the human race, those who dwell in the neighborhood of the immortals, and thence watch over human affairs, as Hermes has it. In esoteric parlance, they are called Chitkala, some of which are those who have furnished man with his fourth and fifth principles from their own essence, and others the Pitris so called. This will be explained when we come to the production of the complete man. The root of the name is Kiti, that by which the effects and consequences of actions and kinds of knowledge are selected for the use of the soul, or conscience, the inner voice in man. With the yogis, the Kiti is a synonym of Maha, the first and divine intellect, but in esoteric philosophy Maha is the root of Kiti, its germ, and Kiti is a quality of Manas in conjunction with Buddhi, a quality that attracts to itself by spiritual affinity a Chitkala when it develops sufficiently in man. This is why it is said that Kiti is a voice acquiring mystic life and becoming Kuan Yin. 289 A few occult aphorisms. Extracts from a private commentary, hitherto secret. 17. The initial existence in the first twilight of the Mahamanvantara, after the Mahapralaya that follows every age of Brahma, is a conscious spiritual quality. In the manifested worlds, solar systems, it is, in its objective subjectivity, like the film from a divine breath to the gaze of the entranced seer. It spreads as it issues from laity throughout infinity as a colorless spiritual fluid. It is on the seventh plane, and in its seventh state in our planetary world. J. 18. It is substance to our spiritual sight. It cannot be called so by men in their waking state, therefore they have named it in their ignorance God Spirit. 19. It exists everywhere and forms the first upati, foundation, on which our world, solar system, is built. Outside the latter it is to be found in its pristine purity only between, the solar systems or, the stars of the universe, the worlds already formed or forming, those in lie resting meanwhile in its bosom. As its substance is of a different kind from that known on earth, the inhabitants of the latter, seeing through it, believe in their illusion and ignorance that it is empty space. There is not one finger's breadth, angula, of void space in the whole boundless universe. XX, matter or substance is septenary within our world, as it is so beyond it. Moreover, each of its states or principles is graduated into 7 degrees of density. Surya, the sun, in its visible reflection, exhibits the first, or lowest state of the 7th, the highest state of the universal presence, the pure of the pure, the first manifested breath of the ever unmanifest Sat, beingness. All the central physical or objective suns are in their substance the lowest state of the first principle of the breath, nor are any of these any more than the reflections of their primaries, which are concealed from the gaze of all but the Dhyan Kohans, whose corporeal substance belongs to the 5th division of the 7th principle of the mother. Substance, and is, this, teaching, does not refer to Prakriti Purusha beyond the boundaries of our small universe, the ultimate quiescent state, the nirvana condition of the 7th principle. The teaching is all given from our plane of consciousness. 290 The secret doctrine. Therefore, 4 degrees higher than the solar reflected substance. As there are 7 principal substances in the human body, so there are 7 forces in man and in all nature. XXI, the real substance of the concealed sun, is a nucleus of mother substance. It is the heart and the matrix of all the living and existing forces in our solar universe. It is the kernel from which proceed to spread on their cyclic journeys all the powers that set in action the atoms in their functional duties, and the focus within which they again meet in their 7th essence every 11th year. He who tells thee he has seen the sun, laugh at him as if he had said that the sun moves really onward on his diurnal path. XXIII. It is on account of his septenary nature that the sun is spoken of by the ancients as one who is driven by 7 horses equal to the meters of the Vedas, or, again, that, though he is identified with the 7 Gana, classes of being, in his orb, he is distinct from them, as he is, indeed, as also that he has 7 rays, as indeed he has. XXV, the 7 beings in the sun are the 7 holy ones, self-born from the inherent power in the matrix of mother substance. It is they who send the 7 principal forces, called rays, which at the beginning of Pralaya will center into 7 new suns for the next Manvantara. The energy from which they spring into conscious existence in every sun, is what some people call Vishnu, see footnote below, which is the breath of the absoluteness. We call it the one manifested life itself, a reflection of the absolute. XXVI, the latter must never be mentioned in words or speech lest it should take away some of our spiritual energies that aspire towards its state, gravitating ever onward unto it spiritually, as the whole physical universe gravitates towards its manifested center. Cosmically. XXVII, the former the initial existence which may be called while in * or the dream of science, the primeval really homogeneous matter, which no mortal can make objective in this race or round either. Plus Vishnu in the form of the solar active energy, neither ever rises nor sets, and is at once, the 7-fold sun and distinct from it, says Vishnu Purana, Book 2, Chap. 1-1. In the same manner as a man approaches a mirror placed upon a stand, beholds in it his own image, so the energy or reflection of Vishnu, the sun, is never disjoined but remains in the sun as in a mirror that is there stationed. Vishnu Purana. 291 Occult Aphorisms. This state of being the one life, is, as explained, a film for creative or formative purposes. It manifests in 7 states, which, with their septenary subdivisions, are the 49 fires * mentioned in sacred books. XXIX, the first is the mother, prima materia. Separating itself into its primary 7 states, it proceeds down cyclically, when having consolidated itself in its last principle as gross matter, it revolves around itself and informs, with the 7th emanation of the last, the first and the lowest element, the serpent biting its own tail. In a hierarchy, or order of being, the 7th emanation of her last principle is, in the mineral, the spark that lies latent in it, and is called to its evanescent being by the positive awakening the negative, and so forth. B. In the plant it is that vital and intelligent force which informs the seed and develops it into the blade of grass, or the root and sapling. It is the germ which becomes the upadi of the 7 principles of the thing it resides in, shooting them out as the latter grows and develops. See, in every animal it does the same. It is its life principle and vital power, its instinct and qualities, its characteristics and special idiosyncrasies. D. To man, it gives all that it bestows on all the rest of the manifested units in nature, but develops, furthermore, the reflection of all its 49 fires in him. Each of his 7 principles is an heir in full to, and a partaker of, the 7 principles of the Great Mother. Try breath of her first principle is his spirit, Atma. Her second principle is Buddhi, soul. We call it, erroneously, the 7th. The third furnishes him with, a. the brain stuff on the physical plane, and, b. with the mind that moves it, which is the human soul. H.P. according to his organic capacities. E. It is the guiding force in the cosmic and terrestrial elements. It resides in the fire provoked out of its latent into active being, for the whole of the 7 subdivisions of the principle reside in the terrestrial fire. It whirls in the breeze, blows with the hurricane, and sets the air in motion, which element participates in one of its principles also. Proceeding cyclically, it regulates the motion. Asterisk in Vishnu and other Puranas. Plus see the hermetic nature, going down cyclically into matter when she meets heavenly man. 292 The secret doctrine of the water, attracts and repels the waves asterisk according to fixed laws of which its 7th principle is the informing soul. F. Its 4 higher principles contain the germ that develops into the cosmic gods, its 3 lower ones breed the lives of the elements, elementals. G. In our solar world, the one existence is heaven and the earth, the root and the flower, the action and the thought. It is in the sun, and is as present in the glowworm. Not an atom can escape it. Therefore, the ancient sages have wisely called it the manifested God in nature. It may be interesting, in this connection, to remind the reader of what Mr. Subaru said of the forces mystically defined. See 5 Years of Theosophy and the 12 Signs of the Zodiac. Thus he says, Kanya, the 6th sign of the Zodiac, or Virgo, means a virgin, and represents Sakti or Mahamaya. The sign is the 6th rasi or division, and indicates that there are 6 primary forces in nature, synthesized by the 7th. These Sakti stand as follows: 1. Parasakti. Literally the great or supreme force or power. It means and includes the powers of light and heat. 2. Jnanasakti. The power of intellect, of real wisdom or knowledge. It has 2 aspects. The following are some of its manifestations when placed under the influence or control of material conditions: a. The power of the mind in interpreting our sensations, b. Its power in recalling past ideas, memory, and raising future expectation, c. Its power as exhibited in what are called by modern psychologists the laws of association, which enables it to form persisting connections between various groups of sensations and possibilities of sensations, and thus generate the notion or idea of an external object. D. Its power in connecting our ideas together by the mysterious link of memory, and thus generating the notion of self or individuality. Some of its manifestations when liberated from the bonds of matter are: a. Clairvoyance, b. Psychometry. 3. Ichasakti, the power of the will. Its most ordinary manifesta asterisk the writers of the above knew perfectly well the physical cause of the tides, of the waves, etc. It is the informing spirit of the whole cosmic solar body that is meant here, and which is referred to whenever such expressions are used from the mystic point of view. 293 The 7 powers. Shan is the generation of certain nerve currents which set in motion such muscles as are required for the accomplishment of the desired object. 4. Kriyasakti. The mysterious power of thought which enables it to produce external, perceptible, phenomenal results by its own inherent energy. The ancients held that any idea will manifest itself externally if one's attention is deeply concentrated upon it. Similarly, an intense volition will be followed by the desired result. A yogi generally performs his wonders by means of Ichchasakti and Kriyasakti. 5. Kundalini Sakti. The power or force which moves in a curved path. It is the universal life principle manifesting everywhere in nature. This force includes the two great forces of attraction and repulsion. Electricity and magnetism are but manifestations of it. This is the power which brings about that continuous adjustment of internal relations to external relations which is the essence of life according to Herbert Spencer, and that continuous adjustment of external relations to internal relations which is the basis of transmigration of souls, punarjanman, rebirth, in the doctrines of the ancient Hindu philosophers. A yogi must thoroughly subjugate this power before he can attain moksham. 6. Mantrika Sakti. The force or power of letters, speech, or music. The Mantra Shastra has for its subject matter this force in all its manifestations. The influence of melody is one of its ordinary manifestations. The power of the ineffable name is the crown of this Sakti. Modern science has but partly investigated the first, second, and fifth of the forces above named, but is altogether in the dark as regards the remaining powers. The six forces are in their unity represented by the Devi Prakriti, the seventh, the light of the Logos. The above is quoted to show the real Hindu ideas on the same. It is all esoteric, though not covering the 10th part of what might be said. For 1, the 6 names of the 6 forces mentioned are those of the 6 hierarchies of Dhyan Kohan synthesized by their primary, the 7th, who personify the 5th principle of cosmic nature, or of the mother in its mystical sense. The enumeration alone of the yogi powers would require 10 volumes. Each of these forces has a living conscious entity at its head, of which entity it is an emanation. 294 The Secret Doctrine. But let us compare with the commentary just cited the words of Hermes, the thrice great: the creation of life by the sun is as continuous as his light, nothing arrests or limits it. Around him, like an army of satellites, are innumerable choirs of genii. These dwell in the neighborhood of the immortals, and thence watch over human things. They fulfill the will of the gods, karma, by means of storms, tempests, transitions of fire and earthquakes, likewise by famines and wars, for the punishment of impiety. It is the sun who preserves and nourishes all creatures, and even as the ideal world which environs the sensible world fills this last with the plenitude and universal variety of forms, so also the sun, enfolding all in his light, accomplishes everywhere the birth and development of creatures. Under his orders is the choir of genii, or rather the choirs, for there are many and diverse, and their number corresponds to that of the stars. Every star has its genii, good and evil by nature, or rather by their operation, for operation is the essence of the genii. All these genii preside over mundane affairs. They shape and overthrow the constitution of states and of individuals, they imprint their likeness on our souls, they are present in our nerves, our marrow, our veins, our arteries, and our very brain substance. At the moment when each of us receives life and being, he is taken in charge by the genii, elementals, who preside over births, and who are classed beneath the astral powers, superhuman astral spirits. They change perpetually, not always identically, but revolving in circles they permeate by the body 2 parts of the soul, that it may receive from each the impress of his own energy. But the reasonable part of the soul is not subject to the genii, it is designed see stanzas 3 and 4. And the commentaries thereupon, especially the comments on stanza 4. The Lafika and the 4 Maharajas, the agents of karma. Plus and gods or dhyanis, 2, not only the genii or guided forces. The meaning of this is that as man is composed of all the great elements, fire, air, water, earth, and ether, the elementals which belong respectively to these elements feel attracted to man by reason of their essence. That element which predominates in a certain constitution will be the ruling element throughout life. For instance, if man has a preponderance of the earthly, gnomic element, the gnomes will lead him towards assimilating metals, money and wealth, and so on. Animal man is the son of the animal elements out of which his soul, life, was born, and animals are the mirrors of man, says Paracelsus, De Fundamento Sapientics. Paracelsus was cautious, and wanted the Bible to agree with what he said, and therefore did not say all. Cyclic progress in development. 295 Universal illusion. For the reception of the God * who enlightens it with a sunny ray. Those who are thus illumined are few in number, and from them the genii abstain, for neither genii nor gods have any power in the presence of a single ray of God. But all other men, both soul and body, are directed by genii, to whom they cleave, and whose operations they effect. The genii have then the control of mundane things, and our bodies serve them as instruments. The above, save a few sectarian points, represents that which was a universal belief common to all nations till about a century or so back. It is still as orthodox in its broad outlines and features among pagans and Christians alike, if one accepts a handful of materialists and men of science. For whether one calls the genii of Hermes and his gods, powers of darkness and angels, as in the Greek and Latin churches, or spirits of the dead, as in spiritualism, or, again, bhuts and devas, shaitan, or jinn, as they are still called in India and Mussulman countries, they are all one and the same thing, illusion. Let not this, however, be misunderstood in the sense into which the great philosophical doctrine of the Vedantists has been lately perverted by Western schools. All that which is, emanates from the Absolute, which, from this qualification alone, stands as the one and only reality. Hence, everything extraneous to this Absolute, the generative and causative element, must be an illusion, most undeniably. But this is only so from the purely metaphysical view. A man who regards himself as mentally sane, and is so regarded by his neighbors, calls the visions of an insane brother whose hallucinations make the victim either happy or supremely wretched, as the case may be. Illusions and fancies likewise. But, where is that madman for whom the hideous shadows in his deranged mind, his illusions, are not, for the time being, as actual and as real as the things which his physician or keeper may see? Everything is relative in this universe, everything is an illusion. But the God in man, and often the incarnation of a God, a highly spiritual Dhyan Kohan in him, besides the presence of his own seventh principle. Plus now, what God is meant here? Not God the Father, the anthropomorphic fiction, for that God is the Elohim collectively, and has no being apart from the host. Besides, such a God is finite and imperfect. It is the high initiates and adepts who are meant here by those men few in number. And it is precisely those men who believe in gods and know no God, but one universal unrelated and unconditioned deity. 296 The secret doctrine. The experience of any plane is an actuality for the percipient being, whose consciousness is on that plane, though the said experience, regarded from the purely metaphysical standpoint, may be conceived to have no objective reality. But it is not against metaphysicians, but against physicists and materialists that esoteric teachings have to fight, and for these vital force, light, sound, electricity, even to the objectively pulling force of magnetism, have no objective being, and are said to exist merely as modes of motion, sensations and affections of matter. Neither the occultists generally, nor the theosophists, reject, as erroneously believed by some, the views and theories of the modem scientists, only because these views are opposed to theosophy. The first rule of our society is to render unto Caesar what is Caesar's. The theosophists, therefore, are the first to recognize the intrinsic value of science. But when its high priests resolve consciousness into a secretion from the gray matter of the brain, and everything else in nature into a mode of motion, we protest against the doctrine as being unphilosophical, self-contradictory, and simply absurd, from a scientific point of view, as much and even more than from the occult aspect of the esoteric knowledge. For truly the astral light of the derided Kabbalists has strange and weird secrets for him who can see in it, and the mysteries concealed within its incessantly disturbed waves are there, the whole body of materialists and scoffers notwithstanding. 51. These secrets, along with the astral light of the Kabbalists is very incorrectly translated by some ether, the latter is confused with the hypothetical ether of science, and both are referred to by some theosophists as synonymous with Akaza. This is a great mistake. A characteristic of Akaza will serve to show how inadequately it is represented by ether, writes the author of Rational Refutations, thus unconsciously helping occultism. In dimension it is infinite, it is not made tip of parts, and color, taste, smell, and tangibility do not appertain to it. So far forth it corresponds exactly to time, space, Isvara, the Lord, but rather creative potency and sole anima mundi. Its speciality, as compared therewith, consists in its being the material cause of sound. Except for its being so, one might take it to be one with vacuity, p. 120, it is vacuity, no doubt, especially for rationalists. At any rate Akaza is sure to produce vacuity in the brain of a materialist. Nevertheless, though Akaza is not that ether of science, not even the ether of the occultist, who defines the latter as one of the principles of Akaza only, it is as certainly, together with its primary, the cause of sound, only a physical and spiritual, not a material cause by any means. The relations of ether to Akaza may be defined by applying to both Akaza and ether the words said of the god in the Vedas, so himself was indeed, his own, son, one being the progeny of the other and yet itself. This may be a difficult riddle to the profane, but very easy to understand for any Hindu though not even a mystic. 297 Nothing new under the sun. Many other mysteries will remain non-existent to the materialists of our age, in the same way as America was a non-existent myth for Europeans during the early part of the medieval ages, whereas Scandinavians and Norwegians had actually reached and settled in that very old New World several centuries before. But, as a Columbus was bombed to rediscover, and to force the old world to believe in antipodal countries, so will there be born scientists who will discover the marvels now claimed by occultists to exist in the regions of ether, with their varied and multiform denizens and conscious entities. Then, nolens volens, science will have to accept the old superstition, as it has several others. And having been once forced to accept it judging from past experience its learned professors will, in all probability, as in the case of mesmerism and magnetism, now rebaptized hypnotism, father the thing and reject its name. The choice of the new appellation will depend, in its turn, on the modes of motion, the new name for the older automatic physical processes among the nerve fibrils of the scientific brain of Moleshot, as also, very likely, upon the last meal of the namer, since, according to the founder of the new hylo-idealistic scheme, cerebration is generically the same as chylification. Thus, were one to believe this preposterous proposition, the new name of the archaic thing would have to take its chance, on the inspiration of the namer's liver, and then only would these truths have a chance of becoming scientific. But truth, however distasteful to the generally blind majorities, has always had her champions, ready to die for her, and it is not the occultists who will protest against its adoption by science under whatever new name. But, until absolutely forced on the notice and acceptance of scientists, many an occult truth will be tabooed, as the phenomena of the spiritualists and other psychic manifestations were, to be finally appropriated by its extraducers without the least acknowledgement or thanks. Nitrogen has added considerably to chemical knowledge, but its discoverer, Paracelsus, is to this day called a quack. National Reformer, January 9, 1887. Article Pharmacobiology, by Drive. Lewins. 298 The Secret Doctrine. How profoundly true are the words of H.T. Buckle, in his admirable History of Civilization, Volume I, p. 256, when he says, owing to circumstances still unknown, karmic provision, HPB, there appear from time to time great thinkers, who, devoting their lives to a single purpose, are able to anticipate the progress of mankind, and to produce a religion or a philosophy by which important effects are eventually brought about. But if we look into history we shall clearly see that, although the origin of a new opinion may be thus due to a single man, the result which the new opinion produces will depend on the condition of the people among whom it is propagated. If either a religion or a philosophy is too much in advance of a nation, it can do no present service but must bide its time until the minds of men are ripe for its reception. Every science, every creed has had its martyrs. According to the ordinary course of affairs, a few generations pass away, and then there comes a period when these very truths are looked upon as commonplace facts, and a little later there comes another period in which they are declared to be necessary, and even the dullest intellect wonders how they could ever have been denied. It is barely possible that the minds of the present generations are not quite ripe for the reception of occult truths. Such will be the retrospect furnished to the advanced thinkers of the sixth root race of the history of the acceptance of esoteric philosophy fully and unconditionally. Meanwhile the generations of our fifth race will continue to be led away by prejudice and preconceptions. Occult sciences will have the finger of scorn pointed at them from every street corner, and everyone will seek to ridicule and crush them in the name, and for the greater glory, of materialism and its so-called science. The addendum which completes the present book shows, however, in an anticipatory answer to several of the forthcoming scientific objections, the true and mutual positions of the defendant and plaintiff. The theosophists and occultists stand arraigned by public opinion, which still holds high the banner of the inductive sciences. The latter have, then, to be examined, and it must be shown how far their achievements and discoveries in the realm of natural laws are opposed, not so much to our claims, as to the facts in nature. The hour has now struck to ascertain whether the this is cyclic law, but this law itself is often defied by human stubbornness. 299 men welcome error, and crucify the truth. Walls of the modem Jericho are so impregnable that no blast of the occult trumpet is ever likely to make them crumble. The so-called forces, with light and electricity heading them, and the constitution of the solar orb must be carefully examined, as also gravitation and the nebular theories. The natures of ether and of other elements must be discussed, thus contrasting scientific with other occult teachings, while revealing some of the hitherto secret tenets of the latter. Vide addendum. Some 15 years ago, the writer was the first to repeat, after the Kabbalists, the wise commandments in the esoteric catechism. Close thy mouth, lest thou shouldst speak of this, the mystery, and thy heart, lest thou shouldst think aloud, and if thy heart has escaped thee, bring it back to its place, for such is the object of our alliance. Sefer Jezirah, Book of Creation. And again, this is a secret which gives death, close thy mouth lest thou shouldst reveal it to the vulgar, compress thy brain lest something should escape from it and fall outside. Rules of Initiation. A few years later, a comer of the veil of Isis had to be lifted, and now another and a larger rent is made. But old and time-honored errors such as become with every day more glaring and self-evident stand arrayed in battle order now, as they did then. Marshaled by blind conservatism, conceit, and prejudice, they are constantly on the watch, ready to strangle every truth, which, awakening from its age-long sleep, happens to knock for admission. Such has been the case ever since man became an animal. That this proves in every case moral death to the revealers, who bring to light any of these old truths, is as certain as that it gives life and regeneration to those who are fit to profit even by the little that is now revealed to them. Book I, Part 2. The Evolution of Symbolism in its Approximate Order. Book I, Part 2. Secret Doctrine. 1. Symbolism and Ideographs. A symbol is ever, to him who has eyes for it, some dimmer or clearer revelation of the godlike. Through all their glimmers something of a divine idea, nay, the highest ensign that men ever met and embraced under the cross itself, had no meaning, save an accidental extrinsic one. Carlyle. The study of the hidden meaning in every religious and profane legend, of whatsoever nation, large or small, preeminently the traditions of the East, has occupied the greater portion of the present writer's life. She is one of those who feel convinced that no mythological story, no traditional event in the folklore of a people has ever been, at any time, pure fiction, but that every one of such narratives has an actual, historical lining to it. In this the writer disagrees with those symbologists, however great their reputation, who find in every myth nothing save additional proofs of the superstitious bent of mind of the ancients, and believe that all mythologies sprung from and are built upon solar myths. Such superficial thinkers were admirably disposed of by Mr. Gerald Massey, the poet and Egyptologist, in a lecture on Lunaolatry, Ancient and Modern. His pointed criticism is worthy of reproduction in this part of this work, as it echoes so well our own feelings, expressed openly so far back as 1875, when Isis Unveiled was written. For 30 years past Professor Max Muller has been teaching in his books and lectures, in the Times and various magazines, from the platform of the Royal Institution, the pulpit of Westminster Abbey, and his chair at Oxford, that mythology is a disease of language, and that the ancient symbolism was a result of something like a primitive aberration. We know, says Renouf, echoing Max Muller, in his Hibbert Lectures, we know that mythology is the disease which springs up at a peculiar stage of human culture. Such is the shallow explanation of the non-evolutionists, and such explanations are still accepted by the British public, that gets its THINK 304 The Secret Doctrine. Ing done by proxy. Professor Max Muller, Cox, Kubometis, and other propounders of the solar mythos, have portrayed the primitive myth-maker for us as a sort of Germanist Hindu metaphysician, projecting his own shadow on a mental mist, and talking ingeniously concerning smoke, or, at least, cloud, the sky overhead becoming like the dome of dreamland, scribbled over with the imagery of aboriginal nightmares. They conceive the early man in their own likeness, and look upon him as perversely prone to self-mystification, or, as Fontenelle has it, subject to beholding things that are not there. They have misrepresented primitive or archaic man as having been idiotically misled from the first by an active but untutored imagination into believing all sorts of fallacies, which were directly and constantly contradicted by his own daily experience, a fool of fancy in the midst of those grim realities that were grinding his experience into him, like the grinding icebergs making their imprints upon the rocks submerged beneath the sea. It remains to be said, and will one day be acknowledged, that these accepted teachers have been no nearer to the beginnings of mythology and language than Burns' poet Willie had been near to Pegasus. My reply is, 'tis but a dream of the metaphysical theorist that mythology was a disease of language, or of anything else except his own brain. The origin and meaning of mythology have been missed altogether by these solarites and weathermongers. Mythology was a primitive mode of thinking, the early thought. It was founded on natural facts, and is still verifiable in phenomena. There is nothing insane, nothing irrational in it, when considered in the light of evolution, and when its mode of expression by sign language is thoroughly understood. The insanity lies in mistaking it for human history or divine revelation. Mythology is the repository of man's most ancient science, and what concerns us chiefly is this: when truly interpreted once more, it is destined to be the death of those false theologies to which it has unwittingly given birth. In modern phraseology, a statement is sometimes said to be mythical in proportion to its being untrue, but the ancient mythology was not a system or mode of falsifying in that sense. Its fables were the means of conveying facts, they were neither forgeries nor fictions. For example, when the Egyptians portrayed the moon as a cat, they were not ignorant enough to suppose that the moon was a cat, nor did their wandering fancy see any likeness in the moon to a cat, nor was a cat myth any mere expansion of verbal metaphor, nor had they any intention of making puzzles or riddles. They had observed the simple fact that the cat saw in the dark, and that her eyes became full-orbed, and grew most luminous by night. The moon was the seer by night in heaven, and the cat was its equivalent on the earth, and so the familiar cat was adopted as a representative, a natural sign, a living pictograph of the lunar orb. And so it followed that the sun which saw down in the underworld at night could also be called the cat, as it was, because it also saw in the dark. The name of the asterisk as far as divine revelation is concerned, we agree. Not so with regard to human history. For there is history in most of the allegories and myths of India, and events, real actual events, are concealed under them. Plus when the false theologies disappear, then true prehistoric realities will be found, contained especially in the mythology of the Aryans, ancient Hindus, and even the pre-Homeric Hellenes. 305 Emblem and symbol differ. Cat in Egyptian is Mao, which denotes the seer, from man, to see. One writer on mythology asserts that the Egyptians imagined a great cat behind the sun, which is the pupil of the cat's eye. But this imagining is all modem. It is the Millerite stock in trade. The moon as cat was the eye of the sun, because it reflected the solar light, and because the eye gives back image in its mirror. In the form of the goddess Pusht, the cat keeps watch for the sun, with her paw holding down and bruising the head of the serpent of darkness, called his eternal enemy. This is a very correct exposition of the lunar mythos from its astronomical aspect. Selenography, however, is the least esoteric of the divisions of lunar symbology. To master thoroughly, if one is permitted to coin a new word, selenonosis, one must become proficient in more than its astronomical meaning. The moon, Vide 7. Dies Lumis, is intimately related to the earth, as shown in stanza 6 of Book I, and is more directly concerned with all the mysteries of our globe than is even Venus Lucifer, the occult sister and alter ego of the earth. The untiring researches of Western, and especially German, symbologists, during the last and the present centuries, have brought every occultist and most unprejudiced persons to see that without the help of symbology, with its 7 departments, of which the modems know nothing, no ancient scripture can ever be correctly understood. Symbology must be studied from every one of its aspects, for each nation had its own peculiar methods of expression. In short, no Egyptian papyrus, no Indian tola, no Assyrian tile, or Hebrew scroll, should be read and accepted literally. This every scholar now knows. The able lectures of Mr. G. Massey alone are sufficient in themselves to convince any fair-minded Christian that to accept the dead letter of the Bible is equivalent to falling into a grosser error and superstition than any hitherto evolved by the brain of the savage South Sea Islander. But the point to which even the most truth-loving and truth-searching Orientalists, whether Arianists or Egyptologists, seem to remain blind, is the fact that every symbol in papyrus or aliyah is a many-faced diamond, each of whose facets not merely bears several interpretations, but relates likewise to several sciences. This is instanced in the just quoted interpretation of the moon symbolized by the cat, an example of sideroterrestrial imagery, the moon bearing many other meanings besides this with other nations. As a learned Mason and Theosophist, the late Mr. Kenneth Mackenzie, has shown in his Royal Masonic Cyclopedia, there is a great difference between emblem and symbol. The former comprises a larger series of thoughts than a symbol, which may be said rather to illustrate some single special idea. Hence, the symbols, say lunar, or solar, of several countries, each illustrating such a special idea, or series of ideas, form collectively an esoteric emblem. The latter is a concrete visible 306 the secret doctrine. Picture or sign representing principles, or a series of principles, recognizable by those who have received certain instructions, initiates. To put it still plainer, an emblem is usually a series of graphic pictures viewed and explained allegorically, and unfolding an idea in panoramic views, one after the other. Thus the Puranas are written emblems. So are the Mosaic and Christian Testaments, or the Bible, and all other exoteric scriptures. As the same authority shows, All esoteric societies have made use of emblems and symbols, such as the Pythagorean Society, the Eleusinian, the Hermetic Brethren of Egypt, the Rosicrucians, and the Freemasons. Many of these emblems it is not proper to divulge to the general eye, and a very minute difference may make the emblem or symbol differ widely in its meaning. The magical sigilli, being founded on certain principles of numbers, partake of this character, and although monstrous or ridiculous in the eyes of the uninstructed, convey a whole body of doctrine to those who have been trained to recognize them. The above enumerated societies are all comparatively modern, none dating back earlier than the Middle Ages. How much more proper, then, that the students of the oldest archaic school should be careful not to divulge secrets of far more importance to humanity, in the sense of being dangerous in the hands of the latter, than any of the so-called Masonic secrets, which have now become, as the French say, those of Polichinelle. But this restriction can apply only to the psychological or rather psychophysiological and cosmical significance of symbol and emblem, and even to that only partially. An adept must refuse to impart the conditions and means that lead to a correlation of elements, whether psychic or physical, that may produce a hurtful result as well as a beneficent one. But he is ever ready to impart to the earnest student the secret of the ancient thought in anything that regards history concealed under mythological symbolism, and thus to furnish a few more landmarks towards a retrospective view of the past, as containing useful information with regard to the origin of man, the evolution of the races and geognosy. Yet it is the crying complaint of today, not only among theosophists, but also among the few profane interested in the subject. Why do not the adepts reveal that which they know? To this, one might answer, why should they, since one knows beforehand that no man of science will accept, even as an hypothesis, let alone as a theory or axiom, the facts imparted? Have you so much as accepted or believed in the ABC of the occult philosophy contained in the Theosophist, Esoteric Buddhism, and other works and periodicals? Has not even the little which was given, been ridiculed and derided, and made to face the animal and ape theory of Huxley Haeckel, on one hand, and the rib of Adam and the apple on the other? Notwithstanding such an unenviable prospect, a mass of facts is given in the present work. And now the origin of man, the evolution of the globe and 307 magic potency of sound, the races, human and animal, are as fully treated here as the writer is able to treat them. The proofs brought forward in corroboration of the old teachings are scattered widely throughout the old scriptures of ancient civilizations. The Puranas, the Zendavesta and the old classics are full of them, but no one has ever gone to the trouble of collecting and collating together those facts. The reason for this is, that all such events were recorded symbolically, and that the best scholars, the most acute minds, among our Arianists and Egyptologists, have been too often darkened by one or another preconception, still oftener, by one-sided views of the secret meaning. Yet even a parable is a spoken symbol, a fiction or a fable, as some think, an allegorical representation, we say, of life realities, events, and facts. And, as a moral was ever drawn from a parable, that moral being an actual truth and fact in human life, so an historical, real event was deduced by those versed in the hieratic sciences from certain emblems and symbols recorded in the ancient archives of the temples. The religious and esoteric history of every nation was embedded in symbols, it was never expressed in so many words. All the thoughts and emotions, all the learning and knowledge, revealed and acquired, of the early races, found their pictorial expression in allegory and parable. Why? Because the spoken word has a potency unknown to, unsuspected and disbelieved in, by the modem sages. Because sound and rhythm are closely related to the four elements of the ancients, and because such or another vibration in the air is sure to awaken corresponding powers, union with which produces good or bad results, as the case may be. No student was ever allowed to recite historical, religious, or any real events in so many unmistakable words, lest the powers connected with the event should be once more attracted. Such events were narrated only during the initiation, and every student had to record them in corresponding symbols, drawn out of his own mind and examined later by his master, before they were finally accepted. Thus was created in time the Chinese alphabet, as, before that, the hieratic symbols were fixed upon in Old Egypt. In the Chinese language, the alphabet of which may be read in any language, and which is only a little less ancient than the Egyptian alphabet of Thoth, every word has its corresponding symbol, conveying the word needed in a pictorial form. The language possesses many thousands of such symbol letters, or logograms, each meaning a whole word, for letters proper, or an alphabet, do not exist in the Chinese language any more than they did in the Egyptian till a far later period. Thus, a Japanese who does not understand one word of Chinese, meeting with a Chinaman who has never heard the language of the former, will communicate in writing with him, and they will understand each other perfectly because the writing is symbolical. 308 The Secret Doctrine. The explanation of the chief symbols and emblems is now attempted, as Book 2, which treats of anthropogenesis, would be most difficult to understand without a preparatory acquaintance with the metaphysical symbols at least. Nor would it be just to enter upon an esoteric reading of symbolism without giving due honor to one who has rendered it the greatest service in this century, by discovering the chief key to ancient Hebrew symbology, interwoven strongly with metrology, one of the keys to the once universal mystery language. Mr. Ralston Skinner, of Cincinnati, the author of The Hebrew-Egyptian Mystery and the Source of Measures, has our thanks. A mystic and a Kabbalist by nature, he has labored for many years in this direction, and his efforts were certainly crowned with great success. In his own words, the writer is quite certain that there was an ancient language which modemly and up to this time appears to have been lost, the vestiges of which, however, abundantly exist. The author discovered that this integral ratio in numbers of diameter to circumference of a circle, geometrical ratio, was the very ancient, and probably the divine origin of linear measures. It appears almost proven that the same system of geometry, numbers, ratio, and measures were known and made use of on the continent of North America, even prior to the knowledge of the same by the descending Semites. The peculiarity of this language was that it could be contained in another, concealed and not to be perceived, save through the help of special instruction, letters and syllabic signs possessing at the same time the powers or meaning of numbers, of geometrical shapes, pictures, or ideographs and symbols, the design scope of which would be determinatively helped out by parables in the shape of narratives or parts of narratives, while also it could be set forth separately, independently, and variously, by pictures, in stone work, or in earth construction. To clear up an ambiguity as to the term language, primarily the word means the expression of ideas by human speech, but, secondarily, it may mean the expression of ideas by any other instrumentality. This old language is so composed in the Hebrew text, that by the use of the written characters, which will be the language first defined, a distinctly separated series of ideas may be intentionally communicated, other than those ideas expressed by the reading of the sound signs. This secondary language sets forth, under a veil, series of ideas, copies in imagination of things sensible, which may be pictured, and of things which may be classed as real without being sensible, as, for instance, the number May 9th be taken as a reality, though it has no sensible existence, so also a revolution of the moon, as separate from the moon itself by which that revolution has been made, may be taken as giving rise to, or causing a real idea, though such a revolution has no substance. This idea language may consist of symbols restricted to arbitrary terms and signs, having a very limited range of conceptions, and quite valueless, or it may be a reading of nature in some of her manifestations of a value almost immeasurable, as regards human civilization. A picture of something natural may give rise to ideas of co ordina 309 mystery language. 5. Subject matter, radiating out in various and even opposing directions, like the spokes of a wheel, and producing natural realities in departments very foreign to the apparent tendency of the reading of the first or starting picture. Notion may give rise to connected notion, but if it does, then, however apparently incongruous, all resulting ideas must spring from the original picture and be harmonically connected, or related. Thus with a pictured idea radical enough, the imagination of the cosmos itself even in its details of construction might result. Such a use of ordinary language is now obsolete, but it has become a question with the writer whether at one time, far back in the past, it, or such, was not the language of the world and of universal use, possessed, however, as it became more and more molded into its arcane forms, by a select class or caste. By this I mean that the popular tongue or vernacular commenced even in its origin to be made use of as the vehicle of this peculiar mode of conveying ideas. Of this the evidences are very strong, and, indeed, it would seem that in the history of the human race there happened, from causes which at present, at any rate, we cannot trace, a lapse or loss from an original perfect language and a perfect system of science. Shall we say perfect because they were of divine origin and importation? Divine origin does not mean here a revelation from an anthropomorphic God on a mount amidst thunder and lightning, but, as we understand it, a language and a system of science imparted to the early mankind by a more advanced mankind, so much higher as to be divine in the sight of that infant humanity. By a mankind, in short, from other spheres, an idea which contains nothing supernatural in it, but the acceptance or rejection of which depends upon the degree of conceit and arrogance in the mind of him to whom it is stated. For, if the professors of modern knowledge would only confess that, though they know nothing of the future of the disembodied man, or rather will accept nothing, yet this future may be pregnant with surprises and unexpected revelations to them, once their egos are rid of their gross bodies, then materialistic unbelief would have fewer chances than it has. Who of them knows, or can tell, what may happen when once the life cycle of this globe is run down and our Mother Earth herself falls into her last sleep? Who is bold enough to say that the divine egos of our mankind, at least the elect out of the multi-hides passing on to other spheres, will not become in their turn the divine instructors of a new mankind generated by them on a new globe, called to life and activity by the disembodied principles of our earth? See stanza 6, Book I, Part 1. All this may have been the experience of the past, and these strange records lie embedded in the mystery language of the prehistoric ages, the language now called symbolism. 310 The secret doctrine. H. The mystery language and its keys. Recent discoveries made by great mathematicians and Kabbalists thus prove, beyond a shadow of doubt, that every theology, from the earliest and oldest down to the latest, has sprung not only from a common source of abstract beliefs, but from one universal esoteric, or mystery language. These scholars hold the key to the universal language of old, and have turned it successfully, though only once, in the hermetically closed door leading to the Hall of Mysteries. The great archaic system known from prehistoric ages as the sacred wisdom science, one that is contained and can be traced in every old as well as in every new religion, had, and still has, its universal language. Suspected by the Mason Ragan? The language of the Hierophants, which has 7 dialects, so to speak, each referring, and being specially appropriated, to one of the 7 mysteries of nature. Each had its own symbolism. Nature could thus be either read in its fullness, or viewed from one of its special aspects. The proof of this lies, to this day, in the extreme difficulty which the Orientalists in general, the Indianists and Egyptologists especially, experience in interpreting the allegorical writings of the Aryans and the hieratic records of Old Egypt. This is because they will never remember that all the ancient records were written in a language which was universal and known to all nations alike in days of old, but which is now intelligible only to the few. Like the Arabic figures which are plain to a man of whatever nation, or like the English word and, which becomes et for the Frenchman, und for the German, and so on, yet which may be expressed for all civilized nations in the simple sign and. So all the words of that mystery language signified the same thing to each man of whatever nationality. There have been several men of note who have tried to re-establish such a universal and philosophical tongue, Dilgarm, Wilkins, Leibniz, but Demetrius, in his Pasigraphy, is the only one who has proven its possibility. The scheme of Valentinius, called the Greek Kabbalah, based on the combination of Greek letters, might serve as a model. The many-sided facets of the mystery language have led to the adoption of widely varied dogmas and rites in the exotericism of the church rituals. It is they, again, which are at the origin of most of the dogmas of the Christian Church, e.g., the 7 sacraments, the Trinity, the resurrection, the 7 capital sins and the 7 virtues. The 7 keys to the mystery tongue, however, having always been in 311 Egypt's many religions. The keeping of the highest among the initiated hierophants of antiquity, it is only the partial use of a few out of the 7 which passed, through the treason of some early church fathers, ex-initiates of the temples, into the hands of the new sect of the Nazarenes. Some of the early popes were initiates, but the last fragments of their knowledge have now fallen into the power of the Jesuits, who have turned them into a system of sorcery. It is maintained that India, not in its present limits, but including its ancient boundaries, is the only country in the world which still has among her sons adepts, who have the knowledge of all the 7 subsystems and the key to the entire system. Since the fall of Memphis, Egypt began to lose those keys one by one, and Chaldea had preserved only 3 in the days of Beresus. As for the Hebrews, in all their writings they show no more than a thorough knowledge of the astronomical, geometrical, and numerical systems of symbolizing all the human, and especially the physiological functions. They never had the higher keys. Every time I hear people talking of the religion of Egypt, writes M. Gaston Maspero, the great French Egyptologist and the successor of Mariette Bey, I am tempted to ask which of the Egyptian religions they are talking about. Is it of the Egyptian religion of the 4th dynasty, or of the Egyptian religion of the Ptolemaic period? Is it of the religion of the rabble, or of that of the learned men? Of that which was taught in the schools of Heliopolis, or of that other which was in the minds and conceptions of the Theban sacerdotal class? For, between the first tomb of Memphis, which bears the cartouche of a king of the 3rd dynasty, and the last stones at Esna under Caesar Philippus, the Arabian, there is an interval of at least 5,000 years. Leaving aside the invasion of the shepherds, the Ethiopian and Assyrian dominions, the Persian conquest, Greek colonization, and the 1,000 revolutions of its political life, Egypt has passed during those 5,000 years through many vicissitudes of life, moral and intellectual. Chapter 17. Of the Book of the Dead, which seems to contain the exposition of the system of the world as it was understood at Heliopolis during the time of the first dynasties, is known to us only by a few copies of the 11th and 12th dynasties. Each of the verses composing it was already at the time interpreted in 3 or 4 different ways, so different, indeed, that according to this or another school, the demiurge became the solar fire, Rashu, or the primordial water. 15 centuries later, the number of readings had increased considerably. Time had, in its course, modified the ideas about the universe and the forces that ruled it. During the hardly 18 centuries that Christianity exists, it has worked, 312 the secret doctrine. Developed and transformed most of its dogmas. How many times, then, might not the Egyptian clergy have altered its dogmas during those 50 centuries that separate Theodosius from the king builders of the pyramids? Here we believe the eminent Egyptologist is going too far. The exoteric dogmas may often have been altered, the esoteric never. He does not take into account the sacred immutability of the primitive truths, revealed only during the mysteries of initiation. The Egyptian priests have forgotten much, they altered nothing. The loss of a good deal of the primitive teaching was due to the sudden deaths of the great hierophants, who passed away before they had time to reveal all to their successors, mostly, to the absence of worthy heirs to the knowledge. Yet they have preserved in their rituals and dogmas the principal teachings of the secret doctrine. Thus, in the 17th chapter mentioned by Maspero, one finds, 1. Osiris saying he is Tuum, the creative force in nature, giving form to all beings, spirits, and men, self-generated and self-existent, issued from Noun, the celestial river, called Father-Mother of the gods, the primordial deity, which is chaos or the deep, impregnated by the unseen spirit. 2. He has found Shu, solar force, on the staircase in the city of the eight, the two cubes of good and evil, and he has annihilated the evil principles in Noun, chaos, the children of rebellion. 3. He is the fire and water, i.e., Noun the primordial parent, and he created the gods out of his limbs. 14 gods, twice 7, 7 dark and 7 light gods, the 7 spirits of the presence of the Christians and the 7 dark evil spirits. 4. He is the law of existence and being, v10, the Benu, or phoenix, the bird of resurrection in eternity, in whom night follows the day, and day the night. An allusion to the periodical cycles of cosmic resurrection and human reincarnation, for what can this mean? The wayfarer who crosses millions of years, in the name of one, and the great. Green, primordial water or chaos, the name of the other, v17, one begetting millions of years in succession, the other engulfing them, to restore them back. 5. He speaks of the 7 luminous ones who follow their Lord, who confers justice, Osiris in Amenti. All this is now shown to have been the source and origin of Christian dogmas. That which the Jews had from Egypt, through Moses and other initiates, was confused and distorted enough in later days, and that which the Church got from both, is still more misinterpreted. Yet their system is now proven identical in this special department of symbology. The key, namely, to the mysteries of astronomy as connected with those of generation and conception? With those ideas of ancient religions, the theology of which has developed the phallic element. The Jewish system of sacred measures applied to religious symbols is the same. 313 The Jews, and their system. So far as geometrical and numerical combinations go, as those of Chaldea, Greece, and Egypt, having been adopted by the Jews during the centuries of their slavery and captivity with those nations*. What was that system? It is the intimate conviction of the author of the source of measures that the Mosaic books were intended, by a mode of art speech, to set forth a geometrical and numerical system of exact science, which should serve as an origin of measures. Piazzi Smith believes likewise. This system and these measures are found by some scholars to be identical with those used in the construction of the Great Pyramid. But this is only partially so. The foundation of these measures was the Parker ratio, says Mr. R. Skinner, in The Source of Measures. The author of this very extraordinary work has found it out, he says, in the use of the integral ratio in numbers of diameter to circumference of a circle, discovered by John Parker, of New York. This ratio is 6,561 for diameter, and 20,612 for circumference. Furthermore, that this geometrical ratio was the very ancient, and probably, the divine origin of what have now become through exoteric handling and practical application the British linear measures, the underlying unit of which, viz., the inch, was likewise the base of one of the royal Egyptian cubits and of the Roman foot. He also found out that there was a modified form of the ratio, viz., 113 to 355, explained in his work, and that while this last ratio pointed through its origin to the exact integral pi, or to 6,561 to 20,612, it also served as a base for astronomical calculations. The author discovered that a system of exact science, geometrical, numerical, and astronomical, founded on these ratios and to be found in use in the construction of the great Egyptian pyramid, was in part the burden of this language as contained in, and concealed under, the verbiage of the Hebrew text of the Bible. The inch and the 2-foot rule of 24 inches interpreted for use through the elements of the circle, see first pages of Book I, and the ratios mentioned, were found to be at the basis or foundation of this natural and Egyptian and Hebrew system of science, while, moreover, it seems evident enough that the system itself was looked upon as of divine origin and of divine revela*, as we said in Isis, Volume 2 p. 438-9, to the present moment, in spite of all controversies and researches. History and science remain as much as ever in the dark as to the origin of the Jews. They may be as well the exiled Chandalas of old India, the bricklayers mentioned by Venusvita, Vedavyasa and Manu, as the Phoenicians of Herodotus, or the Hyksos of Josephus, or descendants of Pali shepherds, or a mixture of all these. The Bible names the Tyrians as a kindred people, and claims dominion over them. Yet whatever they may have been, they became a hybrid people, not long after Moses, as the Bible shows them freely intermarrying not alone with the Canaanites, but with every other nation or race they came in contact with. 314 The Secret Doctrine. But let us see what is said by the opponents of Professor Piotr Smythe's measurements of the pyramid. Mr. Petrie seems to deny them, and to have made short work altogether of Piotr Smythe's calculations in their biblical connection. So does Mr. Proctor, the champion coincidentalist for many years past in every question of ancient arts and sciences. Speaking of the multitude of relations independent of the pyramid, which have turned up while the pyramidalists have been endeavoring to connect the pyramid with the solar system. These coincidences, he says, are altogether more curious than any coincidence between the pyramid and astronomical numbers. The former are as close and remarkable as they are real, i.e., those coincidences that would remain if even the pyramid had no existence, the latter which are only imaginary, have only been established by the process which schoolboys call fudging, and now new measures have left the work to be done all over again. Petrie's letter to the Academy, December 17, 1881, to this Mr. Stan Island Wake justly observes in his work on the origin and significance of the Great Pyramid, London, 1882. They must, however, have been more than mere coincidences, if the builders of the pyramid had the astronomical knowledge displayed in its perfect orientation and in its other admitted astronomical features. They had it, and it is on this knowledge that the program of the mysteries and of the series of initiations was based. Thence, the construction of the pyramids, the everlasting record and the indestructible symbol of these mysteries and initiations on earth, as the courses of the stars are in heaven. The cycle of initiation was a reproduction in miniature of that great series of cosmic changes to which astronomers have given the name of tropical or sidereal year. Just as, at the close of the cycle of the sidereal year 25,868 years, the heavenly bodies return to the same relative positions as they occupied at its outset, so at the close of the cycle of initiation the inner man has regained the pristine state of divine purity and knowledge from which he set out on his cycle of terrestrial incarnation. Moses, an initiate into the Egyptian mystagogy, based the religious mysteries of the new nation which he created, upon the same abstract formula derived from this sidereal cycle, which he symbolized under the form and measurements of the tabernacle, that he is supposed to have constructed in the wilderness. On these data, the later Jewish high priests constructed the allegory of Solomon's temple, a building which never had a real existence, any more than had King Solomon himself, who is simply, and as much a solar myth as is the still later Hiram Abiff, of the Masons, as Ragan has well demonstrated. Thus, if the measurements of this allegorical temple, the symbol of the cycle of 315 Piazza Smith and Petrie disagree, initiation, coincide with those of the Great Pyramid, it is due to the fact that the former were derived from the latter through the tabernacle of Moses. That our author has undeniably discovered one and even two of the keys is fully demonstrated in the work just quoted. One has but to read it to feel a growing conviction that the hidden meaning of the allegories and parables of both testaments is now unveiled. But that he owes this discovery far more to his own genius than to Parker and Piotr Smith, is as certain, if not more so. For, as just shown, whether the measures of the Great Pyramid taken and adopted as the correct ones by the biblical pyramidalists are beyond suspicion, is not so sure. A proof of this is the work called The Pyramids and Temples of Gizeh, by Mr. F. Petrie, besides other works written quite recently to oppose the said calculations, which were called biased. We gather that nearly every one of Piazzi Smythe's measurements differs from the later and more carefully made measurements of Mr. Petrie, who concludes the introduction to his work with this sentence: as to the results of the whole investigation, perhaps many theories will agree with an American who was a warm believer in pyramid theories when he came to Gizeh. I had the pleasure of his company there for a couple of days, and at our last meal together he said to me in a saddened tone, "Well, sir, I feel as if I had been to a funeral. By all means let the old theories have a decent burial, though we should take care that in our haste none of the wounded ones are buried alive." As regards the late J. Parker's calculation in general, and his third proposition especially, we have consulted some eminent mathematicians, and this is the substance of what they say: Parker's reasoning rests on sentimental, rather than mathematical, considerations, and is logically inconclusive. Proposition 3, namely, that the circle is the natural basis or beginning of all area, and the square being made so in mathematical science, is artificial and arbitrary, is an illustration of an arbitrary proposition, and cannot safely be relied upon in mathematical reasoning. The same observation applies, even more strongly, to Proposition 7, which states that because the circle is the primary shape in nature, and hence the basis of area, and because the circle is measured by, and is equal to the square only in ratio of half its circumference by the radius, therefore, circumference and radius, and not the square of diameter, are the only natural and legitimate elements of area, by which all regular shapes are made equal to the square, and equal to the circle. Proposition 9 is a remarkable example of faulty reasoning, and it is the one on which Mr. Parker's quadrature mainly rests. Here it is. 316. The secret doctrine. The circle and the equilateral triangle are opposite to one another in all the elements of their construction, and hence the fractional diameter of one circle, which is equal to the diameter of one square, is in the opposite duplicate ratio to the diameter of an equilateral triangle whose area is 1, etc., etc. Granting, for the sake of argument, that a triangle can be said to have a radius in the sense in which we speak of the radius of a circle. For what Parker calls the radius of the triangle is the radius of a circle inscribed in the triangle, and therefore not the radius of the triangle at all. And granting for the moment the other fanciful and mathematical propositions united in his premises, why must we conclude that if the triangle and circle are opposite in all the elements of their construction, the diameter of any defined circle is in the opposite duplicate ratio of the diameter of any given equivalent triangle? What necessary connection is there between the premises and the conclusion? The reasoning is of a kind not known in geometry, and would not be accepted by strict mathematicians. Whether the archaic esoteric system originated the British inch or not, is of little consequence, however, to the strict and true metaphysician. Nor does Mr. Ralston Skinner's esoteric reading of the Bible become incorrect, merely because the measurements of the pyramid will not be found to agree with those of Solomon's temple, the Ark of Noah, etc., or because Mr. Parker's quadrature of the circle is rejected by mathematicians. For Mr. Skinner's reading depends first of all on the Kabbalistic methods and the rabbinical value of the Hebrew letters. But it is extremely important to ascertain whether the measures used in the evolution and building of the Aryan symbolic religion, in the construction of their temples, the figures given in the Puranas, and especially in their chronology, their astronomical symbols, the duration of the cycles, and other computations, were, or were not, the same as those used in the biblical measurements and glyphs. For this will prove that the Jews, unless they took their sacred cubit and measurements from the Egyptians, Moses being an initiate of the priests, must have got those notions from India. At any rate they passed them to the early Christians. Hence, it is the occultists and Kabbalists who are the true heirs to the knowledge, or the secret wisdom which is still found in the Bible, for they alone now understand its real meaning, whereas profane Jews and Christians cling to the husks and dead letter thereof. That it is the system of measures which led to the invention of the God names Elohim and Jehovah, and their adaptation to phallicism, and that Jehovah is a not very flattered copy of Osiris, is now demonstrated by the author of the Source of Measures. But the latter and Mr. Blavatsky Smith both seem to labor under the impression that, a. the priority of the system belongs to the Israelites, 317 truth must prevail at last. The Hebrew language being the divine language, and that, b. this universal language belongs to direct revelation. The latter hypothesis is correct only in the sense shown in the last paragraph of the preceding, but we have yet to agree as to the nature and character of the divine revealer. With regard to priority, this, to the profane, will of course depend on, a. the internal and external evidence of the revelation, and, b. on each scholar's individual preconception. This, however, cannot prevent either the theistic Kabbalist, or the pantheistic occultist, from believing each in his way, neither of the two convincing the other. The data furnished by history are too meager and unsatisfactory for either of them to prove to the skeptic which of them is right. On the other hand, the proofs afforded by tradition are too constantly rejected for us to hope to settle the question in our present age. Meanwhile, materialistic science will be laughing impartially at both Kabbalists and occultists. But the said vexed question of priority once laid aside, science, in its departments of philology and comparative religion, will find itself finally taken to task, and be compelled to admit the common claim * its greatest scholars, instead of pooh-poohing that supposed. One by one the claims become admitted, as one scientist after another is compelled to recognize the facts given out from the secret doctrine, though he rarely, if ever, recognizes that he has been anticipated in his statements. Thus, in the palmy days of Mr. Blavatsky Smythe's authority on the Pyramid of Gizeh, his theory was, that the porphyry sarcophagus of the King's Chamber is the unit of measure for the two most enlightened nations of the earth, England and America, and was no better than a corn bin. This was vehemently denied by us in Isis Unveiled, just published at that time. Then the New York press arose in arms, the Sun and the World chiefly, against our presuming to correct or find fault with such a star of learning. On p. 519, vol. I, we had said, that Herodotus when treating of that pyramid might have added that, externally it symbolized the creative principle of nature, and illustrated also the principles of geometry, mathematics, astrology, and astronomy. Internally, it was a majestic fane, in whose somber recesses were performed the mysteries, and whose walls had often witnessed the initiation scenes of members of the royal family. The porphyry sarcophagus, which Professor Blavatsky Smith, Astronomer Royal of Scotland, degrades into a corn bin, was the baptismal font, upon emerging from which the neophyte was born again and became an adept. Our statement was laughed at in those days. We were accused of having got our ideas from the craze of Shaw, an English writer who had maintained that the sarcophagus had been used for the celebration of the mysteries of Osiris. We had never heard of that writer. And now, 6 or 7 years later, this is what Mr. Stan Island Wake writes on p. 93 of his paper, on the origin and significance of the Great Pyramid. The so-called King's Chamber, of which an enthusiastic pyramidist says, the polished walls, fine materials, grand proportions, and exalted place, eloquently tell of glories yet to come. If not, the chamber of perfections of Cheops' tomb, was probably the place to which the initiate Ibis admitted after he had passed through the narrow upward passage and the grand gallery, with its lovely termination, which gradually prepared Iran for the final stage of the sacred mysteries. Had Mr. Stan Island Wake been a theosophist, he might have added that the narrow upward passage leading to the king's chamber had a narrow gate indeed, the same straight gate which leadeth unto life, or the new spiritual rebirth alluded to by Jesus in Matthew 7:13 etc., and that it is this gate in the initiation temple, that the writer who recorded the words alleged to have been spoken by an initiate, was thinking of. 318 The secret doctrine. Farrago of absurd fiction and superstitions, as the Brahmanical literature is generally termed, will endeavor to learn the symbolical universal language with its numerical and geometrical keys. But here again they will hardly be successful if they share the belief that the Jewish Kabbalistic system contains the key to the whole mystery, for it does not. Nor does any other scripture at present possess it in its entirety, for even the Vedas are not complete. Every old religion is but a chapter or two of the entire volume of archaic primeval mysteries. Eastern occultism alone being able to boast that it is in possession of the full secret, with its 7 keys. Comparisons will be instituted, and as much as possible will be explained in this work. The rest is left to the student's personal intuition. For in saying that Eastern occultism has the secret, it is not as if a complete or even an approximate knowledge was claimed by the writer, which would be absurd. What I know, I give out; that which I cannot explain, the student must find out for himself. But while supposing that the whole cycle of the universal mystery language will not be mastered for whole centuries to come, even that which has been hitherto discovered in the Bible by some scholars is quite sufficient to demonstrate the claim. Mathematically, Judaism having availed itself of 2 keys out of the 7, and these 2 keys having been now rediscovered, it becomes no longer a matter of individual speculation and hypothesis, least of all of coincidence, but one of a correct reading of the Bible texts, as anyone acquainted with arithmetic reads and verifies an addition or total asterisk a few years longer, and this system will kill the dead letter of the Bible, as it will that of all the other exoteric faiths, by showing the dogmas in their real, naked meaning. And then this undeniable meaning, however incomplete, will unveil the mystery of being, besides changing entirely the modern scientific systems of anthropology, ethnology, and especially that of chronology. The element of phallicism, found in every god name and narrative in the Old, and to some degree in the New, Testament, may also in time considerably change modern materialistic views in biology and physiology. Divested of their modem repulsive crudeness, such views of nature and man, on the authority of the celestial bodies and their mysteries. All we have said in Isis is now found corroborated in the Egyptian mystery, or the source of measures, by those readings of the Bible with the numerical and geometrical keys thereto. 319 Moses copied from Sargon. Will unveil the evolutions of the human mind and show how natural was such a course of thought. The so-called phallic symbols have become offensive only because of the element of materiality and animality in them. As they originated with the archaic races, which, issuing to their personal knowledge from an androgyne ancestry, were the first phenomenal manifestations in their own side of the separation of sexes and the ensuing mystery of creating in their turn, such symbols were but natural. If later races have degraded them, especially the chosen people, this does not affect the origin of those symbols. The little Semitic tribe, one of the smallest branchlets from the commingling of the 4th and 5th subraces, the Mongolo-Turanian and the Indo-European, so called, after the sinking of the great continent, could only accept its symbology in the spirit which was given to it by the nations from which it was derived. Perchance, in the Mosaic beginnings, that symbology was not as crude as it became later under the handling of Ezra, who remodeled the whole Pentateuch. For the glyph of Pharaoh's daughter, the woman, the Nile, the great deep and water, and the baby boy found floating therein in the Ark of Rushes, has not been primarily composed for, or by, Moses. It has been found anticipated in the Babylonian fragments on the tiles, in the story of King Sargon *, who lived far earlier than Moses. Now, what is the logical inference? Most assuredly that which gives us the right to say that the story told of Moses by Ezra had been learned by him while at Babylon. On page 224 of Assyrian Antiquities, Mr. George Smith says, in the palace of Sennacherib at Kau-Iangik I found another fragment of the curious history of Sargon. Published in my translation in the Transactions of the Society of Biblical Archaeology, Vol. I Part IP 46. The capital of Sargon, the Babylonian Moses, was the great city of Agadi, called by the Semitics Akkad. Mentioned in Genesis as the capital of Nimrod. Gen. X 10. Akkad lay near the city of Sippara on the Euphrates and north of Babylon. See Isis, Vol. 2p 442-3. Another strange coincidence is found in the fact that the name of the neighboring above-mentioned city of Sippara is the same as the name of the wife of Moses. Zipporah, Exodus 2. Of course the story is a clever addition by Ezra, who could not be ignorant of it. This curious story is found on fragments of tablets from Kauiangik, and reads as follows. 1. Sargana, the powerful king, the king of Akkad Mi2. My mother was a princess, my father I did not know, a brother of my father ruled over the country. 3. In the city of Ashiparan, which is by the side of the river Euphrates. 4. My mother, the princess, conceived me, in difficulty she brought me forth. 5. She placed me in an ark of rushes, with bitumen my exit she sealed up. 6. She launched me in the river, which did not drown me. 7. The river carried me, to Aki the water carrier it brought me. 8. Aki, the water carrier, in tenderness of bowels, lifted me, etc., etc. And now Exodus 2. And when she, Moses' mother, could not longer hide him, she took for him an ark of bulrushes, and daubed it with slime and with pitch, and put the child therein, and she laid it in the flags by the river's brink. The story, says Mr. G. Smith, is supposed to have happened about 1600 BC, rather earlier than the supposed age of Moses. As we know that the fame of Sargon reached Egypt, it is quite likely that this account had a connection with the event related in Exodus 2, for every action, when once performed, has a tendency to be repeated. But now, when Professor Sayce has had the courage to push back the dates of the Chaldean and Assyrian kings by 2,000 years more, Sargon must have preceded Moses by 2,000 years at the least. See Professor Sayce's lectures on the subject. The confession is suggestive, but the figures lack a cipher or two. 320. The secret doctrine. And that he applied the allegory told of Sargon to the Jewish lawgiver. In short, that Exodus was never written by Moses, but refabricated from old materials by Ezra. And if so, then why should not other symbols and glyphs far more crude in their phallic element have been added by this adept in the later Chaldean and Sabaean phallic worship? We are taught that the primeval faith of the Israelites was quite different from that which was developed centuries later by the Talmudists, and before them by David and Hezekiah. All this, notwithstanding the exoteric element, as now found in the two Testaments, is quite sufficient to class the Bible among esoteric works, and to connect its secret system with Indian, Chaldean, and Egyptian symbolism. The whole cycle of biblical glyphs and numbers as suggested by astronomical observations, astronomy and theology being closely connected, is found in Indian exoteric, as well as esoteric systems. These figures and their symbols, the signs of the zodiac, the planets, their aspects and nodes. The last term having now passed even into our modern botany to distinguish male and female plants, the unisexual, polygamous, monoecious, dioecious, etc., etc., are known in astronomy as sextiles, quartiles, and so on, and have been used for ages and eons by the archaic nations, and in one sense have the same meaning as the Hebrew numerals. The earliest forms of elementary geometry must have certainly been suggested by the observation of the heavenly bodies and their groupings. Hence the most archaic symbols in Eastern esotericism are a circle, a point, a triangle, a plane, a cube, a pentacle, and a hexagon, and plane figures with various sides and angles. This shows the knowledge and use of geometrical symbology to be as old as the world. Starting from this, it becomes easy to understand how nature herself could have taught primeval mankind, even without the help of its divine instructors, the first principles of a numerical and geometrical symbol language. Asterisk. Hence one finds numbers and figures used as an asterisk as a reminder how the esoteric religion of Moses was crushed several times, and the worship of Jehovah, as re-established by David, put in its place, by Hezekiah. For 1, read pp. 436-42, vol. 2, in Isis Unveiled. Surely there must have been some very good reasons why the Sadducees, who furnished almost all the high priests of Judea, held to the laws of Moses and spurned the alleged books of Moses, the Pentateuch of the synagogue and the Talmud. 321. The cross, a phallic symbol. Expression and a record of thought in every archaic symbolical scripture. They are ever the same, with only certain variations growing out of the first figures. Thus the evolution and correlation of the mysteries of cosmos, of its growth and development, spiritual and physical, abstract and concrete, were first recorded in geometrical changes of shape. Every cosmogony began with a circle, a point, a triangle, and a cube, up to number 9, when it was synthesized by the first line and a circle. The Pythagorean mystic decade, the sum of all, involving and expressing the mysteries of the entire cosmos, recorded 100 times more fully in the Hindu system, for him who can understand its mystic language. The numbers 3 and 4, in their blending of 7, as those of 5, 6, 9, and 10, are the very cornerstone of occult cosmogonies. This decade and its 1,000 combinations are found in every portion of the globe. One recognizes them in the caves and rock-cut temples of Hindustan and Central Asia, as in the pyramids and lithoi of Egypt and America, in the catacombs of Ozymandias, in the mounds of the Caucasian snow-capped fastnesses, in the ruins of Palenque, in Easter Island, everywhere whither the foot of ancient man has ever journeyed. The 3 and the 4, the triangle and the cube, or the male and female universal glyph, showing the first aspect of the evolving deity, is stamped forever in the Southern Cross in the heavens, as in the Egyptian crux ansata. As well expressed, the cube unfolded is in display a cross of the Tau, or Egyptian form, or of the Christian cross form. A circle attached to the first, gives the ansated cross numbers 3 and 4 counted on the cross, showing a form of the Hebrew golden candlestick, in the Holy of Holies, and of the 3 plus 4 equals 7, and 6 plus 1 equals 7, days in the circle of the week, as 7 lights of the sun. So also as the week of 7 lights gave origin to the month and year, so it is the time marker of birth. The cross form being shown, then, by the connected use of the form 113, 355, the symbol is completed by the attachment of a man to the cross. Asterisk. This kind of measure was made to coordinate with the idea of the origin of human life, and hence the phallic form. Plus the stanzas show the cross and these numbers playing a prominent part in archaic cosmogony. Meanwhile we may profit by the evidence collected by the same author to show the identity of symbols and their esoteric meaning all over the globe, which he calls rightly the primordial vestiges of these symbols. Asterisk. Once more, remember the Hindu Vitaba crucified in space, the significance of the sacred sign, the swastika, Plato's decussated man in space, etc., etc. T. Source of measures. 322. The secret doctrine. Under the general view taken of the nature of the number forms, it becomes a matter of research of the utmost interest as to when and where their existence and their use first became known. Has it been a matter of revelation in what we know as the historic age? A cycle exceedingly modem when the age of the human race is contemplated. It seems, in fact, as to the date of its possession by man, to have been farther removed in the past from the old Egyptians than are the old Egyptians from us. The Easter Isles in mid-Pacific present the feature of the remaining peaks of the mountains of a submerged continent, for the reason that these peaks are thickly studded with cyclopean statues, remnants of the civilization of a dense and cultivated people, who must have of necessity occupied a widely extended area. On the back of these images is to be found the ansated cross and the same modified to the outlines of the human form. A full description, with plate showing the land, with the thickly planted statues, also with copies of the images, is to be found in the January number 1870 of the London Builder. In the Naturalist, published at Salem, Massachusetts, in one of the early numbers, is to be found a description of some very ancient and curious carving on the crest walls of the mountains of South America, older by far, it is averred, than the races now living. The strangeness of these tracings is in that they exhibit the outlines of a man stretched out on a cross / by a series of drawings, by which from the form of a man that of a cross springs, but so done that the cross may be taken as the man, or the man as the cross, thus exhibiting a symbolic display of the interdependency of the forms set forth. It is known that tradition among the Aztecs has handed down a very perfect account of the deluge. Baron Humboldt says that we are to look for the country of Estelin, the original country of the Aztecs, as high up at least as the 42nd parallel north, whence, journeying, they at last arrived in the Vale of Mexico. In that vale the earthen mounds of the far north become the elegant stone pyramidal and other structures whose remains are now found. The correspondences between the Aztec remains and those of the Egyptians are well known. Atwater, from examination of hundreds of them, is convinced that they had a knowledge of astronomy. As to one of the most perfect of the pyramidal structures among the Aztecs, Humboldt gives a description to the following effect: the form of this pyramid, of Papantla, which has 7 stories, is more tapering than any other monument of this kind yet discovered, but its height is not remarkable, being but 57 feet, its base but 25 feet on each side. However, it is remarkable on one account: it is built entirely of hewn stones, of an extraordinary size, and very beautifully shaped. 3 staircases lead to the top, the steps of which are decorated with hieroglyphical sculptures and small niches arranged with great symmetry. The number of these niches seems to allude to the 318 simple and compound signs of the days of their civil calendar. 318 is the Gnostic value of Christ, remarks the author, and the famous number of the trained or circumcised servants of Abraham. When it is see farther on the description given of the early Aryan initiation, of Visvakarma crucifying the sun, Vikartana, shorn of his beams, on a cruciform lath. 323 Identity of the ancient symbols. Dared that 318 is an abstract value, and universal, as expressive of a diameter value to a circumference of unity, its use in the composition of the civil calendar becomes manifest. Identical glyphs, numbers, and esoteric symbols are found in Egypt, Peru, Mexico, Easter Island, India, Chaldea, and Central Asia. Crucified men, and symbols of the evolution of races from gods, and yet behold science repudiating the idea of a human race other than one made in our image, theology clinging to its 6,000 years of creation. Anthropology teaching our descent from the ape, and the clergy tracing it from Adam 4,004 years B.C. Shall one, for fear of incurring the penalty of being called a superstitious fool, and even a liar, abstain from furnishing proofs? As good as any? Only because that day, when all the 7 keys shall be delivered unto science, or rather the men of learning and research in the symbological department, has not yet dawned. In the face of the crushing discoveries of geology and anthropology with regard to the antiquity of man, shall we, in order to avoid the usual penalty that awaits everyone who strays outside the beaten paths of either theology or materialism, hold to the 6,000 years end special creation, or accept in submissive admiration our genealogy and descent from the ape? Not so, as long as it is known that the secret records hold the said 7 keys to the mystery of the genesis of man. Faulty, materialistic, and biased as the scientific theories may be, they are 1,000 times nearer the truth than the vagaries of theology. The latter are in their death agony for everyone but the most uncompromising bigot and fanatic. Hence we have no choice but either to blindly accept the deductions of science, or to cut adrift from it, and withstand it fearlessly to its face, stating what the secret doctrine teaches us, being fully prepared to bear the consequences. But let us see whether science in its materialistic speculations, and even theology in its death rattle and supreme struggle to reconcile the 6,000 years since Adam with Sir Charles Lyell's geological evidences of the antiquity of man, do not themselves give us unconsciously a helping hand. Ethnology, on the confession of some of its very learned votaries, finds it already impossible to account for the varieties in the human race, unless the hypothesis of the creation of several atoms be accepted. They speak of a white atom and a black atom, a red asterisk. Some of its defenders must have lost their reason, one would rather say. For what can one think when, in the face of the dead-letter absurdities of the Bible, these are still supported, publicly and as fiercely as ever, and one finds its theologians maintaining that though the scriptures carefully refrain from making any direct contribution to scientific knowledge, they have never stumbled upon any statement which will not abide the light of advancing science. Primeval Man, p. 14. 324. Adam and a yellow atom. Asterisk. Were they Hindus enumerating the rebirths of Vamadeva from the Linga Purana, they could say little more. 4. Enumerating the repeated births of Siva, the latter show him in one kalpa of a white complexion, in another of a black color, in still another of a red color, after which the Kumara becomes 4 youths of a yellow color. This strange coincidence, as Mr. Proctor would say, speak only in favor of scientific intuition, as Siva Kumara represents only allegorically the human races during the genesis of man. But it led to another intuitional phenomenon in the theological ranks this time. The unknown author of Primeval Man, in a desperate effort to screen the divine revelation from the merciless and eloquent discoveries of geology and anthropology, remarking that it would be unfortunate if the defenders of the Bible should be driven into the position of either surrendering the inspiration of Scripture, or denying the conclusions of geologists, finds a compromise. Nay, he devotes a thick volume to proving this fact. Adam was not the first man created upon this earth. The exhumed relics of pre-Adamic man, instead of shaking our confidence in Scripture, supply additional proof of its veracity, p. 194. How so? In the simplest way imaginable, for the author argues that, henceforth we, the clergy, are enabled to leave scientific men to pursue their studies without attempting to coerce them by the fear of heresy. This must be a relief indeed to Messrs. Huxley, Tyndall, and Sir C. Lyell. The Bible narrative does not commence with creation, as is commonly supposed, but with the formation of Adam and Eve, millions of years after our planet had been created. Its previous history, so far as Scripture is concerned, is yet unwritten. There may have been not one, but 20 different races upon the earth before the time of Adam, just as there may be 20 different races of men on other worlds, p. 55. Who, then, or what were those races, since the author still maintains that Adam is the first man of our race? It was the satanic race and races. Satan was never in heaven, angels and men being one species. It was the pre-Adamic race of angels that sinned. Satan was the first prince of this world, we read. Having died in consequence of his rebellion, he remained on earth as a disembodied spirit, and tempted Adam and Eve. The earlier ages of the satanic race, and more especially during the lifetime of Satan, may have been a period * primeval man unveiled, or the anthropology of the Bible, author, unknown, of the stars and the angels 1870, p. 195 especially in the face of the evidence furnished by the authorized Bible itself in ch. 4 of Genesis, v. 16 and 17, which shows Cain going to the land of Nod and there marrying a wife. 325 Denials. The impartiality of scientific, a patriarchal civilization and comparative repose. A time of tubal cains and jubals, when both sciences and arts attempted to strike their roots into the accursed ground. What a subject for an epic! When, there are inevitable incidents which must have occurred. We see before us The gay primeval lover wooing his blushing bride at dewy eve under the Danish oaks, that then grew where now no oaks will grow. The grey primeval patriarch. The primeval offspring innocently gambolling by his side. 8,000 such pictures rise before us. Pages 206 to 207. The retrospective glance at this satanic blushing bride in the days of Satan's innocence, does not lose in poetry as it gains in originality. Quite the reverse. The modem Christian bride? Who does not often blush nowadays before her gay modem lovers? Might even derive a moral lesson from this daughter of Satan, in the exuberant fancy of her first human biographer. These pictures, and to appreciate them at their true value they must be examined in the volume that describes them, are all suggested with a view to reconcile the infallibility of revealed scripture with Circe, Lyell's Antiquity of Man and other damaging scientific works. But this does not prevent truth and fact appearing at the foundation of these vagaries, which the author has never dared to sign with his own, or even a borrowed name. 4. His pre-Adamic races? Not satanic but simply Atlantic, and the Itermaphrodites before the latter? Are mentioned in the Bible when read esoterically, as they are in the secret doctrine. The 7 keys open the mysteries, past and future, of the 7 great root races, as of the 7 culpas. Though the genesis of man, and even the esoteric geology, will surely be rejected by science just as much as the satanic and pre-Adamic races, yet if having no other way out of their difficulties the scientists have to choose between the two, we feel certain that, Scripture notwithstanding, once the mystery language is approximately mastered, it is the archaic teaching that will be accepted. Primordial substance and divine thought. As it would seem irrational to affirm that we already know all existing causes, permission must be given to assume, if need be, an entirely new agent. Assuming, what is not strictly accurate as yet, that the undulatory hypothesis accounts for all the facts, we are called on to decide whether the existence of an undulating ether is thereby proved. We cannot positively affirm 326. That no other supposition will explain the facts. Newton's corpuscular hypothesis is admitted to have broken down on interference, and there is, at the present day, no rival. Still, it is extremely desirable in all such hypotheses to find some collateral confirmation, some evidence aliened, of the supposed ether. Some hypotheses consist of assumptions as to the minute structure and operations of bodies. From the nature of the case, these assumptions can never be proved by direct means. Their only merit is their suitability to express the phenomena. They are representative fictions. Logic, by Alexander Bain, Doctor of Laws, Part 2, p. 133, Ether, this hypothetical proteus, one of the representative fictions of modern science, which, nevertheless, was so long accepted, is one of the lower principles of what we call primordial substance, akasa, in Sanskrit, one of the dreams of old, and which has now become again the dream of modern science. It is the greatest, just as it is the boldest, of the surviving speculations of ancient philosophers. For the occultists, however, both ether and the primordial substance are a reality. To put it plainly, ether is the astral light, and the primordial substance is akasa, the upati of divine thought. In modern language, the latter would be better named cosmic ideation. Spirit, the former, cosmic substance, matter. These, the alpha and the omega of being, are but the two facets of the one absolute existence. The latter was never addressed, or even mentioned, by any name in antiquity, except allegorically. In the oldest Aryan race, the Hindu, the worship of the intellectual classes never consisted, as with the Greeks, in a fervent adoration of marvelous form and art, which led later on to anthropomorphism. But while the Greek philosopher adored form, and the Hindu sage alone perceived the true relation of earthly beauty and eternal truth, the uneducated of every nation understood neither, at any time. They do not understand it even now. The evolution of the God idea proceeds apace with man's own intellectual evolution. So true it is that the noblest ideal to which the religious spirit of one age can soar, will appear but a gross caricature to the philosophic mind in a succeeding epoch. The philosophers themselves had to be initiated into perceptive mysteries, before they could grasp the correct idea of the ancients in relation to this most metaphysical subject. Otherwise, outside such initiation, for every thinker there will be a "thus far shalt thou go and no farther," mapped out by his intellectual capacity, as clearly and as unmistakably as there is for the progress of any nation or race in its cycle by the law of karma. Outside of initiation, the ideals of contemporary religious thought must always have their wings clipped and remain unable to soar higher, for idealistic as well as realistic thinkers, and even free thinkers, are but the outcome and the natural product of their respective environments and periods. The ideals of both are only 327 divine thought, or synerichious matter. The necessary results of their temperaments, and the outcome of that phase of intellectual progress to which a nation, in its collectivity, has attained. Hence, as already remarked, the highest flights of modern, Western, metaphysics have fallen far short of the truth. Much of current agnostic speculation on the existence of the first cause is little better than veiled materialism. The terminology alone being different. Even so great a thinker as Mr. Herbert Spencer speaks of the unknowable occasionally in terms that demonstrate the lethal influence of materialistic thought, which, like the deadly sirocco, has withered and blighted all current ontological speculation * from the early ages of the fourth race, when spirit alone was worshipped and the mystery was made manifest, down to the last palmy days of Grecian art at the dawn of Christianity. The Hellenes alone had dared to raise publicly an altar to the unknown God. Whatever St. Paul may have had in his profound mind when declaring to the Athenians that this unknown, ignorantly worshipped by them, was the true God announced by himself. That deity was not Jehovah, see the Holy of Holies, nor was he the maker of the world and all things. For it is not the God of Israel but the unknown of the ancient and modern pantheist that dwelleth not in temples made with hands, Acts 18, 23-4. Divine thought cannot be defined, or its meaning explained, except by the numberless manifestations of cosmic substance in which the former is sensed spiritually by those who can do so. To say this, after having defined it as the unknown deity, abstract, impersonal, sexless, which must be placed at the root of every cosmogony and its subsequent evolution, is equivalent to saying nothing at all. It is like attempting a transcendental equation of conditions for the true values of a set, having in hand for deducing them only a number of unknown quantities. Its place is found in the old primitive symbolic charts, in which, as shown in the text, it is represented by a boundless darkness, on the ground of which appears the first central point in white, thus symbolizing coeval and coetmal spirit matter making its appearance in the phenomenal world, before its first differentiation. When the one becomes two, it may then be * for instance, when he terms the first cause the unknowable, a power manifesting through phenomena, and an infinite eternal energy, it is clear that he has grasped solely the physical aspect of the mystery of being. The energies of cosmic substance only. The co-eternal aspect of the one. Reality. Cosmic ideation. As to its noumenon, it seems non-existent in the mind of the great thinker, is absolutely omitted from consideration. Without doubt, this one-sided mode of dealing with the problem is due largely to the pernicious Western practice of subordinating consciousness, or regarding it as a by-product of molecular motion. 328 The secret doctrine. Referred to as spirit and matter. To spirit is referable every manifestation of consciousness, reflective or direct, and of unconscious purposiveness, to adopt a modern expression used in Western philosophy, so-called, as evidenced in the vital principle, and nature's submission to the majestic sequence of immutable law. Matter must be regarded as objectivity in its purest abstraction. The self-existing basis whose septenary manvantaric differentiations constitute the objective reality underlying the phenomena of each phase of conscious existence. During the period of universal pralaya, cosmic ideation is non-existent, and the variously differentiated states of cosmic substance are resolved back again into the primary state of abstract potential objectivity. Manvantaric impulse commences with the reawakening of cosmic ideation, the universal mind, concurrently with, and parallel to the primary emergence of cosmic substance. The latter being the manvantaric vehicle of the former, from its undifferentiated pralaic state. Then, absolute wisdom mirrors itself in its ideation, which, by a transcendental process, superior to and incomprehensible by human consciousness, results in cosmic energy, Fahat. Thrilling through the bosom of inert substance, Fahat impels it to activity, and guides its primary differentiations on all the 7 planes of cosmic consciousness. There are thus 7 Prat-eels, as they are now called, while Aryan antiquity called them the 7 Prakriti, or natures, serving, severally, as the relatively homogeneous basis, which in the course of the increasing heterogeneity, in the evolution of the universe, differentiate into the marvelous complexity presented by phenomena on the planes of perception. The term relatively is used designedly, because the very existence of such a process, resulting in the primary segregations of undifferentiated cosmic substance into its septenary bases of evolution, compels us to regard the protile asterisk of each plane as only a mediate phase, assumed by substance in its passage from abstract, into full objectivity. Cosmic ideation is said to be non-existent during pralaic periods, for the simple reason that there is no one, and nothing, to perceive its effects. There can be no manifestation of consciousness, semi-consciousness, or even unconscious purposiveness, except through the asterisk. The term protile is due to Mr. Crookes, the eminent chemist, who has given that name to PE matter, if one may so call primordial and purely homogeneous substances, suspected, if not actually yet found, by science in the ultimate composition of the atom. But the incipient segregation of primordial matter into atoms and molecules takes its rise subsequent to the evolution of the 7 Prat-eels. It is the last of these. Having recently detected the possibility of its existence on our plane, that Mr. Crookes is in search of. 329 The universal illusion. Vehicle of matter, that is to say, on this our plane, wherein human consciousness in its normal state cannot soar beyond what is known as transcendental metaphysics, it is only through some molecular aggregation or fabric that spirit wells up in a stream of individual or subconscious subjectivity. And as matter existing apart from perception is a mere abstraction, both of these aspects of the absolute cosmic substance and cosmic ideation are mutually interdependent. In strict accuracy, to avoid confusion and misconception, the term matter ought to be applied to the aggregate of objects of possible perception, and substance to noumena, for inasmuch as the phenomena of our plane are the creation of the perceiving ego, the modifications of its own subjectivity, all the states of matter representing the aggregate of perceived objects can have but a relative and purely phenomenal existence for the children of our plane. As the modern idealists would say, the cooperation of subject and object results in the sense-object or phenomenon. But this does not necessarily lead to the conclusion that it is the same on all other planes, that the cooperation of the two on the planes of their septenary differentiation results in a septenary aggregate of phenomena which are likewise non-existent per se, though concrete realities for the entities of whose experience they form a part, in the same manner as the rocks and rivers around us are real from the standpoint of a physicist, though unreal illusions of sense from that of the metaphysician. It would be an error to say, or even conceive such a thing. From the standpoint of the highest metaphysics, the whole universe, gods included, is an illusion, but the illusion of him who is in himself an illusion differs on every plane of consciousness, and we have no more right to dogmatize about the possible nature of the perceptive faculties of an ego on, say, the 6th plane, than we have to identify our perceptions with, or make them a standard for, those of an ant, in its mode of consciousness. The pure object apart from consciousness is unknown to us, while living on the plane of our three-dimensional world, as we know only the mental states it excites in the perceiving ego. And, so long as the contrast of subject and object endures, to wit, as long as we enjoy our five senses and no more, and do not know how to divorce our all-perceiving ego, the higher self, from the thraldom of these senses, so long will it be impossible for the personal ego to break through the barrier which separates it from a cosmic ideation focused in a principle or upati basis, results as the consciousness of the individual ego. Its manifestation varies with the degree of upati, e.g., through that known as manas it wells up as mind consciousness, through the more finely differentiated fabric, sixth state of matter, of the buddhi resting on the experience of manas as its basis, as a stream of spiritual intuition. 330 The secret doctrine. Knowledge of things in themselves, or substance. That ego, progressing in an arc of ascending subjectivity, must exhaust the experience of every plane. But not till the unit is merged in the all, whether on this or any other plane, and subject and object alike vanish in the absolute negation of the nirvanic state. Negation, again, only from our plane, is scaled that peak of omniscience. The knowledge of things in themselves, and the solution of the yet more awful riddle approached, before which even the highest Dhyan Kohan must bow in silence and ignorance. The unspeakable mystery of that which is called by the Vedantins, the Parabrahman. Therefore, such being the case, all those who sought to give a name to the incognizable principle have simply degraded it. Even to speak of cosmic ideation, save in its phenomenal aspect, is like trying to bottle up primordial chaos, or to put a printed label on eternity. What, then, is the primordial substance, that mysterious object of which alchemy was ever talking, and which became the subject of philosophical speculation in every age? What can it be finally, even in its phenomenal pre-differentiation? Even that is all in manifested nature and nothing to our senses. It is mentioned under various names in every cosmogony, referred to in every philosophy, and shown to be, to this day, the ever-grasp-eluding proteus in nature. We touch and do not feel it, we look at it without seeing it, we breathe it and do not perceive it, we hear and smell it without the smallest cognition that it is there, for it is in every molecule of that which in our illusion and ignorance we regard as matter in any of its states, or conceive as a feeling, a thought, an emotion. In short, it is the upati, or vehicle, of every possible phenomenon, whether physical, mental, or psychic. In the opening sentences of Genesis, as in the Chaldean cosmogony, in the Puranas of India, and in the Book of the Dead of Egypt, it opens everywhere the cycle of manifestation. It is termed chaos, and the face of the waters, incubated by the spirit proceeding from the unknown, under whatever name. See chaos, theos, cosmos. The authors of the sacred scriptures in India go deeper into the origin of things evolved than Thales or Job, for they say, from intelligence, called Maha in the Puranas, associated with ignorance, Iswar, as a personal deity, attended by its projective power, in which the quality of dullness, tamas, insensibility, predominates, proceeds ether. From ether, air, from air, heat, from heat, water, and from water, earth with everything on it. From this same self, was the ether produced, says the Veda. Taittiriya Upanishad 2:1. It becomes thus evident that it is not this ether, sprung at the fourth 331 ether, as its noumenon, removed from an emanation of intelligence associated with ignorance, which is the high principle, the deific entity worshipped by the Greeks and Latins under the name of Pater Omnipotens/Ether, and Magna/Ether in its collective aggregates. The septenary gradation, and the innumerable subdivisions and differences, made by the ancients between the powers of ether collectively, from its outward fringe of effects, with which our science is so familiar, up to the imponderable substance, once admitted as the ether of space, now about to be rejected, has been ever a vexing riddle for every branch of knowledge. The mythologists and symbologists of our day, confused by this incomprehensible glorification, on the one hand, and degradation on the other, of the same deified entity and in the same religious systems, are often driven to the most ludicrous mistakes. The Church, firm as a rock in each and all of her early errors of interpretation, has made of ether the abode of her satanic legions. The whole hierarchy of the fallen angels is there, the cosmocratores, or the world-bearers, according to Bossuet, mundi tenants. The world-holders, as Tertullian calls them, and mundi domini world dominations, or rather dominators, the curbati, or curved, etc., who thus make of the stars and celestial orbs in their course devils. The difference made between the 7 states of ether, itself one of the 7 cosmic principles, while the ether of the ancients is universal fire, may be seen in the injunctions by Zoroaster and Celis, respectively. The former said, consult it only when it is without form or figure, absci forma et figura, which means without flames or burning coals. When it has a form, heed it not, teaches Celis, but when it is formless, obey it, for it is then sacred fire, and all it will reveal thee, shall be true to this. Proves that ether, itself an aspect of Akasa, has in its turn several aspects or principles. All the ancient nations deified ether in its imponderable aspect and potency. Virgil calls Jupiter, Pater omnipotens ether, the great ether. The Flindus have also placed it among their deities, under the name of Akasa, the synthesis of ether. And the author of the Homoiomerion *, for it is thus that the Church has interpreted verse 12 in the 6th chapter to the Ephesians. For we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities, against powers, against the rulers of the darkness of this world. Further on St. Paul mentions the spiritual malices, wickedness in English texts, spread in the air. Spirituali iniquities coelestibus, the Latin texts giving various names to these malices, the innocent elementals. But the Church is right this time, though wrong in calling them all devils. The astral light or lower ether is full of conscious and semi-conscious and unconscious entities, only the Church has less power over them than over invisible microbes or mosquitoes. Plus F. Adam 16. Oracles of Zoroaster. J. Georgica. Book 2. 332 The Secret Doctrine. System of Philosophy. Anaxagoras of Clazomene firmly believed that the spiritual prototypes of all things, as well as their elements, were to be found in the boundless ether where they were generated, whence they evolved, and whither they returned. An occult teaching. It thus becomes clear that it is from ether in its highest synthetic aspect, once anthropomorphized, that sprung the first idea of a personal creative deity. With the philosophical Hindus the elements are tamas, i.e., unenlightened by intellect, which they obscure. We have now to exhaust the question of the mystical meaning of primordial chaos and of the root principle, and show how they were connected in the ancient philosophies with Akasa, wrongly translated /ether, and also with Maya, illusion, of which Ishwara is the male aspect. We shall speak further on of the intelligent principle, or rather of the invisible immaterial properties, in the visible and material elements, that sprung from the primordial chaos. For, what is the primordial chaos but /ether, it is asked in Isis Unveiled. Not the modern ether, not such as is recognized now, but such as was known to the ancient philosophers long before the time of Moses, but /ether, with all its mysterious and occult properties, containing in itself the germs of universal creation. Upper/ether or Akasa, is the celestial virgin and mother of every existing form and being, from whose bosom, as soon as incubated by the divine spirit, are called into existence matter and life, force and action. Ether is the oddity of the Hindus, and it is akasa. Electricity, magnetism, heat, light, and chemical action are so little understood even now that fresh facts are constantly widening the range of our knowledge. Who knows where ends the power of this protean giant? Ether, or whence its mysterious origin? Who, we mean, that denies the spirit that works in it, and evolves out of it all visible forms. It will be an easy task to show that the cosmogonical legends all over the world are based on a knowledge by the ancients of those sciences, which have allied themselves in our days in support of the doctrine of evolution, and that further research may demonstrate that those ancients were far better acquainted with the fact of evolution itself, embracing both its physical and spiritual aspects, than we are now. With the old philosophers, evolution was a universal theorem, a doctrine embracing the whole, and an established principle, while our modern evolutionists are enabled to present us merely with speculative theoretics, with particular, if not wholly negative theorems. It is idle for the representatives of our modern wisdom to close the debate and pretend that the question is settled, merely because the obscure phraseology of the Mosaic, far later, account clashes with the definite exegesis of exact science, Isis unveiled. 333 What Manu says of this. If one turns to the laws, or ordinances, of Manu, one finds the prototype of all these ideas. Mostly lost, to the Western world, in their original form, disfigured by later interpolations and additions, they have, nevertheless, preserved quite enough of their ancient spirit to show its character. Removing the darkness, the self-existent Lord, Vishnu, Narayana, etc., becoming manifest, and wishing to produce beings from his essence, created, in the beginning, water alone. In that he cast seed that became a golden egg. V6, 7, 8, 9. Whence this self-existent Lord? It is called this, and is spoken of as darkness, imperceptible, without definite qualities, undiscoverable as if wholly in sleep. V. 5. Having dwelt in that egg for a whole divine year, he who is called in the world Brahma, splits that egg in two, and from the upper portion he forms the heaven, from the lower the earth, and from the middle the sky and the perpetual place of waters. 12,13. But there is, directly following these verses, something more important for us, as it corroborates entirely our esoteric teachings. From verse 14 to 36, evolution is given in the order described in the esoteric philosophy. This cannot be easily gainsaid. Even Medhatithi, the son of Viraswaman, and the author of the commentary, the Manabhasya, whose date, according to the Western Orientalists, is 1000 AD, helps us with his remarks to the elucidation of the truth. He showed himself either unwilling to give out more, because he knew that truth which has to be kept from the profane, or else he was really puzzled. Still, what he does give out makes the septenary principle in men and nature plain enough. Let us begin with chapter 1. Of the ordinances or laws after the self-existent Lord, the unmanifesting logos of the unknown darkness, becomes manifested in the golden egg. It is from this egg, from 11, that which is the undiscrete, undifferentiated, cause, eternal, which is and is not, from it issued that male who is called in the world Brahma. Here we find, as in all genuine philosophical systems, even the egg or the circle, or zero, boundless infinity, referred to as it asterisk and Brahma, the first unit only, referred to as the male god, i.e., the fructifying principle. It is CD or 10, the decade. On the plane of the septenary or our world only, it is called Brahma. On that of the unified decade in the realm of reality, this male Brahma is an illusion. 14. From self, Atmana, he created mind, 1, which is and is not, asterisk the ideal apex of the Pythagorean triangle, vide sections in vol. 2, cross and circle, and the earliest symbolics of the cross. 334 The secret doctrine. 2, and from mind. Egoism, self-consciousness, the ruler. 3. The Lord. 1. The mind is manas. Medhatithi, the commentator, justly observes here that it is the reverse of this and shows already interpolation and rearranging, for it is manas that springs from ahamkara or, universal, self-consciousness, as manas in the microcosm springs from maha, or mahabuddhi, buddhi, in man. For manas is dual, and as shown and translated by Colebrook, is serving both for sense and action, is an organ by affinity, being cognate with the rest. The rest means, here, that manas, are fifth principle, the fifth, because the body was named the first, which is the reverse of the true. Philosophical order, 5 is in affinity both with Atma-buddhi and with the lower 4 principles. Hence, our teaching, namely, that manas follows Atma-buddhi to Devachan, and that the lower, dregs, the residue of, manas remains with Kamarupa in Limbus or Kamaloka, the abode of the shells. 2. Such is the meaning of manas, which is, and is not. 3. Medhatithi translates it as the one conscious of the I, or ego, not ruler, as the Orientalists do. Thus they translate verse 16, he also, having made the subtle parts of those 6, the great self and the 5 organs of sense, of unmeasured brightness, to enter into the elements of self, Atmamatrasu, created all beings. When, according to Medhatithi, it ought to read Matrachit instead of Atmamatrasu, and thus be made to say, he having pervaded the subtle parts of those 6, of unmeasured brightness, by elements of self, created all beings. This latter reading must be the correct one, since he, the self, is what we call Atma. And thus constitutes the 7th principle, the synthesis of the 6. Such is also the opinion of the editor of Manavadharmashastra, who seems to have intuition ally entered far deeper into the spirit of the philosophy than has the translator of the ordinances of Manu, the late Drive Bernal. For he hesitates little between the text of Kuluka and the commentaries of Medhatithi. Rejecting the 10 matra, or subtle elements, and the Atmamatrasu of Kuluka, he says, applying the principles to the cosmic self, the 6 appear rather to be the manas plus the 5 principles of ether, air, fire, water, earth. Having united 5 portions of these 6 with the spiritual element, the 7th, he, thus, created all existing things. Mamtra is therefore the spiritual atom as opposed to the elementary, not reflective elements of himself. Thus he corrects the translation of verse 17. As the subtle elements of bodily forms of this one depend on these 6, so *Vidi A. Koch Bonnell's translation, edited by Ed W. Hopkins, Ph.D. 335 The 7 Prakritis. The wise call his form, Arara, Sharira. And he says that elements mean here portions or parts, or principles, which reading is borne out by verse 19, which says 19. This non-eternal, universe, arises then from the eternal, by means of the subtle elements of forms of those 7 very glorious principles, Purusha. Commenting upon which, according to Medhatithi, the editor remarks that the 5 elements plus mind, manas, and self-consciousness, ahamkara, are meant, subtle elements, as before, meaning, 5 portions of form, or principles. For verse 20 shows it, when saying of these, 5 elements, or 5 portions of form, rupa, plus manas and self-consciousness, that they constitute the 7 purusha, or principles, called in the Puran as the 7 prakritis. Moreover, these 5 elements or 5 portions are spoken of in verse 27 as those which are called the atomic destructible portions. Therefore distinct from the atoms of the Nitya. This creative Brahma, issuing from the mundane or golden egg, unites in himself both the male and the female principles. He is, in short, the same as all the creative protologoi. Of Brahma, however, it could not be said, as of Dionysus, Protagonon diffu h1 ton ri go no nb exave na nocta a gryan a jrdop crufrian di kejuda dimervon? A lunar Jehovah. Bacchus truly, with David dancing nude before his symbol in the ark? Because no licentious Dionysia were ever established in his name and honor. All such public worship was exoteric, and the great universal symbols were distorted universally, as those of Krishna are now by the Valabukaryas of Bombay, the followers of the infant god. But are these popular gods the true deity? Are they the apex and synthesis of the sevenfold creation, man included? Never. Each and all are one of the MNGs of that septenary ladder of divine consciousness, pagan as Christian. For Ansaf also is said to manifest through the 7 letters of Jehovah's name who, having usurped the place of the unknown limitless, was given by his devotees his 7 angels of the presence. His 7 principles. Yet they are mentioned in almost every school. In the pure Sankhya philosophy Maha, Ahamkara and the 5 Tanmatras are called the 7 Prakritis, or natures, and they are counted from Mahabudhai or Maha down to earth. See Sankhya Karika 3 and commentaries. Nevertheless, however disfigured for rabbinical purposes is the original Elohistic version by Ezra, however repulsive at times even the asterisk Ahamkara, as universal self-consciousness, has a triple aspect, as also Manas. For this conception of I, or one's ego, is either sattva, pure quietude, or appears as rajas, active, or remains tamas, stagnant, in darkness. It belongs to heaven and earth, and assumes the properties of either. 336 The secret doctrine. Esoteric meaning in the Hebrew scrolls, which is far more so than its outward veil or cloaking may be asterisk. Once the Jehovistic portions are eliminated, the Mosaic books are found full of purely occult and priceless knowledge, especially in the first 6 chapters. Read by the aid of the Kabbalah one finds a matchless temple of occult truths, a well of deeply concealed beauty hidden under a structure, the visible architecture of which, its apparent symmetry notwithstanding, is unable to stand the criticism of cold reason, or to reveal its age, for it belongs to all the ages. There is more wisdom concealed under the exoteric fables of Puranas and Bible than in all the exoteric facts and science in the literature of the world, and more occult true science, than there is of exact knowledge in all the academies. Or, in plainer and stronger language, there is as much esoteric wisdom in some portions of the exoteric Puranas and Pentateuch, as there is of nonsense and of designed childish fancy in it, when read only in the dead-letter murderous interpretations of great dogmatic religions, and especially of sects. Let anyone read the first verses of chapter I of Genesis and reflect upon them. Their God commands to another God, who does his bidding? Even in the cautious English Protestant translation of James I's authorized edition. In the beginning, the Hebrew language having no word to express the idea of eternity, God fashions the heaven and the earth, and the latter is without form and void, while the former is no heaven in fact, but the deep, chaos, with darkness upon its face. And the Spirit of God moved upon the face of the waters, v2, or the great deep of the infinite space. And this Spirit is Narayana, or Vishnu. See the Holy of Holies. Plus the word eternity, by which Christian theologians interpret the term forever and ever, does not exist in the Hebrew tongue, either as a word or meaning. Oitlam, says L. E. Clerk, only imports a time when beginning or end is not known. It does not mean infinite duration, and the word forever in the Old Testament only signifies a long time. Nor is the term eternity used in the Christian sense in the Puranas. For in Vishnu Purana, it is clearly stated that by eternity and immortality only existence to the end of the Kalpa is meant, Book 2 Chap. 8. Orphic theogony is purely Oriental and Indian in its spirit. The successive transformations it has undergone, have now separated it widely from the spirit of ancient cosmogony, as may be seen by comparing it even with Hesiod's theogony. Yet the truly Aryan Hindu spirit breaks forth everywhere in both Hesiod's and the Orphic theogony. See the remarkable work of James Darmstaedter, Cosmogenes Arians, in his Essays Orientas. Thus the original Greek conception of chaos is that of the secret wisdom religion. In Hesiod, therefore, chaos is infinite, boundless, endless, and beginningless in duration, an abstraction at the same time as a visible presence. Space filled with darkness, which is primordial matter in its precosmic state. For in its etymological sense, chaos is space, according to Aristotle, and space is the ever unseen and unknowable deity in our philosophy. 337 Darkness is light. And God said, "Let there be a firmament," v6, and God, the second, obeyed and made the firmament, v7. And God said, "Let there be light," and there was light. Now the latter does not mean light at all, but in the Kabbalah, the androgyne Adam Kadmon, or Sephira, spiritual light, for they are one, or, according to the Chaldean Book of Numbers, the secondary angels, the first being the Elohim who are the aggregate of that fashioning God. For to whom are those words of command addressed? And who is it who commands? That which commands is the eternal law, and he who obeys, the Elohim, the known quantity acting in and with X, or the coefficient of the unknown quantity, the forces of the one force. All this is occultism, and is found in the archaic stanzas. It is perfectly immaterial whether we call these forces the Dhyan Kohans, or the Ophanim, as St. John does. The one universal light, which to man is darkness, is ever existent, says the Chaldean Book of Numbers. From it proceeds periodically the energy, which is reflected in the deep or chaos, the storehouse of future worlds, and, once awakened, stirs up and fructifies the latent forces, which are the ever-present eternal potentialities in it. Then awake anew the Brahmas and Buddhas, the Coetmal forces, and a new universe springs into being. In the Sefer Jezirah, the Kabbalistic book of creation, the author has evidently repeated the words of Manu. In it, the divine substance is represented as having alone existed from the eternity, boundless and absolute, and as having emitted from itself the Spirit. *1 is the Spirit of the living God, blessed be its name, which liveth forever. Voice, Spirit, and Word, this is the Holy Spirit, and this is the Kabbalistic abstract Trinity, so unceremoniously anthropomorphized by the Christian Fathers. From this triple one emanated the whole cosmos. First from one emanated number 2, or air, the Father, the creative element, and then number 3, water, the Mother, proceeded from the air, ether or fire completes the mystic 4, the Arba Il.J. When the concealed of the concealed wanted to reveal himself, he first made a point, primordial point, or the first Sephiroth, air, or Holy Ghost, shaped into a sacred form, the 10 Sephiroth, or the heavenly man, and covered it with a rich and splendid garment, that is the world. The manifested spirit, absolute, divine spirit is one with absolute divine substance, Parabrahm and Malaprakriti are one in essence. Therefore, cosmic ideation and cosmic substance in their primal character are one also. Plus Sefer Jezirah, Chapter 1, Mishnah 9. J. Ibid. It is from Arba that Abram is made to come. Zohar, I, 2a. 338 The secret doctrine. He maketh the wind his messengers, flaming fire his servants, says the Jezirah, showing the cosmical character of the later euhemerized element *, and that the spirit permeates every atom in cosmos. This primordial substance is called by some chaos. Plato and the Pythagoreans named it the soul of the world after it had been impregnated by the spirit of that which broods over the primeval waters, or chaos. It is by being reflected in it, say the Kabbalists, that the brooding principle created the phantasmagoria of a visible, manifested universe. Chaos, before. Ether, after, the reflection, it is still the deity that pervades all space and things. It is the invisible, imponderable spirit of things and the invisible, but too tangible fluid that radiates from the fingers of the healthy magnetizer, for it is vital electricity. Life itself. Called in derision by the Marquis de Merville the nebulous Almighty, it is termed by the theurgists and occultists to this day the living fire, and there is not a Hindu who practices at dawn a certain kind of meditation but knows its effects. It is the spirit of Sefer Jezira, Mishnah 9:10. Everywhere throughout the Acts, Paul calls the invisible cosmic beings the elements. See Greek texts. But now the elements are degraded into and limited to atoms of which nothing is known, so far, and which are only children of necessity as ether is too. As we said in Isis, the poor primordial elements have long been exiled, and our ambitious physicists run races to determine who shall add one more to the fledgling brood of the 60 and odd elementary substances. Meanwhile there rages a war in modern chemistry about terms. We are denied the right to call these substances chemical elements, for they are not primordial principles of self-existing essences out of which the universe was fashioned, according to Plato. Such ideas associated with the word element were good enough for the old Greek philosophy, but modern science rejects them, for, as Professor Crookes says, they are unfortunate terms, and experimental science will have nothing to do with any kind of essences except those which it can see, smell, or taste. It leaves others to the metaphysicians. We must feel grateful even for so much. Plus, writing upon this subject in Isis Unveiled, we said of it that it was the chaos of the ancients, the Zoroastrian sacred fire, or the Adishbiram of the Parses, the Hermes fire, the Elms fire of the ancient Germans, the lightning of Cybele, the burning torch of Apollo, the flame on the altar of Pan, the inextinguishable fire in the temple on the Acropolis, and in that of Vesta, the fire flame of Pluto's helm, the brilliant sparks on the hats of the Dioscuri, on the Gorgon head, the helm of Pallas, and the staff of Mercury, the Egyptian Thare, the Grecian Zeus Catabots, the descending, of Pausanias, the Pentecostal fire tongues, the burning bush of Moses, the pillar of fire of the Exodus, and the burning lamp of Abram, the eternal fire of the bottomless pit, the Delphic oracular vapors, the sidereal light of the Rosicrucians, the Akasa of the Hindu adepts, the astral light of Eliphaz Levi, the nerve aura and the fluid of the magnetists, the Od of the Reichenbach, the psychode and icnic force of Thury, the psychic force of Sergeant Cox, and the atmospheric magnetism of some naturalists, galvanism, and finally, electricity. All these are but various names for many different manifestations or effects of the same mysterious, all-pervading cause, the Greek archos. We now add, it is all this and much more. 339 The mystic fire. Light and Magnus. As truly expressed by an opponent. Magus and Magnus are two branches growing from the same trunk and shooting forth the same resultants. And in this appellation of living fire we may also discover the meaning of the puzzling sentence in the Zendavesta saying that there is a fire that gives knowledge of the future. Science and amiable speech, i.e., develops an extraordinary eloquence in the Sibyl, the sensitive, and even some orators. This fire is spoken of in all the Hindu books, as also in the Kabbalistic works. The Zohar explains it as the white hidden fire, in the Rishatrivra, the whitehead, whose will causes the fiery fluid to flow in 370 currents in every direction of the universe. It is identical with the serpent that runs with 370 leaps of the cipher Genioida, which, when the perfect man, the Metatron, is raised, i.e., when the divine man indwells in the animal man, it, the serpent, becomes three spirits, that is to say, is Atmabudhaimanas, in our theosophical phraseology. Vide Part 2 in Volume 2, 3, The Many Meanings of the War in Heaven. Spirit, then, or cosmic ideation, and cosmic substance, one of whose principles is ether, are one, and include the elements, in the sense St. Paul attaches to them. These elements are the veiled synthesis standing for Dhyan Kohans, Devas, Sephiroth, Amshaspens, archangels, etc., etc. The ether of science. The illus of barysis, or the protyle of chemistry, constitutes, so to speak, the rude material, relatively, out of which the above-named builders, following the plan traced out for them eternally in the divine thought, fashion the systems in the cosmos. They are myths, we are told. No more so than ether and the atoms, we answer. The two latter are absolute necessities of physical science, the builders are as absolute a necessity of metaphysics. We are twit with, you never saw them, we ask the materialists, have you ever seen ether, or your atoms, or, again, your force? Moreover, one of the greatest Western evolutionists of our modern day, the coadjutor of Darwin, Mr. A.R. Wallace, when discussing the inadequacy of natural selection alone to account for the physical form of man, admits the guiding action of higher intelligences as a necessary part of the great laws which govern the material universe, contributions to theory of natural selection. These higher intelligences are the Dhyan-Kohans of the occultists. Indeed, there are few myths in any religious system worthy of the name, but have an historical as well as a scientific foundation. Myths, justly observes Pocock, are now proved to be fables, just in proportion as we misunderstand them, truths, in proportion as they were once understood. The one prevailing, most distinct idea, found in all ancient teaching. 340 The secret doctrine. With reference to cosmic evolution and the first creation of our globe with all its products, organic and inorganic, strange word for an occultist to use, is that the whole cosmos has sprung from the divine thought. This thought impregnates matter, which is co-eternal with the one reality, and all that lives and breathes evolves from the emanations of the one immutable. Parabrahm equals Malaprakriti, the eternal one root. The former of these is, so to say, the aspect of the central point turned inward into regions quite inaccessible to human intellect, and is absolute abstraction, whereas, in its aspect as Malaprakriti, the eternal root of all, it gives one some hazy comprehension at least of the mystery of being. Therefore, it was taught in the inner temples that this visible universe of spirit and matter is but the concrete image of the ideal abstraction, it was built on the model of the first divine idea. Thus our universe existed from eternity in a latent state. The soul animating this purely spiritual universe is the central sun, the highest deity itself. It was not the one who built the concrete form of the idea, but the first begotten, and as it was constructed on the geometrical figure of the dodecahedron / the first begotten was pleased to employ 12,000 years in its creation. The latter number is expressed in the Tyrrhenian cosmogony T, which shows man created in the 6th millennium. This agrees with the Egyptian theory of 6,000 years and with the Hebrew computation. But it is the exoteric form of it. The secret computation explains that the 12,000 and the 6,000 years are years of Brahma. One day of Brahma being equal to 4,320,000,000 years. Sanchoniathon in his cosmogony, declares that when the wind, spirit, became enamored of its own principles, the chaos, an intimate union took place, which connection was called pothos, and from this sprang the seed of all. And the chaos knew not its own production, for it was senseless, but from its embrace with the wind was generated mot, or the illus, mud. Point 7, from this proceeded the spores of creation and the generation of the universe. Zeus Zen, ether, Anthonia, the chaotic earth, and Metis, the water, his wives, Osiris and Isis Latona. The former god also representing ether, the first emanation of the supreme deity, Amun, the primeval source of light, the goddess earth and water again, Mithras H, the rock-born god, the symbol of the male mundane fire, or the personified primordial light, and Mithra, the fire goddess, at once his mother and his wife, the pure element of fire, the active or male principle, regarded as light and heat, in conjunction with earth and water, or matter, female, or passive, elements of cosmical generation, *Plato, Timagus. Plus suitas v Tyrrhenia. J. The reader will understand that by years is meant ages, not mere periods of 13 lunar months each. See the Greek translation by Philo-Biblius. Kori, ancient fragment. Mithras was regarded among the Persians as the Theos ek Petros, god of the rock. 341 One tree of knowledge. Mithras is the son of Borje, the Persian mundane mountain from which he flashed out as a radiant ray of light. Brahma, the fire god, and his prolific consort, and the Hindu Agni, the refulgent deity from whose body issue 1,000 streams of glory and 7 tongues of flame, and in whose honor certain Brahmins preserve to this day a perpetual fire, Siva, personate by the mundane mountain of the Hindus, the Meru. These terrific fire gods, who are said in the legend to have descended from heaven, like the Jewish Jehovah, in a pillar of fire, and a dozen other archaic double-sexed deities, all loudly proclaim their hidden meaning. And what could these dual myths mean but the psychochemical principle of primordial creation? The first evolution in its triple manifestation of spirit, force, and matter, the divine correlation at its starting point, allegorized as the marriage of fire and water, products of electrifying spirit, union of the male active principle with the female passive element, which become the parents of their Tellurian child, cosmic matter, the prima materia, whose soul is /ether, and whose shadow is the astral light. Isis unveiled. The fragments of the systems that have now reached us are rejected as absurd fables. Nevertheless, occult science, having survived even the great flood that submersed the antediluvian giants and with them their very memory, save in the secret doctrine, the Bible and other scriptures, still holds the key to all the world problems. Let us apply that key to the rare fragments of long-forgotten cosmogonies and try by their scattered parts to re-establish the once universal cosmogony of the secret doctrine. The key fits them all. No one can study ancient philosophies seriously without perceiving that the striking similitude of conception between all, in their exoteric form very often, in their hidden spirit invariably, is the result of no mere coincidence, but of a concurrent design, and that there was, during the youth of mankind, one language, one knowledge, one universal religion, when there were no churches, no creeds, or sects, but when every man was a priest unto himself. And, if it is shown that already in those ages which are shut out from our sight by the exuberant growth of tradition, human religious thought developed in uniform sympathy in every portion of the globe, then, it becomes evident that, born under whatever latitude, in the cold north or the burning south, in the east or west, that thought was inspired by the same revelations, and man was nurtured under the protecting shadow of the same tree of knowledge. Borje is called a fire mountain, a volcano, therefore it contains fire, rock, earth, and water, the male, or active, and the female, or passive, elements. The myth is suggestive. 342 The secret doctrine. 4. Chaos. Theos. Cosmos. These three are the containment of space, or, as a learned Kabbalist has defined it, space, the all-containing uncontained, is the primary embodiment of simply unity. Boundless extension. But, he asks again, boundless extension of what? And makes the correct reply. The unknown container of all, the unknown first cause. This is a most correct definition and answer, most esoteric and true, from every aspect of occult teaching. Space, which, in their ignorance and iconoclastic tendency to destroy every philosophic idea of old, the modem wiseacres have proclaimed an abstract idea and a void, is, in reality, the container and the body of the universe with its 7 principles. It is a body of limitless extent, whose principles, in occult phraseology, each being in its turn a septenary, manifest in our phenomenal world only the grossest fabric of their subdivisions. No one has ever seen the elements in their fullness, the doctrine teaches. We have to search for our wisdom in the original expressions of the primeval people and in their synonyms. Even the latest of them, the Jews, show in their Kabbalistic teachings this idea, e.g., the seven-headed serpent of space, called the Great Sea. In the beginning, the Elohim created the heavens and the earth, the six, Sephiroth. They created six, and on these all things are based. And those, six, depend upon the seven forms of the cranium up to dignity of all dignities, Cipher Genioida, I, 16, see Part 2, Vol. 2 Ancient Divisions and the Mystic Numbers. Now wind, air, and spirit have ever been synonymous with every nation. Pneuma, spirit, and anemos, the wind, with the Greeks, spiritus, and ventus with the Latins, were convertible terms even if dissociated from the original idea of the breath of life. In the forces of science we see but the material effect of the spiritual affect of one or the other of the four primordial elements, transmitted to us by the fourth race, as we shall transmit ether, or rather the gross subdivision of it, in its fullness to the sixth root race. This is explained in the text of this and the following book. Chaos is called senseless by the ancients, because it represented and contained in itself, chaos and space being synonymous, all the elements in their rudimentary, undifferentiated state. They made of ether, the fifth element, the synthesis of the other four, for the ether of the Greek philosophers is not its dregs. Of which indeed they knew more new aspects of life, by Henry Pratt, M.D. 343, The Union of Chaos and Spirit, than science does now, which are rightly enough supposed to act as an agent for many forces that manifest on earth. Their ether was the aktsa of the Hindus, the ether accepted in physics is but one of its subdivisions, on our plane. The astral light of the Kabbalists with all its evil as well as good effects. On account of the essence of ether, or the unseen space, being held divine as the supposed veil of deity, it was regarded as the medium between this life and the next one. The ancients considered that when the directing active intelligences, the gods, retired from any portion of ether in our space, the four realms which they superintend, then that particular place was left in the possession of evil, so called by reason of the absence of the good from it. The existence of spirit in the common mediator, the ether, is denied by materialism, while theology makes of it a personal God. But the Kabbalist holds that both are wrong, saying that in ether, the elements represent but matter, the blind cosmic forces of nature, while spirit represents the intelligence which directs them. The Arian, Hermetic, Orphic, and Pythagorean cosmogonical doctrines, as well as those of Sanchoniathon and Beresis, are all based upon one irrefutable formula, viz., that the ether and chaos, or, in the Platonic language, mind and matter, were the two primeval and eternal principles of the universe, utterly independent of anything else. The former was the all-vivifying intellectual principle, the chaos, a shapeless liquid principle, without form or sense, from the union of which two sprung into existence the universe, or rather the universal world, the first androgynous deity. The chaotic matter becoming its body, and ether its soul. According to the phraseology of a fragment of Hermias, chaos, from this union with spirit, obtaining sense, shone with pleasure, and thus was produced the protogonos, the firstborn, light. This is the universal trinity, based on the metaphysical conceptions of the ancients, who, reasoning by analogy, made of man, who is a compound of intellect and matter, the microcosm of the macrocosm, or great universe. Isis unveiled. Nature abhors vacuum, said the Peripatetics, who comprehended perhaps, though materialists in their way, why Democritus, with his instructor Leucippus, taught that the first principles of all things contained in the universe were atoms and a vacuum. The latter means simply latent deity or force, which, before its first manifestation when it became will, communicating the first impulse to these atoms, was the great nothingness, and Soph, or no thing, was, therefore, to every sense, a void, or chaos. That chaos, however, became the soul of the world, according to Plato and the Pythagoreans. According to Hindu teaching, deity in the shape of /ether, akasa, pervades all things, and it was called there Damasius, in the Theogony, calls it Dis, the disposer of all things. Corey, Ancient Fragments, p. 314-344 The Secret Doctrine. For by the theurgists the living fire, the spirit of light, and sometimes Magnus. It was the highest deity itself which, according to Plato, built the universe in the geometrical form of the dodecahedron, and its first begotten was born of chaos and primordial light, the central sun. This firstborn, however, was only the aggregate of the host of the builders, the first constructive forces, who are called in ancient cosmogonies the ancients, bomb of the deep, or chaos, and the first point. He is the tetragrammaton, so called, at the head of the 7 lower Sephiroth. This was the belief of the Chaldees. These Chaldeans, writes Philo, the Jew, speaking very flippantly of the first instructors of his ancestors, were of opinion that the cosmos, among the things that exist, is a single point, either being itself God, Theos, or that in it is God, comprehending the soul of all things. See his Migration of Abraham, 32. Chaos, Theos, Cosmos are but the 3 aspects of their synthesis. Space. One can never hope to solve the mystery of this tetractys by holding to the dead letter even of the old philosophies, as now extant. But, even in these chaos, Theos, Cosmos equals space, are identified in all eternity, as the one unknown space, the last word about which will, perhaps, never be known before our 7th round. Nevertheless, the allegories and metaphysical symbols about the primeval and perfect cube, are remarkable even in the exoteric Puranas. There, also, Brahma is the Theos, evolving out of chaos, or the great deep, the waters, over which spirit equals space, personified by Ayana. The spirit moving over the face of the future boundless cosmos, is silently hovering, in the first hour of awakening. It is also Vishnu, sleeping on Anantascha, the great serpent of eternity, of which Western theology, ignorant of the Kabbalah, the CNLY key that opens the secrets of the Bible, has made the devil. It is the first triangle or the Pythagorean triad, the god of the 3 aspects, before it is transformed through its perfect quadrature of the infinite circle into the 4-faced Brahma. Of him who is and yet is not, from the not being. Eternal cause, is Brahm the being Purusha, says Manu, the legislator. In Isis Unveiled, it is said that in the Egyptian mythology, Neph, the eternal unrevealed god, is represented by a snake emblem of eternity encircling a water urn, with its head hovering over the waters, which it incubates with its breath. In this case the serpent is the Agatodamon, the good spirit, in its opposite aspect, it is the Kakodamon, the bad one. In the Scandinavian Eddas, the honeydew, the fruit of the gods and of the creative busy Yggdrasil, bees, falls during the hours of night, when the atmosphere is impregnated with humidity, and in the northern mythologies, as the passive principle of creation, it typifies the 345 the birth of mind. Creation of the universe out of water, this dew is the astral light in one of its combinations, and possesses creative as well as destructive properties. In the Chaldean legend of Bereshit, Owens, or Dagon, the man-fish, instructing the people, shows the infant world created out of water, and all beings originating from this prima materia. Moses teaches that only earth and water can bring a living soul, and we read in the scriptures that herbs could not grow until the Eternal caused it to rain upon earth. In the Mexican Popolva, man is created out of mud or clay, tear glaze, taken from under the water. Brahma creates the great Muni, or first man, seated on his lotus, only after having called into being spirits who thus enjoyed over mortals a priority of existence, and he creates him out of water, air, and earth. Alchemists claim that the primordial or pre-Adamic earth, when reduced to its first substance, is in its second stage of transformation like clear water, the first being the alkest proper. This primordial substance is said to contain within itself the essence of all that goes to make up man. It has not only all the elements of his physical being, but even the breath of life itself in a latent state, ready to be awakened. This it derives from the incubation of the Spirit of God upon the face of the waters. Chaos, in fact, this substance is chaos itself. From this it was that Paracelsus claimed to be able to make his homunculi, and this is why Thales, the great natural philosopher, maintained that water was the principle of all things in nature. Job says, in chapter XXVI 5, that dead things are formed from under the waters, and inhabitants thereof. In the original text, instead of dead things, it is written dead refame, giants or mighty primitive men, from whom evolution may one day trace our present race. In the primordial state of the creation, says Polier's Mythology de Indus, the rudimental universe, submerged in water, reposed in the bosom of Vishnu. Sprung from this chaos and darkness, Brahma, the architect of the world, poised on a lotus leaf, floated, moved, upon the waters, unable to discern anything but water and darkness. Perceiving such a dismal state of things, Brahma soliloquizes in consternation, "Who am I? Whence came I?" Then he hears a voice, "Direct your thoughts to Bhagavat." Brahma, rising from his natatory position, seats himself upon the lotus in an attitude of contemplation, and reflects upon the Eternal, who, pleased with this evidence of piety, disperses the primeval darkness and opens his understanding. After this Brahma issues from the universal egg, infinite chaos, as light, for his understanding is now opened, and he sets himself to work. He moves on the eternal waters, with the Spirit of God within himself, and in his capacity of mover of the waters he is Vishnu, or Narayana. This is with the Greeks, the river gods, all of them the sons of the primeval ocean. Chaos in its masculine aspect, were the respective ancestors of the Hellenic races. For them the ocean was the father of the gods, and thus they had anticipated in this connection the theories of Thales, as rightly observed by Aristotle, Medov. I. 3, 5. The spirit, or hidden voice of the mantras, the active manifestation of the latent force, or occult potency. 346 The secret doctrine. Exoteric, of course, yet in its main idea as identical as possible with the Egyptian cosmogony, which shows in its opening sentences Ether * or Mother Night, which represents illimitable darkness, as the primeval element which covered the infinite abyss, animated by water, and the universal spirit of the Eternal, dwelling alone in chaos. Similarly in the Jewish scriptures, the history of the creation opens with the Spirit of God and his creative emanation. Another deity. The Zohar teaches that it is the primordial elements, the trinity of fire, air and water, the four cardinal points, and all the forces of nature, which form collectively the voice of the Wul Memrab, or the Word, the Logos of the Absolute Silent All. The indivisible point, limitless and unknowable, spreads itself over the endless space, and thus forms a veil, the Malaprakriti of Parabraham, which conceals this absolute point. Vide infra. In the cosmogonies of all the nations it is the architects synthesized by demiurgos, in the Bible the Elohim, who fashion cosmos out of chaos, and who are the collective theos, male-female, spirit and matter. By a series, Yam, of foundations, Haseth, the Alhim caused earth and heaven to be, general 2, 4. In the Bible it is first Alhim, then Yahweh Alhim, and finally Jehovah. After the separation of the sexes in chapter 4 of Genesis, it is noticeable that nowhere, except in the later, the last cosmogonies of our fifth race, is the ineffable and unutterable name found. The symbol of the unknown deity, which was used only in the mysteries, used in connection with the creation of the universe. It is the movers, the runners, the theoi, from kian, to run, who do the work of formation, the messengers of the Manvantaric law, who have now become in Christianity the messengers, Malachim, and it seems the same in Hinduism or early Brahmanism. For it is not Brahma who creates in the Rig Veda, but the Prajapati, the lords of being, who are the rishis. The word rishi, according to Professor Mahadia Kant, being connected with the word to move, to lead on, applied to them in their terrestrial character, when, as patriarchs, they lead their hosts on the 7 rivers. Moreover, the very word God in the singular, embracing all the gods, or theos from theoi, came to the superior civilized nations from a strange source, one entirely and as preeminently phallic as the * orthography of the archaic dictionary. Plus we do not mean the current or accepted Bible, but the real Jewish one, now explained Kabbalistically. It is unutterable for the simple reason that it is non-existent. It never was a name, nor any word at all, but an idea that could not be expressed. A substitute was created for it in the century preceding our era. 347 The mystic elements. Sincere, open-spoken lingam of India. The attempt to derive God from the Anglo-Saxon synonym good is an abandoned idea, for in no other language, in all of which the term varies more or less, from the Persian coda down to the Latin dens, has an instance been found of a name of God being derived from the attribute of goodness. To the Latin races it comes from the Aryan dios, the day, to the Slavonian, from the Greek Bacchus, Bahbog, and to the Saxon races directly from the Hebrew Yod or Jod. The latter is 1, the number letter 10, male and female, and Jod the phallic hook. Hence the Saxon God, the Germanic God, and the English God. This symbolic term may be said to represent the creator of physical humanity, on the terrestrial plane, but surely it had nothing to do with the formation or creation of spirit, gods, or cosmos. Chaos Theos Cosmos, the triple deity, is all in all. Therefore, it is said to be male and female, good and evil, positive and negative, the whole series of contrasted qualities. When latent, in pralaya, it is incognizable and becomes the unknowable deity. It can be known only in its active functions, hence as matter, force and living spirit, the correlations and outcome, or the expression, on the visible plane, of the ultimate and ever to be unknown unity. In its turn this triple unit is the producer of the 4 primary elements, which are known in our visible terrestrial nature as the 7, so far the 5, elements, each divisible into 49, or 7 times 7, sub-elements, with about 70 of which chemistry is acquainted. Every cosmical element such as fire, air, water, earth, partaking of the qualities and defects of their primaries, are in their nature good and evil, force, or spirit, and matter, etc., etc., and each, therefore, is at one and the same time life and death, health and disease, action and reaction. See section 14, the 4 elements. They are ever and constantly forming matter under the never-ceasing impulse of the one element, the incognizable, represented in the world of phenomena by ether, or the immortal gods who give birth and life to all. In the philosophical writings of Solomon ben Yehuda ibn Gabirol, translated in Mr. Isaac Meyer's Kabbalah, just published, it is said on the structure of the universe, R. Yehuda began, it is written, Elohim said, let there be a firmament in the midst of the waters. Come, see, at the time that the Holy created the world, he the cosmic tabernacle of Moses, erected by him in the desert, was square, representing the 4 cardinal points and the 4 elements, as Josephus tells his readers, Antique 1, 8ch, XXII. It is the idea taken from the pyramids in Egypt and in Tyre, where the pyramids became pillars. The genii or angels have their abodes in the 4 respective points, c14, the 4 elements. 348 The secret doctrine. Created 7 heavens above, 7 earths below, 7 seas, 7 days, 7 rivers, 7 weeks, 7 years, 7 times, and 7,000 years that the world has been. The holy is the seventh of all, etc., p. 415. This, besides showing a strange identity with the cosmogony of the Puranas, e.g., Vishnu Purana first book, corroborates with regard to number 7, all our teachings as briefly given in esoteric Buddhism. The Hindus have an endless series of allegories to express this idea. In the primordial chaos, before it became developed into the 7 oceans, Sapta Samudra, emblematical of the 7 gunas, conditioned qualities, composed of trinas, satwe, rajas, and tamas, see Puranas, lie latent both amrita, immortality, and visha, poison, death, evil. This allegory is found in the churning of the ocean by the gods. Amrita is beyond any guna, for it is unconditioned per se, yet when fallen into the phenomenal creation it got mixed up with evil, chaos, with latent theos in it, and before cosmos was evolved. Hence, one finds Vishnu standing here for eternal law, periodically calling forth cosmos into activity, churning out of the primitive ocean, boundless chaos, the Amrita of eternity, reserved only for the gods and devas, and he has to employ in the task Nagas and Asuras, demons in exoteric Hinduism. The whole allegory is highly philosophical, and we find it repeated in every philosophical system. Plato, having fully embraced the ideas of Pythagoras, who had brought them from India, compiled and published them in a form more intelligible than the mysterious numerals of the Greek sage. Thus the cosmos is the sun with Plato, having for his father and mother the divine thought and matter * the Egyptians, says Dunlap, distinguish between an older and younger Horus, the former the brother of Osiris, the latter the son of Osiris and Isis. The first is the idea of the world remaining in the demiurgic mind, bomb in darkness before the creation of the world. The second Horus is this idea going forth from the Logos, becoming clothed with matter, and assuming an actual existence. The mundane God, eternal, boundless, young and old, of winding form, say the Chaldean oracles. This winding form is a figure to express the vibratory motion of the astral light, with which the ancient priests were perfectly well acquainted, though its name was invented by the Martionists. Now cosmolatry has the finger of scorn pointed at its superstitions by modern science, which ought, however, as advised by a French * Plutarch, Isis and Osiris, I. 6. Plus Spirit History of Man, p. 88 J. Movers Foynizer, 268. Corey, Fragments, 240. 349 The many are one. Savant, before laughing at it to remodel entirely its own system of cosmopneumatological education. Satis eloquentix, sapien tickets parvum. Cosmolatry like pantheism may be made to yield in its ultimate expression the words applied to Vishnu. He is only the ideal cause of the potencies to be created in the work of creation, and from him proceed the potencies to be created, after they have become the real cause. Save that one ideal cause, there is no other to which the world can be referred. Through the potency of that cause, every created thing comes by its proper nature. Original Sanskrit texts, Part 4, pp. 32, 33. V. On the hidden deity, its symbols and glyphs. The logos or creative deity, the word made flesh, of every religion, has to be traced to its ultimate source and essence. In India, it is a proteus of 1008 divine names and aspects in each of its personal transformations, from Brahma Purusha down through the 7 divine rishis and 10 semi-divine Prajapati, also rishis, to the divine human avatars. The same puzzling problem of the one in many and the multi-hide in one, is found in other pantheons, in the Egyptian, the Greek, and the Chaldeo-Judaic, the latter having made confusion still more confused by presenting its gods as euhemerizations. In the shapes of patriarchs. The latter are now accepted by those who reject Romulus as a myth, and are represented as living and historical entities. Verbum satis sapienti. In the Zohar, Ein Sof is also the One, and the infinite unity. This was known to the very few learned fathers of the Church, who were aware that Jehovah was but a third-rate potency and no highest God. But while complaining bitterly of the Gnostics and saying, "Our heretics hold that Propator is known but to the only begotten Son *, who is Brahma among the rest, that is to the mind, nous, Irenaeus never mentioned that the Jews did the same in their real secret books." Valentinus, the profoundest doctor of the Gnosis, held that there was a perfect Ion who existed before Bythos, or Buthon, the first father of unfathomable nature, which is the second Logos, called Propator. It is thus Allen, who springs as a ray from Ein Sof, who does not create, and Allen, who creates, or through whom, rather, everything is created, or evolves. As Malaprakriti is known only to Iswar, the Logos, as he is called now by Mr. T. Subbaro, of Madras. See his Bhagavad-gita lectures. 350. The secret doctrine. For, as the Basilidians taught, there was a supreme God, Abraxas, by whom was created mind, Maha, in Sanskrit, nous in Greek. From mind proceeded the word Logos, from the word providence, divine light, rather, then from it virtue and wisdom in principalities, powers, angels, etc., etc. By these angels, the 365/eons were created. Amongst the lowest, indeed, and those who made this world, he, Basilides, sets last of all the God of the Jews, whom he denies to be God, and very rightly, affirming he is one of the angels, Ibid. Here, then, we find the same system as in the Puranas, wherein the incomprehensible drops a seed, which becomes the golden egg, from which Brahma is produced. Brahma produces Maha, etc., etc. True esoteric philosophy, however, speaks neither of creation nor of evolution in the sense the exoteric religions do. All these personified powers are not evolutions from one another, but so many aspects of the one and sole manifestation of the absolute all. The same system as the Gnostic prevails in the sephirothal aspects of Ein Sof, yet, as these aspects are in space and time, a certain order is maintained in their successive appearances. Therefore, it becomes impossible not to take notice of the great changes that the Zohar has undergone under the handling of generations of Christian mystics. For, even in the metaphysics of the Talmud, the lower face, or lesser countenance, the microprose opus, in fact, could never be placed on the plane of the same abstract ideal as the higher, or greater countenance, macroprosopus. The latter is, in the Chaldean Kabbalah, a pure abstraction, the word or logos, or dabar, in Hebrew, which word, though it becomes in fact a plural number, or words d, a, b, a, rlm, when it reflects itself, or falls into the aspect of a host, of angels, or sephiroth, numbers, is still collectively one, and on the ideal plane a not zero, a no thing. It is without form or being, with no likeness with anything else. Frank, Die Kabbalah, p. 126, and even Philo calls the Creator, the Logos who stands next God, the second God, and the second God who is his, highest gods, wisdom, Philo. Quaest. Et Salud. Deity is not God. It is nothing, and darkness. It is nameless, and therefore called Ein Sof, the word Ayin meaning nothing. See Frank Die Kabbalah, p. 153. See also section 12, Theogony of the Creative Gods. The highest God, the unmanifest Logos, is its Son. Nor are most of the Gnostic systems, which come down to us mutilated by the Church Fathers, anything better than the distorted shells of the original speculations. Nor were they open to the public or reader, at any time, i.e., had their hidden meaning or esotericism been revealed, it would have been no more an esoteric teaching, and this could never be. Alone Marcus, the chief of the Marcosians, 2nd century, who taught 351 the Gnostic idea. That deity had to be viewed under the symbol of 4 syllables, gave out more of the esoteric truths than any other Gnostic. But even he was never well understood. For it is only on the surface or dead letter of his revelation that it appears that God is a quaternary, to wit, the ineffable, the silence, the Father, and truth. In reality it is quite erroneous, and divulges only one more esoteric riddle. This teaching of Marcus was that of the early Kabbalists and ours. For he makes of deity, the number 30 in 4 syllables, which, translated esoterically, means a triad or triangle, and a quaternary or a square, in all 7, which, on the lower plane made the 7 divine or secret letters of which the God name is composed. This requires demonstration. In his revelation, speaking of divine mysteries expressed by means of letters and numbers, Marcus narrates how the supreme tetrad came down unto me, him, from the region which cannot be seen nor named, in a female form, because the world would have been unable to bear her appearing under a male figure, and revealed to him the generation of the universe, untold before to either gods or men. This first sentence already contains a double meaning. Why should a female figure be more easily borne or listened to by the world than a male figure? On the very face of it this appears nonsensical. Withal it is quite simple and clear to one who is acquainted with the mystery language. Esoteric philosophy, or the secret wisdom, was symbolized by a female form, while a male figure stood for the unveiled mystery. Hence, the world, not being ready to receive, could not bear it, and the revelation of Marcus had to be given allegorically. Then he writes, when first the inconceivable, the beingless and sexless, the Kabbalistic and Soph, began to be in labor, i.e., when the hour of manifesting itself had struck, and desired that its ineffable should be Bam, the first logos, or /eon, or ion, and its invisible should be clothed with form, its mouth opened and uttered the word like unto itself. This word, logos, manifested itself in the form of the invisible one. The uttering of the ineffable name, through the word, came to pass in this manner. He, the supreme logos, uttered the first word of his name, which is a syllable of 4 letters. Then the second syllable was added, also of 4 letters. Then the third, composed of 10 letters, and after this the fourth, which contains 12 letters. The whole name consists thus of 30 letters and of 4 syllables. Each letter has its own accent and way of writing, but neither understands nor ever beholds that form of the whole name, no, not even the power of the letter that stands next to itself, to the beingless and the inconceivable. All. These sounds when united are the collective beingless, Iswara, or the logos, cannot see Parabrahmam, but only Malaprakriti, says the lecturer, in the 4 lectures on Bhagavad Gita. See Theosophist, February, 1887. 352 The Secret Doctrine. Unbegotten/Eon, and these are the angels that are ever beholding the face of the Father *, the Logos, the second God, who stands next God, the inconceivable, according to Philo. This is as plain as ancient esoteric secrecy would make it. It is as Kabbalistic, but less veiled than the Zohar, in which the mystic names or attributes are also 4-syllabled, 12, 42, and even 72-syllabled words. The Tetrad shows to Marcus the truth in the shape of a naked woman, and letters every limb of that figure, calling her head W, her neck Y, shoulders and hands G, and C, etc., etc. In this Sephira is easily recognized, the crown, Kether, or head being numbered 1, the brain or Chakma, 2, the heart, or intelligence, Bina, 3, and the other 7 Sephiroth representing the limbs of the body. The Sephirothal tree is the universe, and Adam Kadmon represents it in the West as Brahma represents it in India. Throughout, the 10 Sephiroth are represented as divided into the 3 higher, or the spiritual triad, and the lower septenary. The true esoteric meaning of the sacred number 7 is cleverly veiled in the Zohar, yet was betrayed by the double way of writing in the beginning or Bereshith, and Bereshith, the latter the higher, or upper wisdom. As shown by Mr. MacGregor Mathers in his Kabbalah, p. 47, and in the Kabbalah of Mr. T. Meyer, p. 233, both of these Kabbalists being supported by the best ancient authorities, these words have a dual and secret meaning. Bereshith bara Elohim means that the six, over which stands the seventh Sephiroth, belong to the lower material class, or, as the author says, 7 are applied to the lower creation, and 3 to the spiritual man, the heavenly prototypic or first Adam. When the theosophists and occultists say that God is no being, for it is nothing, nothing, they are more reverential and religiously respectful to the deity than those who call God a he, and thus make of him a gigantic male. He who studies the Kabbalah will soon find the same idea in the ultimate thought of its authors, the earlier and great Hebrew initiates, who got this secret wisdom at Babylonia from the Chaldean hierophants, while Moses got his in Egypt. The Zohar cannot well be judged by its after-translations in Latin and other tongues, as all those ideas were, of course, softened and made to fit in with the views and policy of its Christian arrangers, but in truth its ideas are identical with those of all other religious systems. The various cosmogonies show that the archaic universal soul was held by every nation as the mind of the demiurgic creator, and that it * the 7 angels of the face, with the Christians. 353 The Egyptian version was called the Mother, Sophia with the Gnostics, or the female wisdom, the Sephira with the Jews, Saraswati or Vach, with the Hindus, the Holy Ghost being a female principle. Hence, Bam from it, the Kurios or Logos was, with the Greeks, the God, mind, nous. Now Kurios signifies the pure and unmixed nature of intellect wisdom, says Plato Incredulus, and Kurios is Mercury, the divine wisdom, and Mercury is the soul, sun, Arnobius 6:12, from whom thought Hermes received this divine wisdom. While, then, the logoi of all countries and religions are correlative, in their sexual aspects, with the female soul of the world or the great deep, the deity, from which these two in one have their being, is ever concealed and called the hidden one, connected only indirectly with creation / as it can act only through the dual force emanating from the eternal essence. Even T. Aesculapius, called the savior of all, is identical, according to ancient classics, with the Egyptian creative intellect, or divine wisdom, and with Apollo, Baal, Adonis, and Hercules, see Dunlap's Mystery of Adonis, pp. 23 and 95, and Ta is, in one of its aspects, the anima mundi, the universal soul of Plato, the divine spirit of the Egyptians, the Holy Ghost of the early Christians and Gnostics, and the Aktsa of the Hindus, and even, in its lower aspect, the astral light. For Ta was originally the god of the dead, he in whose bosom they were received, hence the limbus of the Greek Christians, or the astral light. It is far later that Ta was classed with the sun gods, his name signifying he who opens, as he is shown to be the first to unveil the face of the dead mummy, to call the soul to life in his bosom. See Maspero's Bulak Museum. Neph, the eternal unrevealed, is represented by the snake emblem of eternity encircling a water with its head hovering over the waters which it incubates with its breath, another form of one and the same idea of darkness, its ray moving on the waters, and see. As Logos soul, this permutation is called Ta, as Logos creator, he becomes Imhotpo, his son, the god of the handsome face. In their primitive characters these two were the first cosmic duad, Nut, space, or sky, and Noah, the primordial waters, the androgyne unity, above whom was the concealed breath of Neph. And all of them had the aquatic animals and plants sacred to them, the ibis, the swan, the goose, the crocodile, and the lotus. Returning to the Kabbalistic deity, this concealed unity is then equals 10 VPAFL equals appear 0, endless, boundless, non-existent, so * we use the term as one accepted and sanctioned by use, and therefore more comprehensible to the reader. 354 The Secret Doctrine. Long as the Absolute is within ulam * the boundless and termless time, as such, Ein Sof cannot be the creator or even the modeler of the universe, nor can he be or light. Therefore Ein Sof is also darkness. The immutably infinite and the absolutely boundless can neither will, think, nor act. To do this it has to become finite, and it does so, by its ray penetrating into the mundane egg infinite space and emanating from it as a finite God. All this is left to the ray latent in the One. When the period arrives, the Absolute will expand naturally the force within it, according to the law of which it is the inner and ultimate essence. The Hebrews did not adopt the egg as a symbol, but they substituted for it the duplex heavens, for, translated correctly, the sentence God made the heavens and the earth would read, in and out of his own essence as a womb, the mundane egg, God created the two heavens. But the Christians have chosen as the symbol of their Holy Ghost, the dove. Whosoever acquaints himself within the Merkabah and the Lagash, secret speech or incantation, will learn the secret of secrets. Lagash is nearly identical in meaning with Vach, the hidden power of the mantras. When the active period has arrived, from within the eternal essence of Ein Sof, comes forth Sephira, the active power, called the primordial point, and the crown, Kether. It is only through her that the unbounded wisdom could give a concrete form to the abstract thought. Two sides of the upper triangle by which the ineffable essence and the universe its manifested body are symbolized, the right side and the base are composed of unbroken lines, the third, the left side, is dotted. It is through the latter that emerges Sephira. Spreading in every direction, she finally encompasses the whole triangle. In this emanation the triple triad is formed. From the invisible dew falling from the higher uni-triad, thus leaving 7 Sephiroths only, the head Sephira creates primeval waters, i.e., chaos takes shape. It is the first stage towards the solidification of spirit which through various modifications will produce earth. It requires earth and water to make a living soul, says Moses. It requires the image of an aquatic bird to connect it with water, the female element of procreation with the egg and the bird that fecundates it. When Sephira emerges like an active power from within the latent deity, she is female. When she assumes the office of a creator, she becomes a male, hence, she is androgyne. She is the father and asterisk with the ancient Jews, as shown by L. E. Clerk, the word Ulam meant only a time whose beginning or end is not known. The term eternity, properly speaking, did not exist in the Hebrew tongue with the meaning, for instance, applied by the Vedantins to Parabrahm. 355 International Correlation of Gods. Mother Oddity, of the Hindu cosmogony and of the secret doctrine. If the oldest Hebrew scrolls had been preserved, the modern Jehovah worshipper would have found that Meni and Unkomeli were the symbols of the creative God. The frog in the moon, typical of his generative character, was the most frequent. All the birds and animals now held unclean in the Bible had been the symbols of the deity in days of old. It was because they were too sacred that a mask of uncleanness was placed over them, in order to preserve them from destruction. The brazen serpent was not a bit more poetical than the goose or swan, if symbols are to be accepted a la lettre. In the words of the Zohar, the indivisible point, which has no limit and cannot be comprehended because of its purity and brightness, expanded from without, forming a brightness that served the indivisible point as a veil, yet the latter also could not be viewed in consequence of its immeasurable light. It too expanded from without, and this expansion was its garment. Thus through a constant upheaving, motion, finally the world originated, Zohar I-20a. The spiritual substance sent forth by the infinite fight is the first Sephira or Shekinah. Sephira exoterically contains all the other 9 Sephiroths in her. Esoterically she contains but 2 Chakma or wisdom, a masculine, active potency whose divine name is Yah, H, and Ben-Ah, a feminine passive potency. Intelligence, represented by the divine name Jehovah, if 1 Ft, which two potencies form, with Sephirah the third, the Jewish Trinity or the crown, Kether. These two Sephiroths called Father, Abba, and Mother Amona, are the duad or the double-sexed logos from which issued the other seven Sephiroths. See Zohar. This first Jewish triad, Sephirah, Chokmah, and Bina, is the Fmdu Trimurti. Asterisk however veiled, even in the Zohar, and more still in the exoteric pantheon of India, every particular connected with one is reproduced in the other. The Prajapati are the Sephiroths. 10 with Brahma they dwindle to 7, when the Trimurti, and the Kabbalistic triad, are separated from the rest. The 7 builders, creators, become the 7 Prajapati, or the 7 Rishis, in the same order as the Sephiroths become the creators, then the patriarchs, etc. In both secret systems, the one universal essence is incomprehensible and inactive in its absoluteness, and can be connected with the building of the universe only in an indirect way. In both, the primeval male-female or androgynous principle, and their 10 and 7 emanations, Brahmaviraj and Aditi Vach on the one part and the Elohim Jehovah, or Adam Adami, Adam Kadmon, and Sephirah Eve on the asterisk in the Indian pantheon the double-sexed logos is Brahma, the creator, whose 7 mind-born sons are the primeval rishis the builders. 356 The secret doctrine. Other, with their Prajapati and Sephiroths, represent in their totality, first of all the archetypal man, the proto-logos, and only in their secondary aspect do they become cosmic powers, and astronomical or sidereal bodies. If Aditi is the mother of the gods, Devamatri, Eve is the mother of all living, they are the Sakti or generative power in their female aspect of the heavenly man, and they are all compound creators. Says a Gupta Vidya Sutra, in the beginning, a ray issuing from Paramarthika, the one and only true existence, it became manifested in Vyavaharika, conventional existence, which was used as a vahan to descend into the universal mother, and to cause her to expand, swell, dot. And in the Zohar it is stated, the infinite unity, formless end. Without similitude, after the form of the heavenly man was created, used it. The unknown light asterisk, darkness, used the FTH1JH, heavenly form, as a chariot 1-1 through which to descend, and wished to be called by this form, which is the sacred name Jehovah. As the Zohar says, in the beginning was the will of the king, prior to any other existence. It, the will, sketched the forms of all things that had been concealed but now came into view. And there went forth as a sealed secret from the head of Ansaf, a nebulous spark of matter, without shape or form. Life is drawn from below, and from above the source renews itself, the sea is always full and spreads its waters everywhere. Thus the deity is compared to a shoreless sea, to water which is the fountain of life, Zohar 3:290. The 7th palace, the fountain of life, is the first in the order from above, 261. Hence the Kabbalistic tenet on the lips of the very Kabbalistic Solomon, who says in Proverbs 9:1, Wisdom hath builded her house, it hath hewn out its 7 pillars. Whence then, all this identity of ideas, if there was no primeval universal revelation? The few points shown are like a few straws in a hayrick, in comparison to that which will be shown as the work proceeds. If we turn to that most hazy of all cosmogonies, the Chinese, even there the same idea is found. Tsai, the self-existent, is the unknown darkness, the root of the Wu-Yang Shu, boundless age, Amitabh He, and Tian, heaven, come later on. The great extreme of Confucius gives the same idea, his straws notwithstanding. The latter are a source of great amusement to the missionaries. These laugh at every heathen religion, despise and hate that of their asterisk, says Rabbi Simeon. Companions, man as an emanation was both man and woman, as well on the side of the father as on the side of the mother. And this is the sense of the words, and Elohim spoke, let there be light, and it was light. And this is the twofold man. Osageus dem Sahar, H.P. 13,15. Light, then, in Genesis stood for the androgyne ray or heavenly man. 357 Ornithological symbols. Brother Christians of other denominations, and yet one and all accept a la lettre their own Genesis. If we turn to Chaldea we find in it N, the concealed deity, the one, whose name, moreover, shows it to be of Sanskrit origin. N, which means in Sanskrit Adam, Ani Yamsamani, smallest of the small, is a name of Parabrahm in the Vedantic philosophy, Parabrahm being described as smaller than the smallest atom, and greater than the greatest sphere or universe, Anagrani Yam and Mahader Vavat. This is what George Smith gives as the first verses of the Akkadian Genesis as found in the cuneiform texts on the Lateras cocktails. There also, we find Anu the passive deity or Ansaf, Bel, the creator, the spirit of God, Sephira, moving on the face of the waters, hence water itself, and he, the universal soul or wisdom of the three combined. The first 8 verses read thus. 1. When above, were not raised the heavens, 2. And below on the earth a plant had not grown up. 3. The abyss had not broken its boundaries. 4. The chaos, or water, Tiamat, the sea, was the producing mother of the whole of them. This is the Cosm Eichel Aditi and Sephira. 5. Those waters at the beginning were ordained but 6. A tree had not grown, a flower had not unfolded. 7. When the gods had not sprung up, any one of them. 8. A plant had not grown, and order did not exist. This was the chaotic or antigenetic period, the double swan and the dark swan, which becomes white, when light is created. Asterisk. The symbol chosen for the majestic ideal of the universal principle will seem little calculated to answer its sacred character. A goose, or even a swan, may appear unfit, no doubt, to represent the grandeur of the spirit. Nevertheless, it must have had some deep occult meaning, since it figures not only in every cosmogony and world religion, but even was chosen by the medieval Christians, the Crusaders, as the vehicle of the Holy Ghost supposed to lead the army to Palestine, to wrench the tomb of the Savior from the hands of the Saracen. If we are to credit Professor Draper's statement in his Intellectual Development of Europe, the Crusaders, led on by Peter the Hermit, were preceded, at the head of the army, by the Holy Ghost under the shape of a white gander, in company of a goat. The Egyptian god of time, Seb, carries a goose on his head. Jupiter assumes the form of a swan and Brahma also, because the root of all this is that mystery of mysteries, the mundane egg. See preceding. Asterisk. The 7 swans that are believed to land from heaven into Lake Mansaravara, are in the popular fancy the 7 rishis of the Great Bear, who assume that form to visit the locality where the Vedas were written. 358 The secret doctrine. One has to learn the reason of a symbol before one depreciates it. The dual element of air and water is that of the ibis, swan, goose, and pelican, of crocodiles and frogs, lotus flowers, and water lilies, and sea, and the result is the choice of the most unseemly symbols. Among the modern as much as the ancient mystics, Pan, the great god of nature, was generally figured in connection with aquatic birds, geese especially, and so were other gods. If, later on, with the gradual degeneration of religion, the gods to whom geese were sacred, became priapic deities, it does not stand to reason that waterfowls were made sacred to Pan and other phallic deities, as some scoffers even of antiquity would have it. See Petroni I Satirica, 30, but that the abstract and divine power of procreative nature had become grossly anthropomorphized. Nor does the swan of Leda show priapic doings and her enjoyment thereof, as Mr. Hargrave Jennings chastely expresses it, for the myth is but another version of the same philosophical idea of cosmogony. Swans are frequently found associated with Apollo, as they are the emblems of water and fire, sunlight also, before the separation of the elements. Our modem symbologists might profit by some remarks made by a well-known writer, Mrs. Lydia Maria Child. From time immemorial an emblem has been worshipped in Hindustan as the type of creation, or the origin of life. Siva or the Mahadeva being not only the reproducer of human forms, but also the fructifying principle, the generative power that pervades the universe. The maternal emblem is likewise a religious type. This reverence for the production of life, introduced into the worship of Osiris the sexual emblems. Is it strange that they regarded with reverence the great mystery of human birth? Were they impure thus to regard it? Or are we impure that do not so regard it? But no clean and thoughtful mind could so regard them. We have traveled far, and unclean have been the paths, since those old anchorites first spoke of God and the soul in the solemn depths of their first sanctuaries. Let us not smile at their mode of tracing the infinite and the incomprehensible cause throughout all the mysteries of nature, lest by so doing we cast the shadow of our own grossness on their patriarchal simplicity. Progress of Religious Ideas, Vol. 1, p. 17, ETSEC/. 359 The Egg-born God. 6. The mundane egg. Whence this universal symbol? The egg was incorporated as a sacred sign in the cosmogony of every people on the earth, and was revered both on account of its form and its inner mystery. From the earliest mental conceptions of man, it was known as that which represented most successfully the origin and secret of being. The gradual development of the imperceptible germ within the closed shell, the inward working, without any apparent outward interference of force, which from a latent nothing produced an active something, needing not save heat, and which, having gradually evolved into a concrete, living creature, broke its shell, appearing to the outward senses of all a self-generated, and self-created being must have been a standing miracle from the beginning. The secret teaching explains the reason for this reverence by the symbolism of the prehistoric races. The first cause had no name in the beginnings. Later it was pictured in the fancy of the thinkers as an ever-invisible, mysterious bird that dropped an egg into chaos, which egg becomes the universe. Hence Brahm was called Kalahansa, the swan in space and time. He became the swan of eternity, who lays at the beginning of each Mahamanvantara a golden egg. It typifies the great circle, or O, itself a symbol for the universe and its spherical bodies. The second reason for its having been chosen as the symbolical representation of the universe, and of our earth, was its form. It was a circle and a sphere, and the oviform shape of our globe must have been known from the beginning of symbology, since it was so universally adopted. The first manifestation of the cosmos in the form of an egg was the most widely diffused belief of antiquity. As Bryant shows, 165, it was a symbol adopted among the Greeks, the Syrians, Persians, and Egyptians. In chapter Liv. Of the Egyptian ritual, Seb, the god of time and of the earth, is spoken of as having laid an egg, or the universe, an egg conceived at the hour of the great one of the dual force, seconds. V. 2, 3, etc. Ra is shown like Brahma gestating in the egg of the universe. The deceased is resplendent in the egg of the land of mysteries, XXII, 1. 4, this is the egg to which is given life among the gods, Sly, 11. It is the egg of the great clucking hen, the egg of Seb, who issues from it like a hawk, Lziv, 1, 2, 3, Lxi, 1. With the Greeks the Orphic egg is described by Aristophanes, and was part of the Dionysiac and other mysteries, during which 360 the Secret Doctrine. The mundane egg was consecrated and its significance explained, Porphyry showing it a representation of the world, Freemnani ID 6 VT0, WPP Kozman. Faber and Bryant have tried to show that the egg typified the Ark of Noah, which, unless the latter is accepted as purely allegorical and symbolical, is a wild belief. It can have typified the ark only as a synonym of the moon, the arga which carries the universal seed of life, but had surely nothing to do with the ark of the Bible. Anyhow, the belief that the universe existed in the beginning in the shape of an egg was general. And as Wilson has it, a similar account of the first aggregation of the elements in the form of an egg is given in all the Indian, Quran as, with the usual epithet Hima or Hiranya, golden as it occurs in Manu. Hiranya, however, means resplendent, shining, rather than golden, as proven by the great Indian scholar, the late Swami Dayanand Sarasvati, in his unpublished polemics with Professor Max Muller. As said in the Vishnu Purana, intellect, Maha, the unmanifest, gross elements inclusive, formed an egg. And the Lord of the universe himself abided in it, in the character of Brahma. In that egg, O Brahman, were the continents and seas and mountains, the planets and divisions of the universe, the gods, the demons, and mankind. Book I, ch. 2, both in Greece and in India the first visible male being, who united in himself the nature of either sex, abode in the egg and issued from it. This firstborn of the world was Dionysius, with some Greeks, the god who sprang from the mundane egg, and from whom the mortals and immortals were derived. The god Ra is shown in the ritual, Book of the Dead, 1750, beaming in his egg, the sun, and he starts off as soon as the god Shu, the solar energy, awakens and gives him the impulse. He is in the solar egg, the egg to which is given life among the gods, Ibid, Sly, 13. The solar god exclaims, I am the creative soul of the celestial abyss. None sees my nest, none can break my egg, I am the Lord. Ibid, LXXXV. In view of this circular form, the eye issuing from the, or the egg, or the male from the female in the androgyne, it is strange to find a scholar saying on the ground that the most ancient Indian manuscripts show no trace of it, that the ancient Aryans were ignorant of the decimal notation. The 10, being the sacred number of the universe, was secret and esoteric, both as the unit and cipher, or zero, the circle. Moreover, Professor Max Muller says that the two words cipher and zero, which are but one, are sufficient to prove that our figures are borrowed from the Arabs. Asterisk cipher is the Arabic cifran, and means asterisk see Max Muller's are figures. 361 Whence are figures? Empty, a translation of the Sanskrit name of Natsunya, he says asterisk the Arabs had their figures from Hindustan, and never claimed the discovery for themselves. As to the Pythagoreans, we need but turn to the ancient manuscripts of Boethius's geometry, composed in the 6th century, to find among the Pythagorean numerals J the 1 and the naught, as the first and final ciphers. And Porphyry, who quotes from the Pythagorean mode Radus, says that the numerals of Pythagoras were hieroglyphical symbols, by means whereof he explained ideas concerning the nature of things, or the origin of the universe. Now, if, on the other hand, the most ancient Indian manuscripts show as yet no trace of decimal notation in them, and Max Muller states very clearly that until now he has found but 9 letters, the initials of the Sanskrit numerals, in them, on the other hand, we have records as ancient to supply the wanted proof. We speak of the sculptures and the sacred imagery in the most ancient temples of the Far East. Pythagoras derived his knowledge from India, and we find Professor Max Muller corroborating this statement, at least so far as to allow the Neo-Pythagoreans to have been the first teachers of ciphering, among the Greeks and Romans, that they at Alexandria, or in Syria, became acquainted with the Indian figures, and adapted them to the Pythagorean abacus, our figures. This cautious admission implies that Pythagoras himself was acquainted with but 9 figures. Thus we might reasonably answer that, although we possess no certain proof, exoterically, that the decimal notation was known by Pythagoras, who lived on the very close of the Archaic Ages, we have yet sufficient evidence to show that the full numbers, as given by Boethius, were known to the Pythagoreans, even before Alexandria was built. This evidence we find in Aristotle, who says that some philosophers hold that ideas and numbers are of the same nature, and amount to 10 in all. This, we believe, will be sufficient to show that the decimal notation was known among them at least as early as 4 centuries BC, for Aristotle does not seem to treat the question as an innovation of the Neo-Pythagoreans. Asterisk A Kabbalist would be rather inclined to believe that as the Arabic Sifrin was taken from the Indian Sinya, not, so the Jewish Kabbalistic Sephiroth, Sephrim, were taken from the word cipher, not in the sense of emptiness but the reverse, that of creation by number and degrees in their evolution. And the Sephiroth are 10 or copyright plus C. Max Muller's are figures. J. C. King's Gnostics and Their Remains, Plate 13. Beta Pathag. 608 BC *. The city was built 332 BC. Medif 7, f 362. The Secret Doctrine. But we know more than that. Zeev know that the decimal system must have been known to the mankind of the earliest archaic ages, since the whole astronomical and geometrical portion of the secret sacerdotal language was built upon the number 10, or the combination of the male and female principles, and since the pyramid of Cheops is built upon the measures of this decimal notation, or rather upon the digits and their combinations with the knot. Of this, however, sufficient was said in Isis Unveiled, and it is useless to repeat and return to the same subject. The symbolism of the lunar and solar deities is so inextricably mixed up, that it is next to impossible to separate such glyphs as the egg, the lotus, and the sacred animals from each other. The ibis, for instance, sacred to Isis, who is often represented with the head of that bird, sacred also to Mercury or Thoth, because that god assumed its form while escaping from Typhon. The ibis was held in the greatest veneration in Egypt. There were two kinds of ibises, Herodotus tells us, lib 2c 75 etseq, in that country, one quite black, the other black and white. The former is credited with fighting and exterminating the winged serpents which came every spring from Arabia and infested the country. The other was sacred to the moon, because the latter planet is white and brilliant on her external side, dark and black on that side which she never turns to the earth. Moreover, the ibis kills land serpents, and makes the most terrible havoc amongst the eggs of the crocodile, and thus saves Egypt from having the Nile infested by those horrible saurians. The bird is credited with doing so in the moonlight, and thus being helped by Isis, as the moon, her sidereal symbol. But the nearer esoteric truth underlying these popular myths is, that Hermes, as shown by Abenaphius, de cult to Egypt, watched under the form of that bird over the Egyptians, and taught them the occult arts and sciences. This means simply that the ibis religiosa had and has magical properties in common with many other birds, the albatross preeminently, and the mythical white swan, the swan of eternity or time, the Kalahansa. Were it otherwise, indeed, why should all the ancient peoples, who were no more fools than we are, have had such a superstitious dread of killing certain birds? In Egypt, he who killed an ibis, or the golden hawk, the symbol of the sun and Osiris, risked and could hardly escape death. The veneration of some nations for birds was such that Zoroaster, in his precepts, forbids their slaughter as a heinous crime. We laugh in our age at every kind of divination. Yet why should so many generations have believed in divination by birds, and even in zoomancy, said by Suidas to have been imparted by Orpheus, who taught how to perceive in the yolk and white of 363 egg-born logoi? The egg, under certain conditions, that which the bird bomb from it would have seen around it during its short life. This occult art, which demanded 3,000 years ago the greatest learning and the most abstruse mathematical calculations, has now fallen into the depths of degradation. It is old cooks and fortune-tellers who read their future to servant girls in search of husbands, by means of the white of an egg in a glass. Nevertheless, even Christians have to this day their sacred birds, for instance, the dove, the symbol of the Holy Ghost. Nor have they neglected the sacred animals. The evangelical zoolatry, the bull, the eagle, the lion, and the angel, in reality the cherub, or seraph, the fiery winged serpent, is as much pagan as that of the Egyptians or the Chaldeans. These four animals are, in reality, the symbols of the four elements, and of the four lower principles in man. Nevertheless, they correspond physically and materially to the four constellations that form, so to speak, the suite or cortege of the solar god, and occupy during the winter solstice the 4 cardinal points of the zodiacal circle. These 4 animals may be seen in many of the Roman Catholic New Testaments where the portraits of the evangelists are given. They are the animals of Ezekiel's Merkabah. As truly stated by Ragan, the ancient hierophants have combined so cleverly the dogmas and symbols of their religious philosophies, that these symbols can be fully explained only by the combination and knowledge of all the keys. They can be only approximately interpreted, even if one finds out 3 out of these 7 systems, the anthropological, the psychic, and the astronomical. The 2 chief interpretations, the highest and the lowest, the spiritual and the physiological, they preserved in the greatest secrecy until the latter fell into the dominion of the profane. Thus far, with regard only to the prehistoric hierophants, with whom that which has now become purely, or impurely, phallic, was a science as profound and as mysterious as biology and physiology are now. This was their exclusive property, the fruit of their studies and discoveries. The other 2 were those which dealt with the creative gods, theogony, and with creative man, i.e., the ideal and the practical mysteries. These interpretations were so cleverly veiled and combined, that many were those who, while arriving at the discovery of one meaning, were baffled in understanding the significance of the others, and could never unriddle them sufficiently to commit dangerous indiscretions. The highest, the first, and the 4th theogony in relation to anthropogony were almost impossible to fathom. We find the proofs of this in the Jewish Holy Writ. It is owing to the serpent being oviparous, that it became a symbol of wisdom and an emblem of the logoi, or the self-born. In the temple of Philce in Upper Egypt, an egg was artificially prepared of clay made of 364 the secret doctrine. Various incenses, and it was made to hatch by a peculiar process, when a Cerastes, the homed viper, was born. The same was done in antiquity for the cobra in the Indian temples. The creative god emerges from the egg that issues from the mouth of Neph as a winged serpent because the serpent is the symbol of the all-wisdom. With the Hebrews he is glyphed by the flying or fiery serpents of the wilderness and Moses. And with the Alexandrian mystics he becomes the Ophiokristos, the Logos of the Gnostics. The Protestants try to show that the allegory of the brazen serpent and of the fiery serpents has a direct reference to the mystery of Christ and crucifixion *, but it has a far nearer relation, in truth, to the mystery of generation, when dissociated from the egg with the central germ, or the circle with its central point. The brazen serpent had no such holy meaning as that, nor was it, in fact, glorified above the fiery serpents for the bite of which it was only a natural remedy. The symbological meaning of the word brazen being the feminine principle, and that of fiery, or gold, the male one. In the Book of the Dead, as just shown, reference is often made to the egg. Ra, the mighty one, remains in his egg, during the struggle between the children of the rebellion and Shu, the solar energy and the dragon of darkness, ch. 17, the deceased is resplendent in his asterisk, and this only because the brazen serpent was lifted on a pole. It had rather a reference to Miko the Egyptian egg standing upright supported by the sacred Tau, since the egg and the serpent are inseparable in the old worship and symbology of Egypt, and since both the brazen and fiery serpents were seraphs, the burning fiery messengers, or the serpent gods, the Nagas of India. It was a purely phallic symbol without the egg, while when associated with it it related to cosmic creation. Plus brass was a metal symbolizing the nether world. That of the womb where life should be given. The word for serpent was in Hebrew nakash, but this is the same term for has. It is said in Numbers, XXI, that the Jews complained of the wilderness where there was no water, v. 5, after which the Lord sent fiery serpents to bite them, when, to oblige Moses, he gives him as a remedy the brazen serpent on a pole to look at, after which any man when he beheld the serpent of brass lived. After that the Lord, gathering the people together at the well of Beer, gives them water, 14-16, and grateful Israel sang this song, Spring up, O well, v. 17, when, After studying symbology, the Christian reader comes to understand the innermost meaning of these three symbols: water, brazen, the serpent, and a few more in the sense given to them in the Holy Bible. He will hardly like to connect the sacred name of his Savior with the brazen serpent incident. The seraphim Latiel, Phi winged serpents, are no doubt connected with, and inseparable from, the idea of the serpent of eternity God, as explained in Keneally's Apocalypse. But the word cherub also meant serpent, in one sense, though its direct meaning is different, because the cherubim and the Persian winged, /UFR 615 griffins, the guardians of the Golden Mountain, are the same, and their compound name shows their character, as it is formed of, kr, circle, and ob, or ob serpent, therefore, a serpent in a circle. And this settles the phallic character of the brazen serpent, and justifies Hezekiah for breaking it. C2 Kings, 18, 4. Verbum Saturday Sapienti. 365 The winged globe. Egg when he crosses to the land of mystery, XXII. He is the egg of Seb, Liv 1-3. The egg was the symbol of life in immortality and eternity, as also the glyph of the generative matrix, and the tau, associated with it, only of life and birth in generation. The mundane egg was placed in Knuum, the water of space / or the feminine abstract principle, Knuum becoming, with the fall of mankind into generation and phallicism, Ammon, the creative god, and Wenta, the fiery god, carries the mundane egg in his hand, then the symbolism becomes quite terrestrial and concrete in its significance. In conjunction with the hawk, the symbol of Osiris' sun, the symbol is dual, it relates to both lives, the mortal and the immortal. In Kircher's See Oedipus Egyptiacus, Vol. 3, p. 124, one can see, on the papyrus engraved in it, an egg floating above the mummy. This is the symbol of hope and the promise of a second birth for the Osirified dead. His soul, after due purification in the Amenti, will gestate in this egg of immortality, to be reborn from it into a new life on earth. For this egg, in the esoteric doctrine, is the Devachan, the abode of bliss, the winged scarabaeus being alike a symbol of it. The winged globe is but another form of the egg, and has the same significance as the scarabaeus, the kopyru, from the root kopra, to become, to be reborn, which relates to the rebirth of man, as well as to his spiritual regeneration. In the Theogony of Machus, we find /ether first, and then the air, from which Elam, the intelligible, no ht/0s, deity, the visible universe of matter, is bomb out of the mundane egg. Movers Phoenizer, p. 282. In the Orphic hymns, the Eros fans evolves from the divine egg, which the ethereal winds impregnate, wind being the spirit of the unknown, darkness the spirit of God, as explains K. O. Muller, 236, the divine idea, says Plato, who is said to move ether. In the Hindu Kathokopanishad, Purusha, the divine spirit, already stands before the original matter, from whose union springs the great soul of the world, Mahatma, Brahma, the spirit of life etc., etc. Besides this, there are many charming allegories on this subject scattered through the sacred books of the Brahmins. In one place it is the female creator who is first a germ, then a drop of heavenly dew, a pearl, and then an egg. In such cases, of which there are too many to enumerate them separately, the egg gives birth to the four elements within the fifth ether, and is covered with 7 coverings, which become later on the 7 upper and the 7 lower worlds. Breaking in two, the shell becomes the heaven, and the meat in the egg the earth, the white forming the terrace *. The latter appellations are all identical with anima mundi, or the universal soul, the astral light of the Kabbalist and the occultist, or the egg of darkness. Plus Weber, Acad Forels, pages 213, 214 et sec. 366 The Secret Doctrine. Trial Waters. Then again, it is Vishnu who emerges from within the egg with a lotus in his hand. Vinata, a daughter of Daksha and wife of Kashyapa, the self-born sprung from time, one of the 7 creators of our world, brought forth an egg from which was Garuda, the vehicle of Vishnu, the latter allegory having a relation to our earth only, as Garuda is the great cycle. The egg was sacred to Isis. The priests of Egypt never ate eggs on that account. Diodorus Siculus states that Osiris was born from an egg, like Brahma. From Leda's egg Apollo and Latona were born, as also Castor and Pollux the bright Gemini. And though the Buddhists do not attribute the same origin to their founder, yet, no more than the ancient Egyptians or the modern Brahmins, do they eat eggs, lest they should destroy the germ of life latent in them, and commit thereby sin. The Chinese believe that their first man was born from an egg, which Tian, a god, dropped down from heaven to earth into the waters. Plus this symbol is still regarded by some as representing the idea of the origin of life, which is a scientific truth, though the human ovum is invisible to the naked eye. Therefore we see respect shown to it from the remotest past, by the Greeks, Phoenicians, Romans, the Japanese, and the Siamese, the North and South American tribes, and even the savages of the remotest islands. With the Egyptians, the concealed god was Ammon, Monday. All their gods were dual, the scientific reality for the sanctuary, its double, the fabulous and mythical entity, for the masses. For instance, as observed in Chaos, Theos, Cosmos, the older Horus was the idea of the world remaining in the demiurgic mind born in darkness before the creation of the world. The second Horus J was the same idea going forth from the Logos, becoming clothed with matter and assuming an actual existence. Compare Movers Phoenizer, p. 268. The same with Khnum and Ammon, both are represented ram-headed, and both often confused, though their functions are different. Khnum is the modeler of men, fashioning men and things out of the mundane egg on a potter's wheel. Isis is almost always represented holding a lotus in one hand and in the other a circle and the cross, crux ansata, the egg being sacred to her. Plus the Chinese seem to have thus anticipated Sir William Thomson's theory that the first living germ had dropped to the earth from some passing comet. Query. Why should this be called scientific and the Chinese idea a superstitious, foolish theory? J. Horus the Older, or Haroyari, is an ancient aspect of the solar god, contemporary with Ra and Shu. Haroyari is often mistaken for Horsusi, son of Osiris and Isis. The Egyptians very often represented the rising sun under the form of Hor the Older, rising from a full-blown lotus, the universe, when the solar disk is always found on the hawk head of that god. Haroyari is Khnum. Ammon or Monday, the hidden, the supreme spirit. 367 The Scandinavian Logos. Ammon Ra, the generator, is the secondary aspect of the concealed deity. Khnum was adored at Elephanta and Phi/Ammon at Thebes. But it is Imift, the one, supreme planetary principle, who blows the egg out of his mouth, and who is, therefore, Brahma. The shadow of the deity, cosmic and universal, of that which broods over and permeates the egg with its vivifying spirit until the germ contained in it is ripe, was the mystery god whose name was unpronounceable. It is however, he who opens, the opener of life and death, who proceeds from the egg of the world to begin his dual work. Book of Numbers. According to the Greeks, the phantom form of the Chemis, ancient Egypt, which floats on the ethereal waves of the Empyrean sphere, was called into being by Horus Apollo, the sun god, who caused it to evolve out of the mundane egg. Percent in the Scandinavian cosmogony placed by Professor Max Muller, in point of time, as far anterior to the Vedas in the poem of Valispa, the Song of the Prophetess. The mundane egg is again discovered in the phantom germ of the universe, which is represented as lying in the Jinyangagap, the cup of illusion, Maya, the boundless end. Void abyss. In this world's matrix, formerly a region of night and desolation, Nebelheim, the mist place, the nebular as it is called now, in the astral light, dropped a ray of cold light which overflowed this cup and froze in it. Then the invisible blew a scorching wind which dissolved the frozen waters and cleared the mist. These waters, chaos, called the streams of Ilivigar, distilling in vivifying drops, fell down and created the earth and the giant Ymir, who only had the semblance of man, the heavenly man, and the cow. Audid Humla, the mother or astral light. Cosmic soul, from whose udder flowed 4 streams of milk, the 4 cardinal points, the 4 heads of the 4 rivers of Eden, etc., and which 4 allegorically are symbolized by the cube in all its various and mystical meanings. The Christians, especially the Greek and Latin churches, have fully adopted the symbol, and see in it a commemoration of life eternal. His triadic goddesses are Sati and Anuki. Tita was originally the god of death, of destruction, like Siva. He is a solar god only by virtue of the sun's fire killing as well as vivifying. He was the national god of Memphis, the radiant and fair-faced god. See Saiktuara bronzes, Sedic epoch. The Brahmanda Purana contains the mystery about Brahma's golden egg fully, and this is why, perhaps, it is inaccessible to the Orientalists, who say that this Purana, like the Skanda, is no longer procurable in a collective body, but is represented by a variety of Kandas and Mahatmayas professing to be derived from it. The Brahmanda Purana is described as that which is declared in 12,200 verses, the magnificence of the egg of Brahma, and in which an account of the future kalpas is contained as revealed by Brahma. Quite so, and much more, perchance. 368 The secret doctrine of salvation and of resurrection. This is found in and corroborated by the time-honored custom of exchanging Easter eggs. From the anguinum, the egg of the pagan Druid, whose name alone made Rome tremble with fear, to the red Easter egg of the Slavonian peasant, a cycle has passed. And yet, whether in civilized Europe, or among the abject savages of Central America, we find the same archaic, primitive thought, if we only search for it and do not disfigure in the haughtiness of our fancied mental and physical superiority the original idea of the symbol. 7. The days and nights of Brahma. This is the name given to the periods called Manvantara, Manvantara, or between the Manas, and Pralaya, dissolution, one referring to the active periods of the universe, the other to its times of relative and complete rest according to whether they occur at the end of a day, or an age, a life, of Brahma. These periods, which follow each other in regular succession, are also called kalpas, small and great, the minor and the Maltakalpa, though, properly speaking, the Mahakalpa is never a day, but a whole life or age of Brahma, for it is said in the Brahma Vaivarta, chronologers compute a kalpa by the life of Brahma, minor kalpas as Samvarta and the rest, are numerous. In sober truth they are infinite, as they have never had a commencement, i.e., there never was a first kalpa, nor will there ever be a last one, in eternity. One paradha in the ordinary acceptation of this measure of time or half of the existence of Brahma, in the present Mahakalpa, has already expired. The last kalpa was the Padma, or that of the golden lotus, the present one being Varaha *, the boar incarnation, or avatar. There is a curious piece of information in the Buddhist esoteric traditions. The exoteric or allegorical biography of Gautama Buddha shows this great sage dying of an indigestion of pork and rice, a very prosaic and, indeed, having little of the solemn element in it. This is explained as an allegorical reference to his having been born in the boar, or Varahakalpa, when Brahma assumed the form of that animal to raise the earth out of the waters of space. And as the Brahmins descend direct from Brahma and are, so to speak, identified with him, and as they are at the same time the mortal enemies of Buddha and Buddhism, we have the curious allegorical hint and combination. Brahmanism, of the boar, or Varahakalpa, has slaughtered the religion of Buddha in India, swept it away from its face, therefore Buddha, identified with his philosophy, is said to have died from the effects of eating of the flesh of a wild hog. The idea alone of one who established the most rigorous vegetarianism and respect for animal life, even to refusing to eat eggs as vehicles of a latent future life dying of a meat indigestion, is absurdly contradictory and has puzzled more than one Orientalist. But this explanation, unveiling the allegory, explains all the rest. The Varaha, however, is no simple boar, and seems to have meant at first some antediluvian lacustrine animal delighting to sport in water. Vaupumna. 369 Human Gods and Divine Men. By the scholar who studies the Hindu religion from the Puranas, one thing is to be especially noted. He must not take literally, and in one sense only, the statements therein found, since those which especially concern the Manvantaras or Kalpas have to be understood in their several references. So, for instance, these periods relate in the same language to both the great and the small periods, to Mahakalpas and to minor cycles. The Matsya, or fish avatar, happened before the Varaha or boar avatar. The allegories, therefore, must relate to both the Padma and the present Manvantara, and also to the minor cycles which took place since the reappearance of our chain of worlds and earth. And, as the Matsya avatar of Vishnu and Vaivasvata's deluge are correctly connected with an event that happened on our earth during this round, it is evident that while it may relate to pre-cosmic events, in the sense of our cosmos or solar system, it has reference in our case to a distant geological period. Not even esoteric philosophy can claim to know, except by analogical inference, that which took place before the reappearance of our solar system and previous to the last Mahapralaya. But it teaches distinctly that after the first geological disturbance in the Earth's axis, which ended in the sweeping down to the bottom of the seas of the whole second continent, with its primeval races of which successive Earths or continents Atlantis was the fourth, there came another disturbance by the axis resuming as rapidly its previous degree of inclination, when the Earth was indeed raised once more out of the waters. And as above so it is below, and vice versa. There were gods on earth in those days, gods, and not men, as we know them now, says the tradition. As will be shown in Book 2, the computation of periods in exoteric Hinduism refers to both the great cosmic and the small terrestrial events and cataclysms, and the same may be shown for names. For instance, Yudhisthira, the first king of the Sasya, who opens the Kali Yuga era, which has to last 432,000 years, an actual king and man who lived 3,102 years B.C., applies also, name and all, to the great deluge at the time of the first sinking of Atlantis. He is the Yudhisthira * born on the mountain of the 100 Peaks at the extremity of *. According to Colonel Wilford, the conclusion of the Great War was B.C. 1370, CAR, Volume 9, p. 116, according to Bentley, 575 B.C. We may hope, perhaps, that before the end of this century, the Mahabharatian epics will be found and proclaimed identical with the wars of the great Napoleon. 370 The Secret Doctrine. The world beyond which nobody can go, and immediately after the flood. See Royal Asiatic. SOC, Volume 9, p. 364. We know of no flood 3,102 years B.C., not even that of Noah, for, agreeably with Judeo-Christian chronology, it took place 2,349 years BC. This relates to an esoteric division of time and a mystery explained elsewhere, and may therefore be left aside for the present. Suffice to remark at this juncture that all the efforts of imagination of the Wilfords, Bentleys, and other would-be Sadie-Pusses of esoteric Hindu chronology have sadly failed. No computation of either the Four Ages, or the Manvantaras, has ever been unriddled by our very learned Orientalists, who have therefore cut the Gordian knot by proclaiming the whole a figment of the Brahmanical brain. So be it, and may the great scholars rest in peace. This figment is given in the preliminary sections which preface Anthropogenesis in Book 2, and with esoteric additions. FETUC, however, what were the three kinds of pralayas, and what is the popular belief about them? For once it agrees with esotericism. Of the pralaya before which 14 manvantaras elapse, having over them as many presiding manas, and at whose close occurs the incidental or Brahma's dissolution. It is said in Vishnu Purana, in condensed form, that at the end of 1,000 periods of 4 ages, which complete a day of Brahma, the earth is almost exhausted. The eternal Avyaya, Vishnu, assumes then the character of Rudra, the destroyer, Siva, and reunites all his creatures to himself. He enters the 7 rays of the sun and drinks up all the waters of the globe. He causes the moisture to evaporate, thus drying up the whole earth. Oceans and rivers, torrents, and small streams, are all exhaled. Thus fed with abundant moisture, the 7 solar rays become 7 suns by dilation, and they finally set the world on fire. Hari, the destroyer of all things, who is the flame of time, Kaligni, finally consumes the earth. Then Rudra, becoming Janardana, breathes clouds and rain. There are many kinds of pralaya, but 3 chief ones are specially mentioned in old Hindu books, and of these, as Wilson shows, the first is called Naimatika * occasional or incidental, caused by the intervals of Brahma's days. It is the destruction of creatures, of all that lives and has a form, but not of the substance which remains in statu quo till the new dawn in that night. The asterisk in the Vedanta and Nyaya Nimitta, from which Naimatika is rendered as the efficient cause, when antithesized with Upadana, the physical or material cause. In the Sankhya, Pradhana is a cause inferior to Brahma, or rather Brahma being himself a cause, is superior to Pradhana. Hence incidental is wrongly translated, and ought to be translated, as shown by some scholars, ideal cause, and even real cause would have been better. 371 The rebirth of gods. Other is called Prakritika and occurs at the end of the age or life of Brahma, when everything that exists is resolved into the primal element, to be remodeled at the end of that longer night. But the third, Atyantika, does not concern the worlds or the universe, but only the individualities of some people. It is thus individual pralaya or nirvana, after having reached which, there is no more future existence possible, no rebirth till after the Malta pralaya. The latter night, lasting as it does 311,040,000,000,000 years, and having the possibility of being almost doubled in case the lucky Jivanmati reaches nirvana at an early period of a manvantara, is long enough to be regarded as eternal, if not endless. The Bhagavata, 12:4-35, speaks of a fourth kind of pralaya, the nitya or constant dissolution, and explains it as the change which takes place imperceptibly in everything in this universe from the globe down to the atom without cessation. It is growth and decay, life and death. When the Mahapralaya arrives, the inhabitants of Swarloka, the upper sphere, disturbed by the conflagration, seek refuge with the Pitris, their progenitors, the Manas, the 7 Rishis, the various orders of celestial spirits and the gods, in Maharloka. When the latter is reached also, the whole of the above enumerated beings migrate in their turn from Maharloka, and repair to Janaloka in their subtle forms, destined to become re-embodied, in similar capacities as their former, when the world is renewed at the beginning of the succeeding Kalpaf, Vayupurana. These clouds, mighty in size, and loud in thunder, fill up all space. Navastala, goes on Vishnu Purana. Book 6, ch. 3, showering down torrents of water. These clouds quench the dreadful fires, and then they rain uninterruptedly for 100, divine, years, and deluge the whole world, solar system. Pouring down, in drops as large as dice, these rains overspread the earth, and fill the middle region, Bhavaloka, and inundate heaven. The world is now enveloped in darkness, and all things animate, or inanimate, having perished, the clouds continue to pour down their waters. And the night of Brahma reigns supreme over the scene of desolation. This is what we call in the esoteric doctrine a solar pralaya. When the waters have reached the region of the 7 Rishis, and the world, our solar system, is one ocean, they stop. The breath of Vishnu becomes a strong wind, which blows for another 100, divine, years until all clouds are dispersed. The wind is then reabsorbed, and that, of which all things are made, the Lord by whom all things exist. He who is inconceivable, without beginning, the beginning of the universe, reposes, sleeping upon Sha, the serpent of infinity, in the midst of the deep. The Adikrit 372. The Secret Doctrine. Creator Hari sleeps upon the ocean of space in the form of Brahma, glorified by Sanaka * and the Siddha, saints, of Janaloka, and contemplated by the holy denizens of Brahmaloka, anxious for final liberation, involved in mystic slumber, the celestial personification of his own illusions. This is the Pratisankara, dissolution, termed incidental, because Hari is its incidental, ideal, cause. T. When the universal spirit wakes, the world revives. When he closes his eyes, all things fall upon the bed of mystic slumber. In like manner, as 1000 great ages constitute a day of Brahma, in the original it is Padmayoni, the same as Abjayani, lotus-born, not Brahma, so his night consists of the same period. Awaking at the end of his night, the unborn creates the universe anew. Vishnu Purana. This is incidental pralaya. What is the elemental dissolution? When by earth and fire, says Parasara to Maitreya, all the worlds and patalas, hells, are withered up. J. The progress of elemental dissolution is begun. Then, first the waters swallow up the property of earth, which is the rudiment of smell, and earth deprived of this property proceeds to destruction and becomes one with water. When the universe is thus pervaded by the waves of the watery element, its rudimentary flavor is locked up by the elements of fire, on account of which the waters themselves are destroyed, and become one with fire, and the universe is therefore entirely filled with flame, ethereal, which gradually overspreads the whole world. While space is one flame, the element of wind seizes upon the rudimental property or form, which is the cause of light, and that being withdrawn, pralana, all becomes of the nature of air. The rudiment of form being destroyed, and vibhavasu, fire, deprived of its rudiment, air extinguishes fire and spreads over space, which is deprived of light when fire merges into air. Air, then, accompanied by sound, which is the source of ether, extends everywhere throughout the 10 regions. Until ether seizes upon cohesion, sparsa touch, its rudimental property, by the loss of which, air is destroyed, and ka remains unmodified, devoid of form, flavor, touch, sparsa, and smell. It exists, embodied, murtimat, and vast, and pervades the whole space. Akasa, whose characteristic property and rudiment is sound, the word, occupies the whole containment of space. Then the origin, noumenon, of the elements, buddhadai, devours sound, collective demiurgos, and the hosts of Dhyan Kohans, and all the existing * the chief Kumdra or virgin god, a Dhyan Kohan, who refuses to create. A prototype of Saint Michael, who refuses to do the same. TC concluding lines in section, Chaos, Theos, Cosmos. J. This prospect would hardly suit Christian theology, which prefers an eternal, everlasting hell for its followers. 373. The dissolution of the egg. Elements * are at once merged into their original. The primary element, consciousness, combined with tamasa, spiritual darkness, is itself disintegrated by Maha, the universal intellect, whose characteristic property is buddhi, and earth and Maha are the inner and outer boundaries of the universe. Thus as, in the beginning, were the 7 forms of prakriti, nature, reckoned from Maha to earth, so these 7 successively re-enter into each other. The egg of Brahma, Sarvamandala, is dissolved in the waters that surround it, with its 7 zones, dvipas, 7 oceans, 7 regions and their mountains. The investure of water is drunk by the fire, the stratum of fire is absorbed by that of air, air blends itself with ether. Akasa, the buddhadai, the origin, or rather the cause, of the primary element, devours the ether and is, itself, destroyed by Maha, the Great, the universal mind, which along with all these is seized upon by Prakriti and disappears. The Prakriti is essentially the same, whether discrete or indiscrete, only that which is discrete is finally absorbed by and lost in the indiscrete. Pums, spirit, also, which is one, pure, imperishable, eternal, all-pervading, is a portion of that supreme spirit which is all things. That spirit, Sarvesa, which is other than, embodied, spirit, and in which there are no attributes of name, species, naman and jati, or rupa, hence body rather than species, or the like remains as the sole existence, satta. Prakriti and Purusha both resolving finally into Supreme Spirit. From Vishnu Purana, Wilson's mistakes being here corrected, and original words put in brackets. This is the final pralaya, the death of cosmos, after which its spirit rests in nirvana, or in that for which there is neither day nor night. All the other pralayas are periodical and follow, in regular succession, the manvantaras, as the night follows the day of every human creature, animal, and plant. The cycle of creation of the lives of cosmos is run down. The energy of the manifested word having asterisk the term elements must be understood here to mean not only the visible and physical elements, but also that which St. Paul calls elements the spiritual, intelligent potencies, angels and demons in their manvantaric form. Plus, when this description is correctly understood by Orientalists in its esoteric significance, then it will be found that this cosmic correlation of world elements may explain the correlation of physical forces better than those now known. At any rate, Theosophists will perceive that Prakriti has 7 forms, or principles, reckoned from Maha to earth. The waters mean here the mystic mother, the womb of abstract nature, in which the manifested universe is conceived. The 7 zones have reference to the 7 divisions of that universe, or the noumena of the forces that bring it into being. It is all allegorical. As it is the Maha, the Great, or so-called final pralaya which is here described, everything is reabsorbed into its original one element, the gods themselves, Brahma and the rest being said to die and disappear during that long night. 374 The secret doctrine. Its growth, culmination, and decrease, as have all things temporary, however long their duration. The creative force is eternal as noumenon. As a phenomenal manifestation in its aspects, it has a beginning and must, therefore, have an end. During that interval it has its periods of activity and its periods of rest. And these are the days and the nights of Brahma. But Brahma, the noumenon, never rests, as it never changes and ever is, though it cannot be said to be anywhere. The Jewish Kabbalists felt this necessity of immutability in an eternal, infinite deity, and therefore applied the same thought to the anthropomorphic God. The idea is poetical and very appropriate in its application. In the Zohar we read as follows: as Moses was keeping a vigil on Mount Sinai, in company with the deity, who was concealed from his sight by a cloud, he felt a great fear overcome him, and suddenly asked, Lord, where art thou? Sleepest thou, O Lord? And the Spirit answered him, I never sleep. Were I to fall asleep for a moment before my time, all the creation would crumble into dissolution in one instant. Before my time is very suggestive. It shows the God of Moses to be only a temporary substitute, like Brahma the male, a substitute and an aspect of that which is immutable, and which therefore can take no part in the days, or in the nights, nor have any concern whatever with reaction or dissolution. While the Eastern occultists have 7 modes of interpretation, the Jews have only 4, namely, the real mystical, the allegorical, the moral, and the literal or pashut. The latter is the key of the exoteric churches and not worth discussion. Read in the first, or mystical key, here are several sentences which show the identity of the foundations of construction in every scripture. It is given in Mr. T. Meyer's excellent book on the Kabbalistic works he seems to have well studied. I quote verbatim. Bereshith bara Elohim Hashem v'ath haaretz, i.e., in the beginning the God, created the heavens and the earth, the meaning of which is the 6 Sephiroth of construction / over which Bereshith stands, all belong Beloiv. It created 6, and, on these stand all things. And those depend upon the 7 forms of the cranium up to the dignity of all dignities. And the second earth does not come into calculation, therefore it has been said, and from it, that earth, which underwent the curse, came it forth. It, the earth, was without form and void, and darkness was over the face of the abyss, and the spirit of Elohim was breathing, Mirachaphath, i.e., hovering, brooding over, moving. 13 depend on 13 * the builders of the stanzas. 375 Archaic symbolism. Forms, of the most worthy dignity. 6,000 years hang, are referred to, in the first 6 words. The 7th, thousand, the millennium, above it, the cursed earth, is that which is strong by itself. And it was rendered entirely desolate during 12 hours, 1 day, as is written. In the 13th. It, the deity, shall restore all. And everything shall be renewed as before, and all those 6 shall continue. Etc. Kabbalah, p. 233, from Sifra-Geni Utah, ci. 16, s9. The Sephiroth of construction are the 6 Hayan Kohans, or Manus, or Prajapati, synthesized by the 7th Bereshith, the first emanation or logos, and who are called, therefore, the builders of the lower or physical universe. All belong below. These 6 be whose essence is of the 7th are the Upati, the base or fundamental stone on which the objective universe is built, the noumenoi of all things. Hence they are, at the same time, the forces of nature, the 7 angels of the presence, the 6th and 7th principles in man, the spirito-psychophysical spheres of the septenary chain, the root races, etc., etc. They all depend upon the 7 forms of the cranium up to the highest. The second earth does not come into calculation because it is no earth, but the chaos or abyss of space in which rested the paradigmatic, or model universe in ideation of the oversoul brooding over it. The term curse is here very misleading, for it means simply doom or destiny, or that fatality which sent it forth into the objective state. This is shown by that earth under the curse being described as without form and void, in whose abysmal depths the breath of the Elohim, collective logoi, produced or photographed the first divine ideation of the things to be. This process is repeated after every pralaya before the beginnings of a new manvantara, or period of sentient individual being. 13 depend on 13 forms, refers to the 13 periods personified by the 13 Manus, with Swayambhuva the 14th, 13, instead of 14, being an additional veil those 14 Manus who reign within the term of a Mahayuga, a day of Brahma. These, 13-14, of the objective universe depend on the 13-14, paradigmatic, ideal forms. The meaning of the 6,000 years which hang in the first 6 words, has again to be sought in the Indian wisdom. They refer to the primordial 6-7, kings of Edom who typify the worlds, or spheres, of our chain during the first round, as well as the primordial men of this round. They are the septenary pre-Adamic, or before the third, separated race, first root race. As they were shadows, and senseless, they had not eaten yet of the fruit of the tree of knowledge, they could not see the 376 the secret doctrine. Pargupim, or face could not see face, primeval men were unconscious, therefore, the primordial, 7, kings died, i.e., were destroyed, vidi Sifra-Geni Utah. Now, who are they? They are the kings who are the 7 rishis, certain, secondary, divinities, Sakra, Indra, Manu, and the kings his sons, who are created and perish at one period, as said in Vishnu Purana, Book I Chapter 3. For the 7th, thousand, not the millennium of exoteric Christianity, but that of anthropogenesis, represents both the 7th period of creation, that of physical man, Vishnu Purana, and the 7th principle both macrocosmic and microcosmic, as also the pralaya after the seventh period, the night which has the same duration as the day of Brahma. It was rendered entirely desolate during 12 hours, as is written. It is in the 13th. Twice 6 and the synthesis, that everything shall be restored and the 6 will continue. Thus the author of the Kabbalah remarks quite truly that long before his, Ibn Gabirol's, time, many centuries before the Christian era, there was in Central Asia a wisdom religion, fragments of which subsequently existed among the learned men of the archaic Egyptians, the ancient Chinese, Hindus, etc. And that the Kabbalah most likely originally came from Aryan sources, through Central Asia, Persia, India, and Mesopotamia, for from Ur and Haran came Abraham and many others into Palestine, p. 221. And such was the firm conviction of C.W. King, the author of The Gnostics and Their Remains. Vamadeva Modley, describes the coming night most poetically. Though it is given in Isis unveiled, it is worthy of repetition. Strange noises are heard, proceeding from every point. These are the precursors of the night of Brahma. Dusk rises at the horizon, and the sun passes away behind the 13th degree of Makara, sign of the zodiac, and will reach no more the sign of the Minas, zodiacal Pisces, or fish. The gurus of the pagodas appointed to watch the Razakakra, zodiac, may now break their circle and instruments, for they are henceforth useless. Gradually light pales, heat diminishes, uninhabited spots multiply on the earth, the air becomes more and more rarefied, the springs of waters dry up, the great rivers see their waves exhausted, the ocean shows its sandy bottom and plants die. Men and animals decrease in size daily. Life and motion lose their force, planets can hardly gravitate in space, they are extinguished one by one, like a lamp which the hand of the chakra, servant, neglects to replenish. Surya, the sun, flickers and goes out, matter falls into dissolution, pralaya, and Brahma merges back into Deus, the unrevealed God, and, his task being 377 the Puranic prophecy accomplished, he falls asleep. Another day is past, night sets in, and continues until the future dawn. And now again he re-enters into the golden egg of his thought, the germs of all that exist, as the divine Manu tells us. During his peaceful rest, the animated beings, endowed with the principles of action, cease their functions, and all feeling, manas, becomes dormant. When they are all absorbed in the Supreme Soul, this soul of all the being sleeps in complete repose till the day when it resumes its form, and awakes again from its primitive darkness. As the Satyuga is always the first in the series of the 4 ages or yugas, so the Kali ever comes the last. The Kali Yuga reigns now supreme in India, and it seems to coincide with that of the Western age. Anyhow, it is curious to see how prophetic in almost all things was the writer of Vishnu Purana when foretelling to Maitreya some of the dark influences and sins of this Kali Yuga. For after saying that the barbarians will be masters of the banks of the Indus, of Chandrabhaga and Kashmira, he adds, there will be contemporary monarchs, reigning over the earth, kings of churlish spirit, violent temper, and ever addicted to falsehood and wickedness. They will inflict death on women, children, and cows, they will seize upon the property of their subjects, and be intent upon the wives of others, they will be of unlimited power, their lives will be short, their desires insatiable. People of various countries intermingling with them, will follow their example, and the barbarians being powerful, in India, in the patronage of the princes, while purer tribes are neglected, the people will perish, or, as the commentator has it, the mlechchas will be in the center and the areas in the end, t. Wealth and piety will decrease until the world will be wholly depraved. Property alone will confer rank, wealth will be the only source of devotion, passion will be the sole bond of union between the sexes, falsehood will be the only means of success in litigation, and women will be objects merely of sensual gratification. External types will be the only distinction of the several orders of life. A man if rich will be reputed pure, dishonesty NEIA, will be the universal means of subsistence, weakness the cause of dependence, menace and presumption will be substituted for learning, liberality will be devotion, mutual assent, marriage, fine clothes, dignity. Phi who is the strongest will reign, the people, unable to bear the heavy burthen, Karabura, the load of taxes, will take refuge among the valleys. Thus, in the Kali age will decay constantly proceed, until *C Jacques les fils de Dieu l'onde des Brahms, p. 230. Plus if this is not prophetic, what is? 378 The secret doctrine. The human race approaches its annihilation, pralaya. When the close of the Kali age shall be nigh, a portion of that divine being which exists, of its own spiritual nature, shall descend on earth. Kaki avatar, endowed with the 8 superhuman faculties. He will re-establish righteousness on earth, and the minds of those who live at the end of Kali Yuga shall be awakened and become as pellucid as crystal. The men who are thus changed, shall be the seeds of human beings, and shall give birth to a race who shall follow the laws of the Krita age, the age of purity. As it is said, when the sun and moon and the lunar asterism Tishya and the planet Jupiter are in one mansion, the Krita, or Satya, age shall return. 2 persons, Devapi, of the race of Kuru and Moru, of the family of Ikshwaku, continue alive throughout the 4 ages, residing at Kalapa * they will return hither in the beginning of the Krita age. Moruti the son of Siru through the power of Yoga is still living, and will be the restorer of the Kshatriya race of the solar dynasty. Pound, Vaupurdna, Vol. Il, p. 197. Whether right or wrong with regard to the latter prophecy, the blessings of Kali Yuga are well described, and fit in admirably even with that which one sees and hears in Europe and other civilized and Christian lands in full XIXTH, and at the dawn of the XXTH century of our great era of enlightenment. Matsya Purana gives Katapa. Plus Max Muller translates the name as Maurya, of the Maurya dynasty, to which Chandragupta belonged, see Sanskrit literature. In Matsya Purana, chapter Kalsi, the dynasty of 10 Mauryas, or Mauryas, is spoken of. In the same chapter, Kalsi, it is stated that the Mauryas will one day reign over India, after restoring the Kshatriya race many thousand years hence. Only that reign will be purely spiritual and not of this world. It will be the kingdom of the next avatar. Colonel Todd believes the name Maurya, or Mauryas, a corruption of Mauri, a Rajput tribe, and the commentary on Mahavansa thinks that some princes have taken their name Maurya from their town called Mauri, or, as Professor Max Muller gives it, Maurya Nagara, which is more correct, after the original Mahavansa. Vachuspadhyaya, we are informed by our brother, Devan Bhattadar R. Raghunath Rao, of Madras, a Sanskrit encyclopedia, places Katapa, Kalapa, on the northern side of the Himalayas, hence in Tibet. The same is stated in chapter 12. Skanda, of Bhagavat, volume Il, p. 325. J. The Vaupurana declares that Mauru will re-establish the Kshatriya in the 19th coming yuga. See 5 Years of Theosophy, p. 483. The Mauryas and Kuthumi. 379 Lotus and Lily. 8. The lotus, as a universal symbol. There are no ancient symbols, without a deep and philosophical meaning attached to them, their importance and significance increasing with their antiquity. Such is the lotus. It is the flower sacred to nature and her gods, and represents the abstract and the concrete universes, standing as the emblem of the productive powers of both spiritual and physical nature. It was held sacred from the remotest antiquity by the Aryan Hindus, the Egyptians, and the Buddhists after them, revered in China and Japan, and adopted as a Christian emblem by the Greek and Latin churches, who made of it a messenger as the Christians do now, who replace it with the water lily * it had, and still has, its mystic meaning which is identical with every nation on the earth. We refer the reader to Sir William Jones, Tea with the Hindus. The lotus is the emblem of the productive power of nature, through the agency of fire and water, spirit and matter. Eternal, says a verse in the Bhagavad Gita, I see Brahm the Creator enthroned in the above the lotus, and Sir W. Jones shows, as noted in the stanzas, that the seeds of the lotus contain, even before they germinate, perfectly formed leaves, the miniature shapes of what one day, as perfected plants, they will become. The lotus, in India, is the symbol of prolific earth, and what is more, of Mount Meru. The four angels or genii of the four quarters of heaven, the Maharajas, see stanzas, stand each on a lotus. The lotus is the twofold type of the divine and human hermaphrodite, being of dual sex, so to say. The spirit of fire, or heat, which stirs up, fructifies, and develops into concrete form everything, from its ideal prototype, which is bomb of water or primordial earth, evolved Brahma with the Hindus. The lotus flower, represented as growing out of Vishnu's navel, that god resting on the waters of space, and his serpent of infinity, is the most graphic allegory ever made, the universe evolving from the central sun, the point, the ever-concealed germ. Lakshmi, who is the asterisk in the Christian religion, Gabriel, the archangel, holding in his hand a spray of water lilies, appears to the Virgin Mary in every picture of the Annunciation. This spray, typifying fire and water, or the idea of creation and generation, symbolizes precisely the same idea as the lotus in the hand of the Bodhisattva, who announces to Mahamaya, Gautama's mother, the birth of the world's savior, Buddha. Thus also, Osiris and Horus were represented by the Egyptians constantly in association with the lotus flower, the two being sun gods or fire, the Holy Ghost being still typified by tongues of fire, Acts. Plus see Sir William Jones' dissertations relating to Asia. 380 The Secret Doctrine. Female aspect of Vishnu asterisk, and who is also called Padma, the lotus, is likewise shown floating at creation, on a lotus flower, and during the churning of the ocean of space, springing from the sea of milk, like Venus from the froth. Then seated on a lotus, beauty's bright goddess, Purlasri, arose out of the waves. Sings an English Orientalist and poet, Sir Monier Williams. The underlying idea in this symbol is very beautiful, and it shows, furthermore, its identical parentage in all the religious systems. Whether in the lotus or water lily shape, it signifies one and the same philosophical idea, namely, the emanation of the objective from the subjective, divine ideation passing from the abstract into the concrete or visible form. 4. As soon as darkness, or rather that which is darkness for ignorance, has disappeared in its own realm of eternal light, leaving behind itself only its divine manifested ideation, the creative logoi have their understanding opened, and they see in the ideal world, hitherto concealed in the divine thought, the archetypal forms of all. And proceed to copy and build or fashion upon these models forms evanescent and transcendent. At this stage of action, the demiurge T is not yet the architect. Bomb in the twilight of action, he has yet to first perceive the plan, to realize the ideal forms which lie buried in the bosom of eternal ideation, as the future lotus leaves, the immaculate petals, are concealed within the seed of that plant. In chapter LXI of the Ritual, Book of the Dead, called Transformation into the Lotus, a head emerging from this flower, the god exclaims, I am the pure lotus, emerging from the luminous one. I carry the messages of Horus. I am the pure lotus which comes from the solar fields. The lotus idea may be traced even in the Elohistic chapter, the first of Genesis, as stated in Isis. Lakshmi is Venus Aphrodite, and, like the latter, she sprang from the froth of the ocean with a lotus in her hand. In the Ramayana she is called Padma. Plus in esoteric philosophy the demiurge or logos, regarded as the creator, is simply an abstract term, an idea, like army. As the latter is the all-embracing term for a body of active forces or working units, soldiers, so is the demiurge the qualitative compound of a multitude of creators or builders. Bernouv, the great Orientalist, has seized the idea perfectly when saying that Brahma does not create the earth, any more than the rest of the universe. Having evolved himself from the soul of the world, Once separated from the first cause, he evaporates with, and emanates all nature out of himself. He does not stand above it, but is mixed up with it. Brahma and the universe form one being, each particle of which is in its essence Brahma himself, who proceeded out of himself. 381 The exoteric and the esoteric. It is in this idea that we must look for the origin and explanation of the verse in the Jewish cosmogony, which reads, "And God said, Let the earth bring forth the fruit tree yielding fruit after his kind, whose seed is in itself." In all the primitive religions, the Son of the Father is the creative God, i.e., his thought made visible, and before the Christian era, from the Trimurti of the Hindus down to the three Kabbalistic heads of the scriptures as explained by the Jews, the triune Godhead of each nation was fully defined and substantiated in its allegories. Such is the cosmic and ideal significance of this great symbol with the Eastern peoples. But, applied to practical and exoteric worship which had also its esoteric symbology, the lotus became in time the carrier and container of a more terrestrial idea. No dogmatic religion has ever escaped the sexual element in it, and to this day it soils the moral beauty of the root idea. The following is quoted from the same Kabbalistic MSS. Already mentioned, pointing to like signification was the lotus growing in the waters of the Nile. Its mode of growth peculiarly fitted it as a symbol of the generative activities. The flower of the lotus, which is the bearer of the seed for reproduction, as the result of its maturing, is connected by its placenta-like attachment with Mother Earth, or the womb of Isis, through the water of the womb, that is, the river Nile, by means of the long cord-like stalk, the umbilicus. Nothing can be plainer than the symbol, and to make it perfect in its intended signification, a child is sometimes represented as seated in or issuing from the flower. Thus Osiris and Isis, the children of Chronos, or time without end, in the development of their nature forces, in this picture become the parents of man under the name Horus. Cx. Dies Lunis. We cannot lay too great stress upon the use of this generative function as a basis for a symbolical language and a scientific art speech. Thought upon the idea leads at once to reflection upon the subject of creative cause. In its workings, nature is observed to have fashioned a wonderful piece of living mechanism governed by an added living soul, the life development and history of which soul, as to its whence, its present, and its whither, surpasses all efforts of the human intellect. Plus the newborn is an ever-recurring miracle, an evidence that in Indian Puran as it is Vishnu, the first, and Brahma, the second logos, or the ideal and practical creators, who are respectively represented, one as manifesting the lotus, the other as issuing from it. Not the efforts of the trained psychic faculties of an initiate into Eastern metaphysics, and the mysteries of creative nature. It is the profane of the past ages who have degraded the pure ideal of cosmic creation into an emblem of mere human reproduction and sexual functions. It is the esoteric teachings, and the initiates of the future, whose mission it is, and will be, to redeem and ennoble once more the primitive conception so sadly profaned by its crude and gross application to exoteric dogmas and personations by theological and ecclesiastical religionists. The silent worship of abstract or noumenal nature, the only divine manifestation, is the one ennobling religion of humanity. 382 The secret doctrine. Within the workshop of the womb, an intelligent creative power has intervened to fasten a living soul to a physical machine. The amazing wonderfulness of the fact attaches a holy sacredness to all connected with the organs of reproduction, as the dwelling and place of evident constructive intervention of deity. This is a correct rendering of the underlying ideas of old, of the purely pantheistic conceptions, impersonal and reverential, of the archaic philosophers of the prehistoric ages. Not so, however, when applied to sinful humanity, to the gross ideas attached to personality. Therefore, no pantheistic philosopher would fail to find the remarks that follow the above and which represent the anthropomorphism of Judean symbology, other than dangerous for the sacredness of true religion, and fitting only our materialistic age, which is the direct outcome and result of that anthropomorphic Character. For this is the keynote to the entire spirit and essence of the Old Testament. Therefore, goes on the manuscripts, treating of the symbolism of art speech of the Bible, the locality of the womb is to be taken as the most holy place, the sanctum sanctorum, and the veritable temple of the living God * with man the possession of. The woman has always been considered as an essential part of himself, to make one out of two, and jealously guarded as sacred. Even the part of the ordinary house or home consecrated to the dwelling of the wife was called the penetralia, the secret or sacred, and hence the metaphor of the itoli of itoles of sacred constructions taken from the idea of the sacredness of the organs of generation. Carried to the extreme of description by metaphor, this part of the house is described in the sacred books as the between the thighs of the house, and sometimes the idea is carried out constructively in the great door opening of churches placed inward between flanking buttresses. No such thought carried to the extreme ever existed among the old primitive Aryans. This is proven by the fact that in the Vedic period their women were not placed apart from men in penetralia, or zananas. Their seclusion began when the Mohammedans, the next heirs to Hebrew symbolism after Christian ecclesiasticism, had conquered the land and gradually enforced their ways and customs upon the Hindus. The pre- and post-Vedi woman was as free as man, and no impure terrestrial thought was ever mixed with the religious symbol. Surely the words of the old initiate into the primitive mysteries of Christianity, no ye not ye are the temple of God, I Corinth, in 16, could not be applied in this sense to men? The meaning may have been, and was so, undeniably, in the minds of the Hebrew compilers of the Old Testament. And here is the abyss that lies between the symbolism of the New Testament and the Jewish canon. This gulf would have remained and ever widened, had not Christianity, especially and most glaringly the Latin Church, thrown a bridge over it. Modern popery has now spanned it entirely, by its dogma of the two immaculate conceptions, and the anthropomorphic and at the same time idolatrous character it has conferred upon the mother of its God. Plus it was so carried only in the Hebrew Bible, and its servile copyist, Christian theology. 383 The purity of early phallicism. Logi of the early Aryans. The idea and application are purely Semitic. This is corroborated by the writer of the said intensely learned and Kabbalistic revelation himself, when he closes the above-quoted passages by adding, if to these organs as symbols of creative cosmic agencies the idea of the origin of measures as well as of time periods can be attached, then indeed, in the constructions of the temples as dwellings of deity, or of Jehovah, that part designated as the Holy of Holies, or the Most Holy Place, should borrow its title from the recognized sacredness of the generative organs, considered as symbols of measures as well as of creative cause. With the ancient wise, there was no name and no idea, and no symbol of a first cause. Most decidedly not. Rather never give a thought to it and leave it forever nameless, as the early pantheists did, than degrade the sacredness of that ideal of ideals, by dragging down its symbols into such anthropomorphic forms. Here again one perceives the immense chasm between Aryan and Semitic religious thought, two opposite poles, sincerity and concealment. With the Brahmins, who have never invested with an original sin element the natural procreative functions of mankind, it is a religious duty to have a son. A Brahmin, in days of old, having accomplished his mission of human creator, retired to the jungle and passed the rest of his days in religious meditations. He had accomplished his duty to nature as mortal man and its co-worker, and henceforth gave all his thoughts to the spiritual immortal portion in himself, regarding the terrestrial as a mere illusion, an evanescent dream which it is. With the Semite, it was different. He invented a temptation of flesh in a Garden of Eden, showed his God, esoterically, the tempter and the ruler of nature, cursing forever an act, which was in the logical program of that nature. All this exoterically, as in the cloak and dead letter of Genesis and the rest, and at the same time esoterically he regarded the supposed sin and fall as an act so sacred, as to choose the organ, the perpetrator of the original sin, as the fittest and most sacred symbol to represent that God, who is shown as branding its entering into function as disobedience and everlasting sin. Who can ever fathom the paradoxical depths of the Semitic mind? And this paradoxical element, minus its innermost significance, has now passed entirely into Christian theology and dogma. Whether the early fathers of the Church knew the esoteric meaning of the Hebrew, Old Testament, or whether only a few of them were aware of it, while the others remained ignorant of the secret, is for * the same idea is carried out exoterically in the incidents of Egypt. The Lord God tempts sorely Pharaoh and plagues him with great plagues, lest the king should escape punishment, and thus afford no pretext for one more triumph to his chosen people. 384 The Secret Doctrine. Posterity to decide. One thing is certain, at any rate. As the esotericism of the New Testament agrees perfectly with that of the Hebrew Mosaic books, and since, at the same time, a number of purely Egyptian symbols and pagan dogmas in general, the Trinity for example, have been copied by, and incorporated into, the Synoptics and St. John, it becomes evident that the identity of those symbols was known to the writers of the New Testament, whoever they were. They must have been aware also of the priority of the Egyptian esotericism, since they have adopted several such symbols that typify purely Egyptian conceptions and beliefs in their outward and inward meaning, and which are not to be found in the Jewish canon. One of such is the water lily in the hands of the archangel in the early representations of his appearance to the Virgin Mary, and these symbolical images are preserved to this day in the iconography of the Greek and Roman churches. Thus water, fire, the cross, as well as the dove, the lamb, and other sacred animals, with all their combinations, yield esoterically an identical meaning, and must have been accepted as an improvement upon Judaism pure and simple. For the lotus and water are among the oldest symbols, and in their origin are purely Aryan, though they became common property during the branching off of the fifth race. Let us give an example. Letters, as much as numbers, were all mystic, whether in combination or each taken separately. The most sacred of all is the letter M. It is both feminine and masculine, or androgyne, and is made to symbolize water, the great deep, in its origin. It is mystic in all the languages, Eastern and Western, and stands as a glyph for the waves. Thus, in the Aryan esotericism, as in the Semitic, this letter has always stood for the waters, e.g. in Sanskrit Makara, the 10th sign of the zodiac, means a crocodile, or rather an aquatic monster associated always with water. The letter Ma is equivalent to and corresponds with number 5, composed of a binary, the symbol of the two sexes separated, and of the ternary, symbol of the third life, the progeny of the binary. This, again, is often symbolized by a pentagon, the latter being a sacred sign, a divine monogram. Maitreya is the secret name of the fifth Buddha, and the Kaki avatar of the Brahmins, the last Messiah who will come at the culmination of the great cycle. It is also the initial letter of the Greek metis or divine wisdom, oimimra, the word or logos, and of Mithras, the mir, the monad, mystery. All these are Bam in, and from, the great deep, and are the sons of Maya the mother, in Egypt, mouth, in Greece Minerva, divine wisdom, Mary or Miriam, Mara, etc., of the mother of the Christian Logos, and of Maya, the mother of Buddha. Madhava and Madhavi are the titles of the most important gods and goddesses of the Hindu pantheon. Finally, Mandala is in 385 the Egyptian lotus. Sanskrit a circle, or an orb, the 10 divisions of the Rig Veda. The most sacred names in India begin with this letter, generally from Maha, the first manifested intellect, and Mandara, the great mountain used by the gods to chum the ocean, down to Mandakan, the heavenly Ganga, Ganges, Man, etc., etc. Shall this be called a coincidence? A strange one it is then, indeed, when we find even Moses found in the water of the Nile having the symbolical consonant in his name. And Pharaoh's daughter called his name Moses. Because, she said, 7 drew him out of water, Exodus 2:10, Besides which the Hebrew sacred name of God applied to this letter M is Meborach, the holy or the blessed, and the name for the water of the flood is Mbul. A reminder of the three Marys at the crucifixion and their connection with Mar, the sea, or water, may close this example. This is why in Judaism and Christianity the Messiah is always connected with water, baptism, the fishes, the sign of the zodiac called Meenam in Sanskrit, and even with the Matsya, fish, avatar, and the lotus, the symbol of the womb, or the water lily, which is the same. In the relics of ancient Egypt, the greater the antiquity of the votive symbols and emblems of the objects exhumed, the oftener are the lotus flowers and the water found in connection with the solar gods. The god Khnum, the moist power water, as Thales taught it, being the principle of all things, sits on a throne enshrined in a lotus, Sedic epoch, Serapum. The god Bes stands on a lotus, ready to devour his progeny. Ibid, Abydos. Thought, the god of mystery and wisdom, the sacred scribe of Amenti, wearing the solar disk as headgear, sits with a bull's head, the sacred bull of Mendes. Being a form of thought, and a human body, on a full-blown lotus. IVTH dynasty. Finally it is the goddess Heke, under her shape of a frog, who rests on the lotus, thus showing her connection with water. And it is this frog symbol, undeniably the most ancient of their Egyptian deities, from whose unpoetical shape the Egyptologists have been vainly trying to unravel her mystery and functions. Its adoption in the Church by the early Christians shows that they knew it better than our modern Orientalists. The frog or toad goddess was one of the chief cosmic deities connected with creation, on account of her amphibious nature, and chiefly because of her apparent resurrection, after long ages of solitary life enshrined in old walls, in rocks, etc. She not only participated in the organization of the world, together with Khnum, but was also connected with the asterisk even to the 7 daughters of the Midian priest, who, coming to draw the water, had Moses water their flock, for which service the Midian gives to Moses Zipporah. Zipporah equals the shining wave, as wife, Exodus 2. All this has the same secret meaning. 386 The secret doctrine. Dogma of resurrection. Asterisk There must have been some very profound and sacred meaning attached to the symbol, since, notwithstanding the risk of being charged with a disgusting form of zoolatry, the early Egyptian Christians adopted it in their churches. A frog or toad enshrined in a lotus flower, or simply without the latter emblem, was the form chosen for the church lamps, on which were engraved the words I am the resurrection ego vimi aostasi. 5. These frog goddesses are also found on all the mummies. 9. The moon, Dies Lunis, Phoebe. This archaic symbol is the most poetical of all symbols, as also the most philosophical. The ancient Greeks brought it into prominence, and the modern poets have worn it threadbare. The Queen of Night, riding in the majesty of her peerless light in heaven, throwing all, even Hesperos, into darkness, and spreading her silver mantle over the whole sidereal world, has ever been a favorite theme with all the poets of Christendom, from Milton and Shakespeare down to the latest versifier. But the refulgent lamp of night, with her suite of stars unnumbered, spoke only to the imagination of the profane. Until lately, religion and science had not to do with the beautiful mythos. Yet, the cold chaste moon, she, in the words of Shelley, who makes all beautiful on which she smiles that wandering shrine of soft, yet icy flame, which ever is transformed, yet still the same, and warms, but not illumines, stands in closer relations to earth than any other sidereal orb. The sun is the giver of life to the whole planetary system, the moon is the giver of life to our globe, and the early races understood and knew it, even in their infancy. She is the queen and she is the king, and was King Soma before she became transformed into Phoebe and the chaste Diana. She is preeminently the deity of the Christians, through the Mosaic and Kabbalistic Jews, though the civilized world may have remained ignorant of the fact for long ages, in fact, ever since the With the Egyptians it was the resurrection in rebirth after 3,000 years of purification, either in Devachan or the fields of bliss. Plus such frog goddesses may be seen at Bulak, in the Cairo Museum. For the statement about the church lamps and inscriptions, it is the learned ex-director of the Bulak Museum, Mr. Gaston Maspero, who must be held responsible. See his Guide du Visiteur au Musée de Bulak p. 146. 387. A glance at the lunar myth. Last initiated father of the church died, carrying with him into his grave the secrets of the pagan temples. For the fathers such as Origen or Clemens Alexandrinus, the moon was Jehovah's living symbol, the giver of life and the giver of death, the disposer of being in our world. For, if Artemis was Luna in heaven, and, with the Greeks, Diana on earth, who presided over childbirth and life, with the Egyptians, she was Hecate, in hell, the goddess of death, who ruled over magic and enchantments. More than this, as the personified moon, whose phenomena are triadic, Diana Hecatefuna is the three-in-one. For she is Diva Triformis, Tergemina, triceps, three heads on one neck / like Brahma Vishnu Siva. Hence she is the prototype of our Trinity, which has not always been entirely male. The number 7, so prominent in the Bible, so sacred in its seventh, Sabbath, day, came to the Jews from antiquity, deriving its origin from the fourfold number 7 contained in the 28 days of the lunar month, each septenary portion thereof being typified by 1/4 of the moon. It is worth the trouble of presenting in this work a bird's-eye view of the origin and development of the lunar myth and worship in historical antiquity, on our side of the globe. Its earlier origin is untraceable by exact science, rejecting as it does tradition, while for theology, which, under the guidance of the crafty popes, has put a brand on every fragment of literature that does not bear the imprimatur of the Church of Rome, its archaic history is a sealed book. Whether the Egyptian or the Aryan Hindu religious philosophy is the more ancient and the secret doctrine says it is the latter does not much matter in this instance, as the lunar and solar worship are the most ancient in the world. Both have survived, and prevail to this day throughout the whole world, with some openly, with others e.g., in Christian symbolics secretly. The cat, a lunar symbol, was sacred to Isis, herself the moon in one sense, as Osiris was the Sunday. The cat is often seen on the top of the sistrum in the hand of the goddess. This animal was held in great veneration in the city of Bubast, which went into deep mourning after the death of every sacred cat, because Isis, as the moon, was particularly worshipped in this city of mysteries. The astronomical symbolism connected with it has already been given in section I of symbolism, and no one has better described it than Mr. G. Massey, in his lectures and in The Natural Genesis. The eye of the cat, it is said, seems to follow the lunar phases in its growth and decline, and its orbs shine like two stars in the darkness of night. Hence the mythological allegory which shows Diana hiding under the shape of a cat in the moon, when, in company with other deities, she was seeking to asterisk the goddess Trimorf 015 in the statuary of Alcamenes. 388. The secret doctrine. Escape the pursuit of Typhon, vide the Metamorphoses of Ovid. The moon in Egypt was both the eye of Horus and the eye of Osiris, the Sunday. The same with the cynocephalus. The dog-headed ape was a glyph to symbolize the sun and moon, in turn, though the cynocephalus is more a hermetic than a religious symbol. For it is the hieroglyph of Mercury, the planet, as of the Mercury of the alchemical philosophers, as, say the alchemists, Mercury has to be ever near Isis, as her minister, as without Mercury neither Isis nor Osiris can accomplish anything in the great work. Cynocephalus, whenever represented with the caduceus, the crescent, or the lotus, is a glyph of the philosophical Mercury, but when seen with a reed, or a roll of parchment, he stands for Hermes, the secretary and advisor of Isis, as Hanuman filled the same office with Rama. Though the regular sun worshippers, the Parsis, are few, Yet not only is the bulk of the Hindu mythology and history based upon and interblended with these two worships, but so is also the Christian religion itself. From their origin down to our modern day it has colored the theologies of both the Roman Catholic and Protestant churches. The difference, indeed, between the Aryan Hindu and the Aryan European faiths is very small, if only the fundamental ideas of both are taken into consideration. Hindus are proud of calling themselves Suryas and Chandravansas, of the solar and lunar dynasties. The Christians pretend to regard it as idolatry, and yet they adhere to a religion entirely based upon the solar and lunar worships. It is useless and vain for the Protestants to exclaim against the Roman Catholics for their Mariolatry, based on the ancient cult of lunar goddesses, when they themselves worship Jehovah, preeminently a lunar god, and when both churches have accepted in their theologies the Son Christ and the lunar Trinity. What is known of Chaldean moon worship, of the Babylonian god Sin, called by the Greeks Dies Lunis, is very little, and that little is apt to mislead the profane student who fails to grasp the esoteric significance of the symbols. As popularly known to the ancient profane philosophers and writers, for those who were initiated were pledged to silence, the Chaldea were the worshippers of the moon under her, and his various names, just as were the Jews, who came after them. In the unpublished manuscripts on the art speech, already mentioned, giving a key to the formation of the ancient, symbolical, languages, a logical raison d'etre is brought forward for this double worship. It is written by a wonderfully well-informed and acute scholar and mystic, who gives it in the comprehensive form of a hypothesis. The latter, however, becomes forcibly a proven fact in the history of religious 389, a keynote to the moon. Evolution in human thought, to anyone who has ever had a glimpse into the secret of ancient symbology. Thus, he says, one of the first occupations among men, connected with those of actual necessity, would be the perception of time periods, asterisk marked on the vaulted arch of the heavens, sprung and rising over the level floor of the horizon, or the plain of still water. These would come to be marked as those of day and night, of the phases of the moon, of its stellar or synodic revolutions, and of the period of the solar year with recurrence of the seasons, and with the application to such periods of the natural measure of day or night, or of the day divided into the light and the dark. It would also be discovered that there was a longest and shortest solar day, and two solar days of equal day and night, within the period of the solar year, and the points in the year of these could be marked with the greatest precision in the starry groups of the heavens or the constellations. Subject to that retrograde movement thereof, which in time would require a correction by intercalation, as was the case in the description of the flood, where correction of 150 days was made for a period of 600 years, during which confusion of landmarks had increased. This would naturally come to pass with all races in all time, and such knowledge must be taken to have been inherent in the human race, prior to what we call the historic period. On this basis, the author seeks for some natural physical function possessed in common by the human race, and connected with the periodical manifestations, such that the connection between the two kinds of phenomena became fixed in popular usage. He finds it, a. in the feminine physiological phenomena every lunar month of 28 days, or 4 weeks of 7 days each, so that 13 occurrences of the period should happen in 364 days, which is the solar week year of 52 weeks of 7 days each. b. The quickening of the fetus is marked by a period of 126 days, or 18 weeks of 7 days each. c. That period which is called the period of viability is one of 210 days, or 30 weeks of 7 days each. d. The period of parturition is accomplished in 280 days, or a period of 40 weeks of 7 days each, or 10 lunar months of 28 days each, or of 9 calendar months of 31 days each, counting on the royal arch of heavens for the measure of the period of traverse from the darkness of the womb to the light and glory of conscious existence, that continuing inscrutable mystery and miracle. Thus the observed periods of time marking the workings of the birth function would naturally become a basis of astronomical calculation. We may almost affirm that this was the mode of reckoning among all nations, either independently, or intermediately and indirectly by tuition. It was the mode with the Hebrews, for even today they calculate the calendar by means of the 354 and 355 of the lunar year, and we possess a special evidence that it was the mode with the ancient Egyptians, as to which this is the proof. Ancient mythology includes ancient astronomy as well as astrology. The planets were the hands pointing out, on the dial of our solar system, the hours of certain periodical events. Thus, Mercury was the messenger appointed to keep time during the daily solar and lunar phenomena, and was otherwise connected with the god and goddess of light. 390 The Secret Doctrine. The basic idea underlying the religious philosophy of the Hebrews was that God contained all things within himself *, and that man was his image, man including woman. The place of the man and woman with the Hebrews was among the Egyptians occupied by the bull and the cow, sacred to Osiris and Isis, who were represented, respectively, by a man having a bull's head, and a woman having the head of a cow, which symbols were worshipped. Notoriously Osiris was the sun and the river Nile, the tropical year of 365 days, which number is the value of the word Neolos, and the bull, as he was also the principle of fire and of life-giving force, while Isis was the moon, the bed of the river Nile, or the Mother Earth, for the parturient energies of which water was a necessity, the lunar year of 354 to 364 days, the time maker of the periods of gestation, and the cow marked by, or with, the crescent new moon. But the use of the cow of the Egyptians for the women of the Hebrews was not intended as of any radical difference of signification, but a concurrence in the teaching intended, and merely as a substitution of a symbol of common import, which was this, viz., the period of parturition with the cow and the woman was held to be the same, or 280 days, or 10 lunar months of 4 weeks each. And in this period consisted the essential value of this animal symbol, whose mark was that of the crescent moon. These parturient and natural periods are found to have been subjects of symbolism all over the world. They were thus used by the Hindus, and are found to be most plainly set forth by the ancient Americans, in the Richardson and Gest tablets, in the Palenque cross, and manifestly lay at the base of the formation of the calendar forms of the Mayas of Yucatan, the Hindus, the Assyrians, and the ancient Babylonians, as well as the Egyptians and Old Hebrews. The natural symbols would be either the phallus or the phallus and yoni, or male and female. Indeed, the words translated by the generalizing terms male and female, in the 27th verse of the first chapter of Genesis are Sakra and Ankabra, or literally, phallus and yoni, while the representation of the phallic emblems would barely indicate the genital members of the human body, when their functions and the development of the seed vesicles emanating from them was considered, then would come into indication a mode of measures of lunar time, and, through lunar, of solar time. This is the physiological or anthropological key to the moon symbol. The key that opens the mystery of theogony, or the evolution of the Manvantaric gods, is more complicated, and has nothing phallic in it. All is mystical and divine there. But the Jews, beyond connecting Jehovah directly with the moon as a generative god, preferred to ignore the higher hierarchies, and have made of some of them, zodiacal constellations and planetary gods, their patriarchs, thus euhemerizing the *A caricatured and dwarfed Vedantin notion of Parabrahmam containing within itself the whole universe as being that boundless universe itself, and there existing nothing outside of itself. Plus, just as they are to this day in India, the bull of Siva and the cow representing several Sakti goddesses. Hence the worship of the moon by the Hebrews. Male and female, created he them. 391 The time periods. Purely theosophical idea and dragging it down to the level of sinful humanity. See section Holy of Holies in the Symbolism of Book 2. The MSS. from which the above is extracted explains very clearly to what hierarchy of gods Jehovah belonged, and who this Jewish God was, for it shows in clear language that which the writer has always insisted upon, namely, that the God with which the Christians have burdened themselves was no better than the lunar symbol of the reproductive or generative faculty in nature. They have ever ignored even the Hebrew secret God of the Kabbalists, and Soph, as grand as Parabrahmam in the earliest Kabbalistic and mystical conceptions. But it is not the Kabbalah of Rosenroth that can ever give the true original teachings of Simeon ben Iochai as metaphysical and philosophical as any. And how many are there among the students of the Kabbalah who knew anything of them except in their distorted Latin translations? Let us glance at the idea which led the ancient Jews to adopt a substitute for the ever unknowable, and which has misled the Christians into mistaking the substitute for the reality. If to these organs, phallus and yoni, as symbols of creative cosmic agencies, the idea of time periods can be attached, then, indeed, in the construction of temples as dwellings of deity, or of Jehovah, that post designated as the Holy of Holies, or the Most High Place, should borrow its title from the recognized sacredness of the generative organs, considered as symbols of measures as well as of creative cause. With the ancient wise, there was no name, and no idea, and no symbol, of a first cause. With the Hebrews, the indirect conception of such was couched in a term of negation of comprehension, viz., Ein Sof, or the without bounds. But the symbol of its first comprehensible manifestation, was the conception of a circle with its diameter line. See the proem of Book I, Part I, to carry at once a geometric, phallic, and astronomic idea. For the one takes its birth from the knot or the circle, without which it could not be, and from one, or primal one, spring the 9 digits, and, geometrically, all plane shapes. So in the Kabbalah the circle, with its diameter line, is the picture of the 10 Sephiroth or emanations, composing the Adam Kadmon, the archetypal man, the creative origin of all things. This idea of connecting the circle and its diameter line, that is, number 10, with the signification of the reproductive organs, and the most holy place, was carried out constructively in the king's chamber, or Holy of Holies, of the Great Pyramid, in the Tabernacle of Moses, and in the Holy of Holies of the Temple of Solomon. It is the picture of a double womb, for in Hebrew the letter He is at the same time the number 5 and symbol of the womb, and twice 5 is 10. Or the phallic number. This double womb also shows the duality of the idea carried from because it was too sacred. It is referred to as that in the Vedas, it is the eternal cause, and cannot, therefore, be spoken of as a first cause, a term implying the absence of any cause, at one time. 392 The secret doctrine. The highest, spiritual, down to the lowest or terrestrial plane, and by the Jews limited to the latter. With them, therefore, the number 7 has acquired the most prominent place in their exoteric religion, a cult of external forms and empty rituals, as their Sabbath, for instance, the seventh day sacred to their deity, the moon, symbolical of the generative Jehovah. While with other nations the number 7 was typical of theogonic evolution, of cycles, cosmic planes, and the 7 forces and occult powers in cosmos, as a boundless whole, whose first upper triangle was unreachable to the finite intellect of man, while other nations, therefore, busied themselves, in their forcible limitation of cosmos in space and time, only with its septenary manifested plane. The Jews centered this member solely in the moon, and based all their sacred calculations thereupon. Hence we find the thoughtful author of the manuscripts just quoted, remarking, in reference to the metrology of the Jews, that, if 20,612 be multiplied by 4/3, the product will afford a base for the ascertainment of the mean revolution of the moon, and if this product be again multiplied by 4/3, this continued product will afford a base for finding the exact period of the mean solar year, this form becoming, for the finding of astronomical periods of time, of very great service. This double number, male and female, is symbolized also in some well-known idols, e.g., Ardhanari Iswara, the Isis of the Hindus, Eridanus, or Arden, or the Hebrew Jordan, or source of descent. She is standing on a lotus leaf flowing on the water. But the signification is, that it is androgyne or hermaphrodite, that is phallus and yoni combined, the number 10, the Hebrew letter Jod 1, the containment of Jehovah. She, or rather he, gives the minutes of the same circle of 360 degrees. Jehovah, in its best aspect is Bina, the upper mediating mother, the great sea or Holy Spirit, therefore rather a synonym of Mary, the mother of Jesus, than of his father, that mother, being the Latin mare. The sea is here also, Venus, the stella del mare, or star of the sea. The ancestors of the mysterious Akkadians, the Chandra or Indovances, the lunar kings whom tradition shows reigning at Prayag, Allahabad, ages before our era, had come from India, and brought with them the worship of their forefathers, of Soma and his son Buddha, which afterwards became that of the Chaldeans. Yet such adoration, apart from popular astrology and heliolatry, was in no sense idolatry. No more, at any rate, than the modern Roman Catholic symbolism which connects their Virgin Mary, the Magna Mater of the Syrians and Greeks, with the moon. Of this worship, the most pious Roman Catholics feel quite proud. 393 copies and originals. And loudly confess to it. In a memoir to the French Academy, the Marquis de Merville says, "It is only natural that, as an unconscious prophecy, Amun-Ra should be his mother's husband, since the Magna Mater of the Christians is precisely the spouse of that son she conceives." We, Christians, can understand now why Nephthys throws radiance on the sun, while remaining the moon, since the Virgin, who is the Queen of Heaven, as Neith was, clothes herself in her radiance, and clothes in his turn the Christ's Son. Tu vestis solum ette sol vesti is sung by the Roman Catholics during their service, and he adds, "We, Christians, understand also how it is that the famous inscription at Sais should have stated that none has ever lifted my peplum, veil, considering that this sentence, literally translated, is the summary of what is sung in the church on the day of the Immaculate Conception." Archaeology of the Virgin Mother, p. 117. Surely nothing could be more sincere than this. It justifies entirely what Mr. Gerald Massey has said in his lecture on Lunaolatry, Ancient and Modern, The Man in the Moon, Osiris Sut, Jehovah Satan, Christ Judas, and other lunar twins, is often charged with bad conduct. In the lunar phenomena the moon was one as the moon, which was twofold in sex, and threefold in character as mother, child, and adult male. Thus the child of the moon became the consort of his own mother. It could not be helped if there was to be any reproduction. He was compelled to be his own father. These relationships were repudiated by later sociology, and the primitive man in the moon got tabooed. Yet, in its latest, most inexplicable phase, this has become the central doctrine of the grossest superstition the world has seen, for these lunar phenomena and their humanly represented relationships, the incestuous included, are the very foundations of the Christian Trinity in unity. Through ignorance of the symbolism, the simple representation of early time has become the most profound religious mystery in modem lunaolatry. The Roman Church, without being in any wise ashamed of the proof, portrays the Virgin Mary arrayed with the sun, and the horned moon at her feet, holding the lunar infant in her arms as child and consort of the mother moon. The mother, child, and adult male, are fundamental. In this way it can be proved that our Christology is mummified mythology, and legendary lore, which have been palmed off upon us in the Old Testament and the New, as divine revelation uttered by the very voice of God. A charming allegory is found in the Zohar, one which unveils better than anything ever did the true character of Jehovah or Yhvh in the primitive conception of the Hebrew Kabbalists. It is now found in the philosophy of Ibn Gabirol's Kabbalah, translated by Isaac Meyer. In the introduction written by Rhezekiah, which is very old, says our author, and forms part of our Brody edition of the Zohar, 5b. Square, is an account of a journey taken by R. Elazar, son of R. Shimon b Yohai, and Rabbi Abba. They met a man with a heavy burden and asked his name, but he refused to give it and proceeded to explain to them Torah 394, the secret doctrine. Law. They asked, "Who caused thee thus to walk and carry such a heavy load?" He answered, "The letter 1, Yod, which equals 10, and is the symbolical letter of Kether and the essence and germ of the holy name Yhvh. They said to him, "If thou wilt tell us the name of thy father, we will kiss the dust of thy feet." He replied, "As to my father, he had his dwelling in the great sea, and was a fish therein, like Vishnu and Dagon or Owens, which, first, destroyed the great sea. And he was great and mighty, and ancient of days, until he swallowed all the other fishes in the great sea." R. Elazar listened and said to him, "Thou art the son of the holy flame, thou art the son of Rabham Asaba the old, the fish in Aramaic or Chaldee is Nun, Noon, thou art the son of the light of the Torah, Dharma, etc." Then the author explains that the feminine Sephiroth, Bina, is termed by the Kabbalists the Great Sea, therefore Bina, whose divine names are Jehovah, Yah, and Elohim, is simply the Chaldean Tiamat, the female power, the Thalath of Bereshit, who presides over the chaos, and was made out later by Christian theology to be the serpent and the devil. She, Yahovah, is the supernal, He, and Eve. This Yahovah then or Jehovah, is identical with our chaos father, mother, son, on the material plane and in the purely physical world. Demon and deus at one and the same time, the sun and moon, good and evil, God and demon. Lunar magnetism generates life, preserves and destroys it, psychically as well as physically. And if, astronomically, she is one of the 7 planets of the ancient world, in theogony she is one of the regents thereof, with Christians now as much as with pagans, the former referring to her under the name of one of their archangels, and the latter under that of one of their gods. Therefore the meaning of the fairy tale translated by Quolson from an old Chaldean manuscripts translated into Arabic, about Chutami being instructed by the idol of the moon, is easily understood, vide Book 3. Seldinus tells us the secret as well as Maimonides, More Nevakim, Book 3, ch. XXX, the worshippers of the teraphim, the Jewish oracles, carved images and claimed that the light of the principal stars, planets, permeating these through and through, the angelic virtues, or the regents of the stars and planets, conversed with them, teaching them many most useful things and arts. And Seldinus explains that the teraphim were built and composed after the position of certain planets, those which the Greeks called 510 Icei. Those who traced out the Stoiceli were called 510 Ic Matiichoi, or the diviners by the Stoicesi, Didii Sirius, Teraph, 2. Synt. p. 31, vide infra, the teraphim. It is such sentences, however, in the Nabatean agriculture, that 395 solar lunar worship in the Church have frightened the men of science and made them proclaim the work either an apocrypha or a fairy tale, unworthy of the notice of an academician. At the same time, as shown, zealous Roman Catholics and Protestants tore it metaphorically to pieces, the former because it described the worship of demons, the latter because it is ungodly. They are all wrong, once more. It is not a fairy tale, and as far as regards pious churchmen, the same worship may be shown in the scriptures, however disfigured by translation. Solar and lunar worship, as well as that of the stars and elements, are traced, and figure in the Christian theology, defended by papists. They are stoutly denied by the Protestants only at their own risk and peril. 2 instances may be given. Ammianus Marcellinus teaches that ancient divinations were always accomplished with the help of the spirits of the elements, spiritus elementorum, and in Greek pneumati atwn stoichion, I.21. But it is found now that the planets, the elements, and the zodiac, were figured not only in Heliopolis by the 12 stones called Mysteries of the Elements, Elementorum Arcana, but also in Solomon's Temple, and, as pointed out by various writers, in several old Italian churches and even at Notre Dame de Paris where they can be seen to this day. No symbol the sun included was more complex in its manifold meanings than the lunar symbol. The sex was, of course, dual. With some it was male, e.g., the Hindu king Soma, and the Chaldean Sin; with other nations it was female, the beauteous goddesses Diana Luna, Ilithia, Lucina. In Taurus, human victims were sacrificed to Artemis, a form of the lunar goddess. The Cretans called her Dictynna, and the Medes and Persians Anaitis, as shown by an inscription of Colo, Artemidi J***na bit I. But, we are now concerned chiefly with the most chaste and pure of the virgin goddesses, Luna Artemis, to whom Pamphos was the first to give the surname of Kaiisth, and of whom Hippolytus wrote, Kali to Palu Parkine White. See Pausanias 8, 35, 8. This Artemis Lokia, the goddess that presided at conception and childbirth, Iliad, Pausanias, etc., etc., is, in her functions and as the triple Hecate, the Orphic deity, the predecessor of the god of the rabbins and pre-Christian Kabbalists, and his lunar type. The goddess Trimorf 5 was the personified symbol of the various and successive aspects represented by the moon in each of her three phases, and this interpretation was already that of the Stoics, comet. Donat, D34,1, while the Orpheans explained the epithet, Trimorf 5, by the three kingdoms of nature over which she reigned, jealous, bloodthirsty, revengeful, and exacting. Hecate Luna is a worthy counterpart of the jealous god of the Hebrew prophets. 396 The Secret Doctrine. The whole riddle of the solar and lunar worship, as now traced in the churches, hangs indeed on this world-old mystery of lunar phenomena. The correlative forces in the Queen of Night, that lie latent for modern science, but are fully active to the knowledge of Eastern adepts, explain well the 1001 images under which the moon was represented by the ancients. It also shows how much more profoundly learned in the Selenic mysteries were the ancients than are now our modern astronomers. The whole pantheon of the lunar gods and goddesses, Nephthys, or Neith, Proserpina, Melita, Cybele, Isis, Astarte, Venus, and Hecate, on the one hand, and Apollo, Dionysius, Adonis, Bacchus, Osiris, Ates, Tammuz, etc., etc., on the other, all show on the face of their names and titles those of sons and husbands of their mothers their identity with the Christian Trinity. In every religious system the gods were made to merge their functions as father, son, and husband, into one, and the goddesses were identified as wife, mother, and sister of the male god, the former synthesizing the human attributes as the son, the giver of life, the latter merging all the other titles in the grand synthesis known as Maya, Maria, etc., a generic name. Maya, in its forced derivation, has come to mean with the Greeks, mother, from the root ma, nurse, and even gave its name to the month of May, which was sacred to all those goddesses before it became consecrated to Mary. Its primitive meaning, however, was Maya, Durga, translated by the Orientalists as inaccessible, but meaning in truth the unreachable, in the sense of illusion and unreality, as being the source and cause of spells, the personification of illusion. In religious rites the moon served a dual purpose. Personified as a female goddess for exoteric purposes, or as a male god in allegory and symbol, in occult philosophy our satellite was regarded as a sexless potency to be well studied, because it was to be dreaded. With the initiated Aryans, Chaldei, Greeks, and Romans, Soma, Sin, Artemis Soteira, the hermaphrodite Apollo, whose attribute is the lyre, and the bearded Diana of the bow and arrow. Dens Lunas, and especially Osiris Lunas and Thot Lunas, were the occult potencies of the moon. But whether male or female, whether Thot or Minerva, Soma or Astorath, the moon is the occult mystery of mysteries, and more a symbol of evil than of good. Her 7 phases, original, esoteric division, are divided into 3 astronomical phenomena and 4 *. The Roman Catholics are indebted for the idea of consecrating the month of May to the Virgin, to the pagan Plutarch, who shows that May is sacred to Maya, or Vesta, Aldous Gellius, word Maya, our Mother Earth, our nurse and nourisher personified. Plus thought Lunas is Buddha Soma of India, or Mercury and the Moon. 397 The Moon, bisexual. Purely psychic phases. That the moon was not always reverenced is shown in the mysteries, in which the death of the moon god, the 3 phases of gradual waning and final disappearance, was allegorized by the moon standing for the genius of evil that triumphs for the time over the light and life-giving god, the sun, and all the skill and learning of the ancient hierophants in magic was required to turn this triumph into a defeat. It was the most ancient worship of all, that of the 3rd race of our round, the hermaphrodites, to whom the male moon became sacred, when after the fall so-called, the sexes had become separated. Dies Lunas then became an androgyne, male and female in turn, to serve finally, for purposes of sorcery, as a dual power, to the 4th root race, the Atlanteans. With the 5th, our own, the lunar solar worship divided the nations into 2 distinct, antagonistic camps. It led to events described eons later in the Mahabharatan War, which to the Europeans is the fabulous, to the Hindus and occultists the historical, strife between the Suryavanshas and the Indovanshas. Originating in the dual aspect of the moon, the worship of the female and the male principles respectively, it ended in distinct solar and lunar cults. Among the Semitic races, the sun was for a very long time feminine and the moon masculine, the latter notion being adopted by them from the Atlantean traditions. The moon was called the Lord of the Sun, Belskmish * before the Shemish worship. The ignorance of the incipient reasons for such a distinction, and of occult principles, led the nations into anthropomorphic idol worship. But the religion of every ancient nation had been primarily based upon the occult manifestations of a purely abstract force or principle now called God. The very establishment of such worship shows, in its details and rites, that the philosophers who evolved those systems of nature, subjective and objective, possessed profound knowledge, and were acquainted with many facts * during that period which is absent from the Mosaic books. From the exile of Eden to the allegorical flood, the Jews worshipped with the rest of the Semites Dionysi-3t, the ruler of men, the judge, or the sun. Though the Jewish canon and Christianism have made the sun become the Lord God and Jehovah in the Bible, yet the latter is full of indiscreet traces of the androgyne deity, which was Jehovah the sun, and Astoreth the moon in its female aspect, and quite free from the present metaphorical element given to it. God is a consuming fire, appears in, and is encompassed by fire. It was not only in vision that Ezekiel 8:16 saw the Jews worshipping the Sunday. The Baal of the Israelites, the Shemish of the Moabites and the Moloch of the Ammonites, was the identical sun Jehovah, and he is till now. The king of the host of heaven, the sun, as much as Astoreth was the queen of heaven or the moon. The sun of righteousness has become a metaphorical expression only now. 398 The secret doctrine of a scientific nature. For besides being purely occult, the rites of lunar worship were based, as just shown, upon a knowledge of physiology, quite a modern science with us, psychology, sacred mathematics, geometry and metrology, in their right applications to symbols and figures, which are but glyphs, recording observed natural and scientific facts, in short, upon a most minute and profound knowledge of nature. Lunar magnetism generates life, preserves and kills it. Soma embodies the triple power of the Trimurti, though it passes unrecognized by the profane to this day. The allegory that makes Soma, the moon, produced by the churning of the ocean of life, space, by the gods in another Manvantara, i.e., in the pregenetic day of our planetary system, and that other allegory, which shows the rishis milking the earth, whose calf was Soma, the moon, has a deep cosmographical meaning, for it is neither our earth which is milked, nor was the moon, which we know, the calf. Had our wise men of science known as much of the mysteries of nature as the ancient Aryans did, they would surely never have imagined that the moon was projected from the earth. Once more, the oldest of permutations in theogony, the son becoming his own father and the mother generated by the son, has to be remembered and taken into consideration if the symbolical language of the ancients is to be understood by us. Otherwise mythology will be ever haunting the Orientalists as simply the disease which springs up at a peculiar stage of human culture. As Renouf gravely observes in a Hibbert lecture, the ancients taught the, so to speak, autogeneration of the gods, the one divine essence, unmanifest, perpetually begetting a second self, manifested, which second self, androgynous in its nature, gives birth in an immaculate way to everything macro and microcosmical in this universe. This was shown in the circle and the diameter, or the sacred 10, a few pages back. But our Orientalists, their extreme desire to discover one homogeneous element in nature notwithstanding, will not see it, cramped in their researches by such ignorance. They, the Aryanists and Egyptologists, are constantly led astray from truth in their speculations. Thus, Derouge is unable to understand, in the text which he translates, the meaning of Amun-Ra saying to King Amenophes, supposed to be Memnon, "Thou art my son, I have begotten thee," and as he * the earth flees for her life in the allegory, before Prithu, who pursues her. She assumes the shape of a cow, and, trembling with terror, runs away and hides even in the regions of Brahma. Therefore, it is not our earth. Again, in every Purana, the calf changes name. In one it is Manu Swayam Huva, in another Indra, in a third the Himavat, Himalayas, itself, while Meru was the milker. This is a deeper allegory than one thinks. 399 The dignity of Sais finds the same idea in many a text and under various forms. This very Christian Orientalist is finally compelled to exclaim that for this idea to have entered the mind of a hierogrammatist, there must have been in their religion a more or less defined doctrine, indicating as a possible fact that might come to pass, a divine and immaculate incarnation under a human form. Precisely. But why throw the explanation on an impossible prophecy, when the whole secret is explained by the later religion copying the earlier? That doctrine was universal, and it was not the mind of any one hierogrammatist that evolved it, for the Indian avatars are a proof to the contrary. After which, having come to realize clearer * what the Divine Father and Son were with the Egyptians, Derouge still fails to account for, and perceive what were the functions attributed to the feminine principle in that primordial generation. He does not find it in the goddess Neith, of Sais. Yet he quotes the sentence of the commander to Cambyses when introducing that king into the Semitic temple, "I made known to his majesty the dignity of Sais, which is the abode of Neith, the great, female, producer, genitrix of the Son, who is the firstborn, and who is not begotten, but only brought forth, and hence is the fruit of an immaculate mother." How much more grandiose, philosophical, and poetical is the real distinction for whoever is able to understand and appreciate it made between the Immaculate Virgin of the ancient pagans and the modern papal conception. With the former, the ever youthful Mother Nature, the antitype of her prototypes, the sun and moon, generates and brings forth her mind-bomb son, the universe. The sun and moon, as male-female deities, fructify the earth, the microcosmical mother, and the latter conceives and brings forth, in her turn. With the Christians, the firstborn, primogenitus, is indeed generated, i.e., begotten, genitum, non factum, and positively conceived and brought forth virgo pariat, explains the Latin Church. Thus, she drags down the noble spiritual ideal of the Virgin Mary to the earth, and, making her of the earth earthy, degrades that ideal to the lowest of the anthropomorphic goddesses of the rabble. Truly, Neith, Isis, Diana, etc., etc., were each of them a demiurgical goddess, at once visible and invisible, having her place in heaven, and helping to the generation of species the moon, in short. Her occult aspects and powers are numberless, and, in one of them, the moon becomes with asterisk his clear realization of it is, that the Egyptians prophesied Jehovah, and his incarnated Redeemer, the good serpent, etc., etc., even to identifying Typhon with the wicked dragon of the Garden of Eden, and this passes as serious and sober science. 400 The secret doctrine. The Egyptians Hathor, another aspect of Isis asterisk, and both of these goddesses are shown suckling Horus. Behold in the Egyptian Hall of the British Museum, Hathor worshipped by Pharaoh Thothmes, who stands between her and the Lord of Heavens. The monolith was taken from Karnak, and the same goddess has the following legend inscribed on her throne: the Divine Mother and Lady, or Queen of Heaven, also. The Morning Star, and the Light of the Sea, Stella Matutina and Lux Maris. All the lunar goddesses had a dual aspect, one divine, the other infernal. All were the virgin mothers of an immaculately bombed sun. The sun Rahul Racheti shows the moon goddess of the Athenians Pallas, or Cybele, Minerva, or again Diana holding her child son on the lap, invoked in her festivals as Monogen Bkou, the one mother of God, sitting on a lion, and surrounded by 12 personages, in whom the occultist recognizes the 12 great gods, and the pious Christian Orientalist the apostles, or rather the Grecian pagan prophecy thereof. They are both right, for the Immaculate Goddess of the Latin Church is a faithful copy of the older pagan goddesses. The number, 12, of the apostles is that of the 12 tribes, and the latter are a personification of the 12 great gods, and of the 12 signs of the zodiac. Every detail almost in the Christian dogma is borrowed from the heathens. Semele, the wife of Jupiter and mother of Bacchus, the sun, is, according to Nonnus, also carried, or made to ascend to heaven after her death, where she presides between Mars and Venus, under the name of the Queen of the World, or the Universe. Pan-Basileia, at the names of which, as at the names of Hathor, Hecate, and other infernal goddesses, tremble all the demons. Tsmlhhtr Emisida Mone 15. This Greek inscription on a small temple, reproduced on a stone that was found by somebody, and copied by Montfaucon, as de Merville tells us. 113, Archéologie de la Vierge Mère, informs us of the stupendous fact, that the Magna Mater of the Old World was an impudent plagiarism, perpetrated by the demon, of the Immaculate Virgin Mother of his Church. Whether so, or vice versa, is of no importance. That which is interesting to note is the perfect identity between the archaic copy and the modern original. Did space permit, we might show the inconceivable coolness and unconcern exhibited by certain followers of the Roman Catholic Church, when made to face the revelations of the past. Dumouriez remarked that the Virgin took possession of all the sanctuaries of Ceres, and asterisk Hathor is the infernal Isis, the goddess preeminently of the West or the nether world. Plus this is de Merville, who proudly confesses the similarity, and he ought to know. 401 Anti-historical Catholicism. Venus, and that the pagan rites, proclaimed and practiced in honor of those goddesses, were in a good measure transferred to the Mother of Christ. The Advocate of Rome answers, that such is the fact, and that it is just as it should be and quite natural. As the dogma, the liturgy, and the rites professed by the Roman Apostolical Church in 1862 are found engraved on monuments, inscribed on papyri, and cylinders hardly posterior to the deluge, it does seem impossible to deny the existence of a first anti-historical, Roman, Catholicism of which our own is but the faithful continuation. But while the former was the culmination, the summit of the impudence of demons and goetic necromancy, the latter is divine. If in our, Christian, revelation / apocalypse, Mary, clothed with the sun and having the moon under her feet, has nothing more in common with the humble servant of Nazareth, it is because she has now become the greatest of theological and cosmological powers in our universe, arche all. De la Vierge, pages 116 and 119, and by the Marquis de Merville. Verily so, since Pindar's hymns to Minerva, p. 19. Who sits at the right hand of her father Jupiter, and who is more powerful than all the other, angels or, gods, are likewise applied to the Virgin. It is St. Bernard, who, quoted by Cornelius a Lapide, is made to address the Virgin Mary in this wise: the Son Christ lives in thee and thou livest in him. Sermon on the Holy Virgin. Again, the Virgin is admitted to be the moon by the same unsophisticated holy man. Being the Lucina of the Church, that is in childbirth, the verse of Virgil Casta fove Lucina, tuus jam regnat Apollo is applied to her. Like the moon, the Virgin is the Queen of Heaven, adds the innocent saint, Apocal, ch. 12. Comm, by Cornelius a Lapide. This settles the question. The more similarity, according to such writers as de Merville, there exists between the pagan conceptions and the Christian dogmas, the more divine appears the Christian religion, and the more is it seen to be the only truly inspired one, especially in its Roman Catholic form. The unbelieving scientists and the academicians who think they see in the Latin Church quite the opposite of divine inspiration, and who will not believe in the satanic tricks of plagiarism by anticipation, are severely taken to task. But then they believe in nothing and reject even the Nabatean agriculture as a romance and a pack of superstitious nonsense, complains the memorialist. In their perverted opinion, Chutami's idol of the moon and the statue of the Madonna are one. A noble marquis wrote 20 years ago 6 huge volumes, or, as he calls them, memoirs to the French Academy, with the sole object of showing Roman Catholicism an inspired and revealed faith. As a proof thereof, he furnishes numberless facts, all tending to show that the entire ancient world, ever since 402 the secret doctrine, the deluge, had been, with the help of the devil, systematically plagiarizing the rites, ceremonies, and dogmas of the future Holy Church to be born ages later. What would that faithful son of Rome have said had he heard his co-religionist M. Renouf, the distinguished Egyptologist of the British Museum, declaring, in one of his learned lectures, that neither Hebrews nor Greeks borrowed any of their ideas from Egypt, ****. But perhaps it is just this that M. Renouf intended to say, namely that it is the Egyptians, the Greeks, and the Aryans, who borrowed theirs from the Latin Church. And if so, why, in the name of logic, do the papists reject the additional information which the occultists may give them on moon worship, since it all tends to show there? The Roman Catholic, worship as old as the world of Sabianism and astrology. The reason of early Christian and later Roman Catholic astrology, or the symbolical worship of sun and moon, identical with that of the Gnostics, though less philosophical and pure than the sun worship of the Zoroastrians, is a natural consequence of its birth and origin. The adoption by the Latin Church of such symbols as the water, fire, sun, moon, and stars, and a good many other things, is simply a continuation by the early Christians of the old worship of pagan nations. Thus Odin got his wisdom, power, and knowledge, by sitting at the feet of Mimir, the thrice-wise Jotun, who passed his life by the fountain of primeval wisdom, the crystalline waters of which increased his knowledge daily. Mimir drew the highest knowledge from the fountain, because the world was born of water, hence primeval wisdom was to be found in that mysterious element, Asgard and the gods. 86. The eye which Odin had to pledge to acquire that knowledge may be the sun, which enlightens and penetrates all things, his other eye being the moon, whose reflection gazes out of the deep, and which at last, when setting, sinks into the ocean. Ibid, but it is something more, besides this. Loki, the fire god, is said to have hidden in the water, as well as in the moon, the light giver, whose reflection he found therein, and this belief that the fire finds refuge in the water was not limited to the old Scandinavians. It was shared by all nations and was finally taken up by the early Christians, who symbolized the Holy Ghost under the shape of lyrae, cloven tongues like as fire, the breath of the Pater Sun. This lyrae descends also into the water or the sea, mar, Mary. The dove was the symbol of the soul with several nations. It was sacred to Venus, the goddess bomb from the asterisk quoted in Mr. G. Massey's lecture. 403 Identity of Typology. See foam, and it became later the symbol of the Christian anima mundi, or the Holy Spirit. One of the most occult chapters in the Book of the Dead is Ch. LXXX, entitled, To Make the Transformation into the God-Giving Light to the Path of Darkness, wherein woman light of the shadow serves Thought in his retreat in the moon. Thought Hermes is said to hide therein, because he is the representative of the secret wisdom. He is the manifested logos of its light side, the concealed deity or dark wisdom when he is supposed to retire to the opposite hemisphere. Speaking of her power, the moon calls herself repeatedly, the light which shineth in darkness, the woman light. Hence it became the accepted symbol of all the Virgin Mother goddesses. As the wicked evil spirits warred against the moon in days of yore, so they are supposed to war now, without being able to prevail, however, against the actual Queen of Heaven, Mary, the moon. Hence also the moon was intimately connected in all the pagan theogonies with the dragon, her eternal enemy, the Virgin, or Madonna, standing on the mythical Satan under that form, crushed and made powerless, under her feet. This, because the head and tail of the dragon, which represent in Eastern astronomy to this day the ascending and descending nodes of the moon, were also symbolized in ancient Greece by the two serpents. Hercules kills them on the day of his birth, and so does the babe in his Virgin Mother's arms. As Mr. Gerald Massey aptly observes in this connection, all such symbols figured their own facts from the first, and did not prefigure others of a totally different order. The iconography, and dogmas, too, had survived in Rome from a period remotely pre-Christian. There was neither forgery nor interpolation of types, nothing but a continuity of imagery with a perversion of its